Stay tuned.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like if nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
That was such a great game.
It was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens in
Right?
Picks and Bands in the next one.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
What's up, guys? Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams. Did you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Or will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Live from Berlin, Germany, it's Monday and the heat is on. This LEC offseason was the most turbulent we have ever seen. Friends become foes, betrayal at every turn. It may not be Game of Thrones, but the winter split is here. This is Grudge Match! That's right, welcome to Grudge Match. Yesterday at 2100 hours on January 22nd, which was yesterday, LEC veteran Oduwamne faced off against his former team, Rogue Koi. Koi Odoamne told us that he didn't hold anything against his former teammates while Larson stoked the fire, saying it would be funny, I quote, if Odoamne fed. Sounds like a grudge. Odo got off to a hot start, but the tide quickly turned in the Barren River, flashing and dashing straight into a wall. He turned to his first target, but they had a stopwatch, so he turned to the next, but they had a stopwatch. So he dashed onto the perfect target, and even they had a stopwatch. Finally, he decided to settle the score with his real target all along, the control ward. Larson was laughing through Odo's antics. Oh, how he laughed. Ha ha ha, he laughed in rapturous glee. But when you deny an honorable top laner from getting a kill with a stopwatch, that is a sick joke, sir. A sick, sick joke indeed. And you'll forgive me if I chortle no longer. Speaking of laughing stocks, a rematch of the ages. Reckless's return to face off against his new team and old team with a new support versus old support and a puppet of himself. It was another grudge match. After a year of separation, G2 did not come quietly. They packed the entire crowd with fans. And if G2 were everywhere, Fnatic were nowhere. After surviving the most dangerous part of the early game, they flipped it and donated 3 kills to Hansama's Draven, giving him the earliest mythic item in LEC history. If Fnatic are going to move on from that and the throw versus Vitality, they're going to need to black out more than just Reckless's arms. Which brings us to our biggest grudge match today. Kaiser versus Mad Lions and his former duo Carzzy. Both are coming in hot. Both are coming in undefeated. But someone has to win and someone has to lose. That is literally how League of Legends works, except for like a year in Europe, but that's a grudge match for another time. Don't let Kaiser's calm demeanor trick you into thinking he doesn't hold a grudge. Did you know that Carzzy used to be called Crazy before he played with Kaiser? I'll never forget the time I saw Kaiser punch Crazy straight in the face so hard Carzzy forgot how to spell. That was a crazy dream I had. A Carzzy crazy dream. Anyways, you won't want to miss Game 5 today when Mad Lions and Vitality face off. Kaiser's gonna win lane so hard, Carzzy's gonna forget his own name again. It's Kaiser versus Crazy. It's another grudge match!
They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus, old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is the stone, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me with the phone on the phone where I have to sit. Lonely like Akon, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You Ricans can't stay strong, keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. Backs to the wall, but they count on me. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame or glory? Past your limits, or you finished with the story? Yeah. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need.
Oh, that video is so good. Welcome back, everyone, to Berlin. It's Monday, so I'm really happy to see that the studio is full because this is the first time. I mean, we've had some tiebreakers on Monday.
Not since I've ever been here. Crazy times.
It's been a long
Crazy
time
times.
ago. Of course, thank you for the grudge match. That's actually really epic. And Goldberg, welcome for the third day. How are you feeling?
No grudges from my side, so I'm feeling kind of good. I'm leaving that one
We
to
can
end
start a grudge.
Yeah, if you want.
By the end of today, there will be something here.
You want to go, bro?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay.
I want to go
let's-
do some analysis.
No, yeah, so hard at analysis. Starting with the standings then. We have 4 teams that are undefeated so far in Koi Mad Lions, G2, and Team Vitality. 2 in the middle of the pack, and then I think at the bottom with Fnatic Goldberg. That's quite the shocker.
I think that is the biggest question mark of most people. It is Fnatic so far, but it's also nothing short of a surprise. But we've seen it in the past as well, right? It's not the first time that Fnatic will have a slow start. The problem is, if they lose their game today, that's already 1/3 of their regular season that's lost.
crazy.
So it's so much more impactful for them now.
Yeah, luckily, competition from here on out should theoretically get easier for them, but Excel also at the bottom of the standings. A bit surprising. You do say, yeah, 5 different players coming in from 5 different teams. Maybe it takes some time to gel, but that is a tough position to be starting with. At the same time, SK and Astralis need every win they can get to break out of 9-10 here, which already you can see it's a tight race there.
Yeah, at the top of the table, though, they're not stressing. Team Vitality, I think, even though some things were a bit touch and go when it comes to in the games, they clutched it out and they won. G2 on an absolute tear, and then the Mad Lions and Koi as well. I think there's nothing to argue with here. They have looked the strongest all round.
Yeah, I think most impressive for me, Koi expectations were already high, but Mad Lions coming in, playing some really strong team fates in the mid game to close a couple of games out, and G2's early game, flawless.
Speaking of, Mad and Vitality, they are undefeated, and they're facing each other in the grudge match in Game 5. So let's see what Kaiser had to say about facing his old team.
I think it's going to be super fun to play against Mad Lions again because, for one, they have Kazi coming back, my old ADC, and Tillisang, of course. I think they're going to be crazy bot lane, so it's going to be really fun, and in general, just like trying to beat them, my former team, I guess, making sure that I'm better than them, right, and proving that to myself. I don't think there's like much bad blood. Of course, we had like our differences, right? I mean, that's why we parted ways, but I think it's not really like personal. I just want to beat them because I played with them for like 2 years. Of course, we were like really good friends as well, right? So it's just like healthy competition, I guess, right? And even more so with Mad Lions, of course, because this was my only LEC team.
It is the Mad Lions!
I'm a bit attached to them, right? And of course, I want to just beat them and stomp them to the ground.
He's so German. He's so deadpan. He's like, yeah, you know, grudge match, this and that's cool. Of course, I know Karzi's been with Mad Lions for a while. Yeah, I want to stomp them. Like, it's nice.
No
how
room
much?
for emotions.
Yeah, it's good, but it's true. He's been on Mad Lions the whole time. He's been in the LEC and really been a staple for that lineup. Ender, you said it already. Really impressed with them. So, how do you think this one's going to play out versus Vitality?
Oh, this one, it's really tough because I think that the bot lane for Mad Lions has looked very strong for them. So I do sort of give them an edge coming into this match. I think my brain is telling me Mad Lions look strong. They're probably going to draft something that gives them a lot of team fight options later into the game, especially out of the mid lane position. So I've got to lean towards them, but there's always the surprise factor of some of the players on Vitality.
Exactly, but I also just think like the bot lane, yeah, I completely agree. I think Mad Lions have the edge, but if you have to take it somewhere where it's actually extremely close, you have to take it up towards that jungler, right? You have Elyoya, who's been the best current jungler in a league for a really long time now, and now you have a newcomer in Bo, who's been on an absolute terror as well, and they have quite not a one-dimensional playstyle, but they're flexible. We've seen Elyoya on the Wukong, but we've also seen him on the Sejuani. We've seen Bo on the Graves, but we've also seen them on the Sejuani. So it's just the fact that they're so multi-dimensional between these two junglers.
I really hope, like, Bo versus Elyoya, we get to see Bo bust something signature out, like the Olaf or something Olaf-inspired. I don't want him on the Sejuani playing for the ganks. Even on the Graves, he went for a level 2 gank. I'd really like to see him bring some of that flavor, some of the promises that we were expecting to come on through.
And so much is about, of course, the jungle and the support synergy. So Kaiser, of course, has some insight, right, into Elyoya and how everything could be working. How much of an upside is that going to be, knowing that so much has been started from the jungle in these early games in the season?
I think there's a certain element of that, right? Because you're going to sort of know the tendencies or how the player thinks, like off of a reset, are they looking to immediately path the camps? Are they looking for a gank? These sorts of things. But at the end of the day, it's been a while and the game has changed a lot. So I don't think Elyoya has ever been a very readable jungler.
True.
So Kaiser's going to have a little, but it's not enough to actually have great info.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. When it comes to both of them, they're great junglers in their own right. Bo had a fantastic start here into the LEC. You know, he's played Razork already. He's played Jankos, so Elyoya might be next. But I feel like it's so exciting just because of that. You can't really pin them down.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to solidify yourself as the best jungler in Europe, it is Elyoya you got to beat. And there's not much more to add to that. Both junglers so far haven't really shown any dents in their playstyle. And it's just two guys who's coming in on a hot streak now, who's looking to solidify who they are.
3-0 also, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to take down a couple of names to beat it. Elyoya's kind of like the jack of all trades jungler, does everything at a really high level. So this It's going to be a big match to win. I'm excited to see Abo versus Malrong beat the insane early game ganker as well. You can knock some of those names off the list. You can put yourself up there at the top.
Absolutely. Going to be a fantastic one later in the day. But of course, over the last couple of days, we've saved a couple of interesting in-game voice comms. So let's have a listen into some shot calling.
No. He's split. Let's fight. Viego?
Viego no flash.
I'm gonna follow Viego. Okay, we can just go. We can just go forward. Go forward. Go Cassante, guys. Cassante, nice. We can end. We can end it.
Go mid.
Nice, well played. I tank. No.
It's okay, doesn't matter.
Hey guys, can you wait until I kill the Ashe? I'm gonna kill Ashe.
Okay. Let Jankos farm KD.
Yeah, because my KD okay, let me kill.
We can make it low HP and wait.
Okay, nice. GG. Good job. Nice team play.
Wow, Ruby. Nice.
Team nice.
Wait me, just wait me.
Yeah.
Finish.
No, wait.
Okay.
Kill him. Yeah, I know.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can enemy?
Don't place, Lucian.
Go.
Don't place, Ari, too.
I help. Go. Nice.
Don't place.
Yeah, we chase. Yeah, we kill them all, no? They're boom! Nice.
Okay, go this out.
No, let me die! Oh. Cares!
Sorry.
Wait, who let the tongue? Stop cringing it.
It was me.
Oh my god.
Always fun. The look-ins to... why are you giggling? What was funny?
It's just stop cringing it after they have to go for the Baron. It's great comms.
It's like some people are like, I wonder what pro player comms are like. They must be like thinking in 5-dimensional chess, and they're just like, let's go on this guy, let's bleep this guy, It's like, you know, well, it's not that complicated.
Who was it that? Maybe it was Perks that said that he was like teaching, his Mandarin and Korean speakers some words like cringe and stuff. Like they're learning. And
Photon did write cringe after he saw the killed Winder.
So. That's exactly what happened. And he was like, just write cringe. And I was like, what is that? And it's like, yeah,
just write it, trust me.
Nice, very cool. But you can watch more funny and interesting voice comms in Mic Check, as always, releasing every Wednesday on youtube.com/LEC. I'm always looking forward to those. It's a cool insight into the teams. And usually they're just edited really well and extremely funny. Let's go into a bit of a discussion point. It's something that changes every couple of years in the LEC or even every split. And I want to ask my analysts, which role currently, after 10 games in the LEC, looks the most stacked?
It's going to have to be jungle.
Oh.
It's jungle, baby. It's completely OP. What's this then?
Oh my god. Shocks, is that you? You gotta help me. There's this guy with a shotgun, he's after me. Then this girl showed up, she's got giant fists. I don't know what to do.
What? Dude, just walk off the green screen set.
Right. Oh my god.
Come over here.
It's a green screen in there.
Got room for you.
Get back over here.
Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was worried about.
I know.
The jungle does get scary sometimes. All those bushes,
it does.
especially with the different rifts, like the ocean one with the big brushes.
Dude, that's real spook. That's where I was just
When they hot on your tail, are they going to come here?
Sit down. But yeah, jungle, I guess you all agree. So, Goldberg, why is jungle so stacked?
Well, I think you can just take all the different players we have in our league currently right now, right? There's Bo coming in with a super carry style. We still have facilitators like Malrong. We still have Jankos, who's been a goat of Europe for such a long time. And of course, Elyoya at the top that we just talked about earlier. It's just the fact that top 5 of our junglers are just world class.
And Yikes coming in looking like a superstar already for G2, playing through jungle and bot. Razork's on that list, who was competing at Worlds and managed to take a game off T1, right? That's 6 junglers already off the top of the names that could be near the top fighting for that first and second place in the LEC.
And even if you don't think about the names, just look at the league at whole, like especially day one, our junglers were so creative and so active in the early games as well. It felt like everyone had like 4 months, and they came in with like their level 1 through 3 plan, and they came up with creative ways to invade the jungle, play off their lanes, set up for level 2 ganks. It was excellent.
So a lot of that, I guess, is based off what we've seen in the early games, both in the invades as well as the creative ganks, maybe, in those early games. But have you been able to discern how good they are when it comes to team fights and stuff, or do you need a little bit more tape? Is someone standing out in terms of being better than the rest?
I think for jungle especially, it comes down to communication. Whether you're playing a carry or a tank is one thing. Your job changes whether you're getting resources or you're being more of a leader. And I think we saw that the best example, I think, is Bo. When he's playing Graves, he calls where he wants fights. But then when he's playing things like Sejuani, he needs to call when he wants fights rather than where. And when around the Baron, I think, was the best example. And he was, they were trying to finish a Baron. Heretics was trying to steal it. Jankos was close. He was very patient. He was telling them, stop. Photon goes over, zone him away. Perk says, let's finish. He's like, no, wait. We're going to make sure this is a good Baron, and then they pulled it off.
Yeah, and even if you're not looking at the communication, that game versus Fnatic, again, just at the mid lane where they had some fighting around, Bo had stellar team fighting as well. It gets the triple kill already very early into the game. Even after Fnatic got their Baron, the fact that they were able to team fight their way out of that and come back into the game where maybe the communication wasn't the key essence, but also the individual raw skill, it has been super impressive from this guy.
So it's just Bo?
Yeah, well, just Bo. You said was there any standouts, so yes, we are going to say Bo.
I will say the one thing I want to sort of keep track of as we continue through the year, because it's a little too early to call, is tracking, especially on like the heavy engaged, like tankish junglers. Think like maybe a Vi, Sejuani, champions that really need to dive into the back lines. You think in the past it's been picks like Hecarim and Jarvan. Like you have to have such a good understanding of what your backline can actually accomplish. Because how many times in the past we've seen like Hecarim players just absolutely send it, get melted without the needed follow.
I had that in pro play. When Jarvan was meta, I would always go way too deep, and I'd be looking behind me, and my team was just miles away, and that happens on Vi and Maokai as well, and that's where support is so important. You need someone that can back you up. And I think in Europe, they're playing so many engaged supports. Things like Rakan, we've seen Nautilus, things like Alistar compare well with Kalista, Leona from Kaiser in the Vitality game. When you have a champion that can go in next to you, it kind of makes it so much easier rather than having an enchanter who wants to sit next to their AD carry, sit next to their mid laner, play really slow. These dive carry junglers can benefit so much from having these melee supports. And I think the only real region right now that I've seen playing this kind of style is Europe. You know, the LPL and the LCK are always leaning towards trading off Lucian Nami, trading off Seri Lulu. But here in Europe, it's been a lot of melee supports in the first week.
Yeah, I think the only exception to that rule maybe be the Heimerdinger we also saw from G2 in the first game of their series, but the point still stands. It's the fact that you're teaming up with CC, and especially Yike as well, has benefited tremendously off his bot lane, and is specifically Mickey, not only just on the Heimerdinger, but also on the Nautilus to set him off. So this support jungle synergy has been so pivotal for the first 2 days of LEC so far.
Yeah, and one of the things I love to see is like the level 1, level 2 all-ins in the bot lane that the supports are kicking off. G2 obviously doing that a bunch, and what it can enable you to accomplish, whether it's setting up for like a third wave dive, stacking it up into the tower, or you just invade with the enemy jungler. Later in the game too, just piecing out, going to help out at an 8-minute herald or something like this. Like,
see you later.
No, but it's this idea of being able to win out through the bot lane does so much to help out the jungler, who we just said it's the most stacked, so you want to see more of that.
But I think what was also really curious is the fact that what I personally did not expect is that we've actually seen quite a few top laner get some resources from the rest of the map. It's not just let's put them on weak side. Some of that comes down to the meta picks we currently had. For example, Odo Amne in the beginning on the Cassante, despite being the one with little to no resources, still found solo kills. I think another top laner you would have to mention would be Photon on the Jax too, because he's just been so exceptional. And even Sugenda was enabled on the Renekton too, the same for Odo yesterday. So I'm finally starting to see top laners who's having impact in the early to mid game.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's like pour one out for your top laner, your local resident top laner.
Yeah.
You look at some of these teams, bot side's over, you know, top lane's going well, there's a solo kill up there for them side, but then they press tab and the whole bot side is lost.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, we've seen these solo kills and it just can't be converted into win. Whether or not it's like the lane bullies or like the Fioras of the world. Like, I feel like this has always been a problem for EU. Like, can you actually win a game with a split push champion? Like, how do you actually make that break up in a side lane? How do you get that into the team fights? And I don't think we've quite seen that just yet. A lot of time left in the season, but this has historically been a weak point for EU.
Yeah, and Tom Mathisen actually wrote a really interesting article I read just before our show went live as well, with Odo having a quote that we see it every time as Worlds. Whenever Worlds start, top lane just becomes the most OP role all of a sudden. And everyone is like, well, top lane has always been OP. At least that's how Odo feels about it. And he just feels like, well, it's about time that other people here in EU realize that top lane doesn't only have to matter whenever we come around Worlds. Top lane's good right now. It's just a fact, and I think this comes back to your point as well, and we don't play around it to the point where we play around top to end the game. Quite often we play around top lane to get a lead in the early game, and we don't do much more with it.
Interesting.
I think the best example of that is you look at the Worlds where Rogue was up against Damwon in the group stage, playing against Lucian tops, just getting solo killed. We saw the Fiora top of BB get solo killed by Sejuani. They go into this carry playstyle. And I think that's the beauty of having players like Photon and Chasey and Evi coming in, these import top laners. Bo and Malrang we saw last year. They increased the level of the league to the point where different playstyles are being approached in the league that you have to play against. So when you go to international tournaments, you've got more styles that you can choose from. So I think these imports coming in are really leveling up the league.
To bring it back to EMEA for a second, though, it's funny because I remember like when I first joined the league as a caster, like right before my first playoffs was coming up, I was chatting with Yamato Cannon because I forget what the match was, but I was like, oh, I think top lane's really going to decide this in the BO5s in playoffs. And he's like, no, it actually just won't.
No.
In EU,
There's
when
the
it comes to
corn.
BO5s, you're going to see every team start picking scaling ADs and then camping bot lane. I was like, that's ridiculous. This would never happen. And sure enough, that's always
Exactly
the
what
comfort
happens.
for our teams.
I think that's a great point because, yeah, when we got to those international tournaments or when we get to them, this has always been a sore point. To tie up the discussion that we had in terms of stacked role, though, I didn't really hear, I only heard like Bo and Oduamne. So what makes jungle so stacked? Like, name me the names. Who are the most impressive ones?
I think you can just look at playstyles. Jankos, GOAT of Europe, just incredible experience. Malrang with his crazy playstyle, the way he approaches games. You've got Yike, who looks like just a super carry right now for the side of G2, a hugely different playstyle for them. You know, G2 loved to play through top and mid. Now they're playing through jungle and bot all of a sudden, right? So Razork was on the Poppy, and he was very supportive to his team. Each of these players bring different things to their team, I think.
And what about the marksman? Like top 3, you're saying jungle, support,
What are you talking about? The best AD carry doesn't even play AD in Europe. It's Bo.
Yeah, it's Samira. Have you seen it in solo queue?
Yeah.
AD carry.
Yeah, forget that. He's also playing the Graves. We have Kindred in the all the best ADs are just played in other roles, either jungle
they just get
or
one shot.
support.
All right.
Jin and Asher supports. What's going on?
They just play poke champs these days.
At Endercast on Twitter. Any case, let's take a look at the schedule and what we're going to see in terms of those stacked roles. Fnatic versus Koi is catching my eye immediately, of course, because Fnatic is totally with their backs against the wall. It's a rematch of the summer semifinals of last year, but of course, it's
G2
different.
Astralis.
G2 Astralis?
I'm hyped.
Ooh.
You know why? Because G2's
I
going to
know.
lose, aren't they? G2's always going to find a way to lose to a bottom tier team right now. I can feel it. They just look great in the first couple days and then they just bomb out.
Oh, and so important also, right? These final games. I guess, yeah, of course, if you're already on 2-0, obviously you want to make it to 3-0, but you do not want to go into that second week having already lost 3 games, right? So I'm looking at you, Fnatic, I'm looking at you, SK.
Yeah, winning is good.
Winning is good. It's
you
even,
don't want to lose in the
It's
BO1s.
even better now.
Yes.
Isn't it crazy? It used to be
9 games.
No, you used to have so much time.
Yeah,
to
now
like
you've got
poop the bed.
one patch read and
You
you're
have,
out.
you have no time.
Yeah, it's funny
crazy.
how Fnatic and Excel are at the bottom, the British boys.
Yeah.
Just 9th and 10th.
Well, I was gonna say
Did
in
you
the
know-
past too, there was always like a team that would like pop off. Like I'm thinking like Misfits 2018, I'm thinking Excel recently.
Yeah.
Like they just crush early
Yeah.
and then lose every game for the
Yeah.
last 5 weeks. Hey, you get to avoid that
Yeah,
part
that
now.
doesn't
How great
happen
is
either.
that?
Fun fact, this
Okay,
is the first
final.
split in the LEC and EULCS history that there's no British player competing.
Damn.
And that's why the British teams are at the bottom. I rest my case.
That is.
Damn.
That's. I would.
Have you
I
heard
don't
about
know.
Danes?
I don't know if that's depressing. That's
Well,
fine. I'm
I'll
fine
be
with
back
it.
one day, don't
I'm
worry.
fine with it. Anyways, Team Heretics versus SK is our first game, and Laura standing by with SK's jungler Markoon.
Thank you, Shox. And Markoon, thank you for joining me ahead of today's game. I want to know how the mood is within the team and everybody, because it feels like you didn't have the results you expected so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think the mood is still pretty good as a team. I think we actually have pretty good camaraderie for even how short we've been together. So I think everyone is still looking up, and also because in practice we've shown that we can do it, and I think we've played a lot better there. So there's still belief. It's a lot better than if we also were losing in practice, because then, you know, I think your belief goes down.
Yeah, and I'm really happy you mentioned this, because I kept on hearing that SK was doing so well in scrims. How do you explain that it didn't translate in stage so far?
I mean, I'm not sure entirely what the reason is, but basically we just don't do what we do in scrims as much on stage, like in terms of communication and the plays we see. And so, I mean, I wish I knew the exact reason, because we're still trying to figure it out and fix it, of course. But yeah, we're basically just not doing the same things as we do in scrims.
And talking a bit more about you and your performance, I remember with Excel, especially last year, you were this early game, aggressive jungle, finding opportunities for your team. What is different this time when it comes to the players you're playing with and the fact that you haven't been able to channel what you were able to do last year?
I mean, it's quite a big difference, because last year I think I had 4 veterans who were very calm in the game. This year I have a bit less experience in the team, so it's a bit more hectic. And for my performance, I think I've been kind of sprinting it these last 2 games. Not very happy, but yeah, I'm looking to turn it around. And I mean, I'm still looking to do stuff in the early game, and I think yesterday it just didn't work out. But yeah, I'm hoping to get back on the good early games soon.
You know what? It's still the beginning of the year. First 2 games. I mean, everything is still possible, of course. But you were telling me that of course, you have more experienced players with you last year. How does it change your role in game now that you maybe have more responsibility when it comes to leading younger players?
Yeah, so I think last year, in-game especially, it was very calm still because I mean, all 4 of my players had like a lot of games. Everyone knew kind of what to do. And I think now the games are a bit more stressful because everyone is still kind of new to this. And I think everyone's a bit less experienced. So for me, I feel like I have to be a bit more calm and reserved and try to keep my emotions checked as much as possible because others around me are not doing it as much as last year.
And when it comes to the game today versus Team Heretics, tell me how it's going to be about facing Yonkers in the jungle and where should we look at, especially in the early game?
I think it will depend on draft, which I don't want to give away too much.
Right.
But I think probably going to have to look at shutting down their mid-jungle and trying to get our own online. And I think as long as we try to play like we do in scrims, I think we'll have a pretty good game.
Well, I hope you can channel this Scream energy, Markun. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Best of luck for today. And Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura, and thank you, Markun, as well. That is a tricky one. If it's going so well in scrims and you have so many young players around you, K-Droll, then if it doesn't work, and it's not just not working, it's absolutely not working, right, for SK right now. That must be kind of a hurdle, right? A lot for the coaching staff to work on and for these young players to get their heads in.
Definitely, and Markun's the most experienced player on that roster. That's what makes it quite tough for him because he's supposed to be the consistent leader, but he's the one that's struggling, so all the pieces around him fall apart. He said there in the interview that he thinks mid-jungle needs to get ahead. So I think going to draft, they need to avoid things like Cassidy as well, get a pushing lane for Surtus to make sure he can actually start to impact the rest of the map. I think you see with rookie teams coming in, their biggest strength normally is their early game. They normally come in with a great early game, then their mid to late game, they fall apart because they lack that experience in decision-making. But it's actually the opposite right now for SK.
Yeah, I also just feel like they just need to not make it complicated for themselves. Reason why Markun was so good in summer, well, one thing was the Volibear, but the other thing was that Markun and Nuke Dog was actually, in the early stages of summer, in the first few weeks, one of the best mid-jungle duos. And reason for that was Nuke Dog would be on Lissandra, Nuke Dog would be on Vega. Things that had easy, applicable CC for a jungler to come around to make something work was exactly what they needed. And it's not rocket science. It's just get CC, get a kill, gold, let's try and get a lead of it.
Yeah, and I feel like that role is now shifted to jungle, where you've got Vi and Maokai and Sejuani, things that will just lock down and set up your mid laner. So it's a different style that Markun's having to adapt to. We've seen the Kindred, but definitely struggled in that game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Of course, hopefully it comes online for SK like it did in scrims. Moving on to their opponents, Team Heretics. I think we are all just curious to see how this team is going to evolve, right? Because of the combination of the first LGL import, for instance, into the LEC with Evie, someone like Yanko, some newer players or some younger players around it. It's very interesting for me to watch, and I think 1-1 is a fair result so far.
Oh yeah, 1-1, and you know, Evie so far is 2 for 0 in the solo kills as well. He's been finding, even against Photon, been able to find kills for himself, and he's been a madman isolated. The thing is, once again, that you want to translate it to a team thing, but if you only have to focus on individuals in the beginning while the team's still gelling together, I think Evie has been a pleasant to watch.
Definitely is, and if you ask me in the offseason what kind of top laners worldwide would you look at to import, Evie wouldn't be near the top of that list, but so far he's been doing quite well. Taking someone from a minor region and putting him in can be a bit risky, but he's got so much experience that he even said in interviews he's just there to play what the team needs from him. He's not there to be some kind of superstar carry. He is adaptable and flexible, and he's been very consistent so far. The best thing to me about this roster is I think with time they will grow because Peter Dunn is there, and Peter Dunn has shown results with rosters, and this has got a roster, the boomers and the zoomers. You know, you've got Jankos and Evie on the top side, the rest of the younglings. Yeah, the rest of the younglings down the bot side. They need time to adapt. Didn't like the draft yesterday with the Cassidy to Sejuani Braum. We'll see if they can pick up something different.
Yeah, but that's interesting though with the Peter Dunn thing, because Evie as well for the longest time has been the top laner in Japan for, you know, years now as well. And Peter Dunn has been one of the few individuals who's always had a lot of praise for him. So it's really curious to see that when he finally got back to Europe to build his team again, Evie was like one of the first people he also wanted back on that roster.
And it's a great vote of confidence for the LGL in general as well, right? He also had a really cool tweet because, of course, his name, Evie, means shrimp. And then he said that in the Japanese community, actually, they say that they call him crayfish when he makes a mistake. When he plays well, they call him a spiny lobster.
A spiny lobster?
Yeah. So what do we think so far? Spiny lobster or crayfish?
I wouldn't say he's a crayfish. I think that'll be doing him dirty.
Yeah.
I think both games he's played, he's solo killed the enemy top laner. So minimum, he's got
but
the spine.
Cassante diff, though, also.
Cassante diff, maybe. But we'll allow it for this time. But I think for now, definitely a little bit of spine on him. So I'd say lobster.
Yeah, definitely lobster.
Yeah, like
what is a spiny lobster?
I have no idea.
Like, what?
Is it a type of lobster, or is it like...
Is it just because it's like proper build?
We're not very
like,
fancy.
Take a Chad
we have no idea.
What does a lobster look like? I have no idea.
What do you mean? What does the
I don't know.
lobster
Are
look
they
like?
big? Are they small? Is there a spine? Like, what's the biology going on here? It's like, do they have a spiky spine?
No, they have shell. They're shellfish.
I'm going to ask our casters because we're getting into Team Heretics versus SK with Dagda and Quickshot.
I'm a league analyst. I don't know
I'm
about
going to go
animals.
straight to the player walkouts.
Okay,
so there's not going to be a lot of time for chatting. Oh, hello! Welcome to the caster desk. I'm Quickshot, joined by Dagda and this amazing Berlin crowd. We're about to jump into Team Heretics taking on SK Gaming, and to do that, we need to meet the players. And welcome back to day 3 of the winter split in 2023. I'm immediately going to turn my attention to the draft and ask you, Dagda, what do you want to see from these respective teams? I think I want to spend a little bit more time on SK as they are coming into this 0-2. In my mind, they haven't quite found either a composition or a playstyle that has netted them and impacted the game. We've seen better things from many of the other teams over the last 2 days.
Yeah, it does feel like they're trying to find an identity through this bot side, right? We're seeing Marcoon playing very heavily around Exakick and DOS, and I like that they've gone for things like the Zeri, right? Trying to set up this kind of late game carry, put Exakick in the driver's seat, but I think they kind of need to settle on, okay, we're going to go for this, because yesterday we saw the Kindred coming out from Marcoon, and it felt like they weren't really able to set themselves up for success in the same way. Marcoon, I feel like, kind of needs to set himself up as that leadership role in this squad. He's the guy with the longest tenure on this team, and I'd rather see him on something like a Vi, a Sejuani, even the Maokai as well, where he can play that engaged role, kind of be that voice on the team, and set up for this rookie bot lane to be their mainstay card.
I mean, there's a big parallel to be drawn between Marcoon and Jankos with their respective teams. Both players have got the highest amount of experience out of all the players on their squads. Both players are likely the voices that are going to have a little bit more impact, especially during the early game, because of course their role and their experience. The difference there is that Jankos has way more reps than Marcoon. So I do think that Marcoon of 2022 that was taking over games that had that gigantic impact, we're waiting to see him find that groove with this SK roster.
Yeah, it does feel again like he can still play to that style that we saw in XL, like playing around Patrick in that bot side, just replace that with Exakick, because I think at least looking at scrims, SK Gaming have been doing absolutely fantastic. It's just a case of trying to translate that to the stage, right? And I think trying to play for Exakick and DOS, these newcomers that have been so hyped coming in from the LFL, feels like the way for them to go for.
I mean, Exakick and DOS, they've had the Zeri, Varus, as well as Yuumi and Karma thus far in the 2 previous games. In terms of bans, Heimer, Jack, Siva, Rise, Lucian, and Berlin wants them to ban the cat.
Yeah, the big question is, do you ban the cat here, so you end up taking away the Zeri option, or you maybe give Zeri and Lulu across, or do you ban the Maokai and try and give yourself something like a Caitlyn Lux as an answer? There's a lot of stuff here that can kind of go on, but some way, somehow, you're getting Maokai, Yuumi, or that Caitlyn through the draft, but they will listen to the crowd, and they'll be very happy.
Now, what is going to be the highest priority? Yeah, most likely that Maokai. We've seen that banned multiple times, as well as picked, and that's now secured here for Team Heretics, their first time on the blue side. And as we turn our attention to SK, priorities now, do they look to get themselves some of the, premier picks in that bottom lane? Zeri is still an option.
I think Zeri Lulu is probably your best bet, right? I think the Zeri just does so well across the board when you come into this. We saw it yesterday, didn't look too hot, but I still think Zeri is an incredibly good option alongside that Lulu. Looks like we will have a quick remake, but there we go. But yeah, Zeri going to be picked up. I think you actually take your jungler here as well, so then you can just try and answer effectively, because one of the big things that you're probably going to see coming across here is going to be something like a Caitlyn Lux as an excellent answer for Jack Spectra and Mercer in that bot side.
A lot of range, a lot of ability to keep you away. And Marcoon, if he does lock in the Sejuani and does so, this is actually exactly what I was hoping to see from this squad. If Marcoon is able to create opportunities, to create engages on this tank and on this frontline champion, he can then lead those younger players to a better situation. I think we've seen Certus having a slightly higher impact across the 2 games they've played, but it's really going to be up to Exakick and Irrelevant to step up here and turn this 2-game losing streak around if they want to try surprise Heretics. There's going to be Varus locked in instead of that Caitlyn.
Yeah, and this is actually something that's become a bit of an LEC special. We haven't seen it as high in other regions, but certainly has been creeping in this poke Varus. And although I do like it in certain respects, I think the biggest problem that we've seen with some teams is that they end up refusing to take kind of more damage-oriented mid laners or even junglers with them, right? So I think we're going to have to wait and see what Ruby's going to bring to the table now. So far, he's gone for the Cassiopeia, the Cassin. He has been that late game insurance for Heretics, and I think we're going to see if he's going to bring that to the table once more.
What do you think of this Lulu takeaway in terms of pairing it up with the Varus? I do like the combinations later in the game, especially with that Maokai potentially being able to run you down, use that wild growth as an additional kind of CC in engages.
So I'm actually wondering if it means we get on hit Varus, because one of the big things, obviously, Lulu gives you the attack speed, gives you that movement speed. You don't get that value when you end up going for the poke Varus instead. But otherwise, the Lulu doesn't make a huge sense. It's kind of just, as you say, a takeaway to stop the Lulu going across the Zeri, but you still have things like the Karma that can potentially go through it. You generally want to pair Zeri with some sort of enchanter because she does get that 10% movement speed once she gets a shield, so you want something that can, in general, give that to her, so she's a bit more useful in team fights.
Okay, interesting then, as the Silas is now locked in for Certus. He's got 9 professional games played on the champion, only won 3 of them over the course of his career thus far. And of course, with the ability to steal away some of those impactful ultimates already can have a gigantic impact. I like the Cassiopeia ban away. Ruby's had a fantastic performance on that one. I think he played Kassadin as well as his second champion. Another great, influential performance.
And also great into the Silas, which is why we're seeing it banned away there. But it does leave the Azir open. And in Ruby, I mean, most played in his career. He's been playing all right the way back when he was in LPL and Rogue Warriors as well. All the way back in 2020 he was his most played there. So I expect to probably see that go towards Ruby in the mid. And then you can still look to see exactly what you want to take for Evie in the top side. Casante's still open. He'll probably default back towards that.
Talked about that Azir. 29 games played on Azir. Next in most played, 27 on Victor. I can imagine the Azir Victor meta. I can see it right now. Yeah. The next most played was Syndra at 16. So their last ban was going to be Renekton, denying that option in the top lane. For the time being, SK Gaming now looking for their own top laner as well as support. You'd probably expect them to lock in their support now, then save that counter pick for Irrelevant, and it will, of course, be there for DOS.
And this is actually a really cool pickup, because a lot of what Heretics want to do here is, okay, we're going to throw down the Maokai ultimate, try and speed up, go in with the short range on hit Varus, I'm assuming, coming in thanks to Lulu. So you end up with the hostile takeover there. Very difficult for a short range composition to try and work within that, and especially if you are going to try and go for something like the Azir and these kind of things, it means you've kind of got this set up where it's like, okay, this is a front to back team fight. DOS can get so much value in those team fights.
What do you make of the duo lanes though? This is another slightly different look from what we've seen all weekend, and a little bit different throughout the course of the rest of the world. Zeri as well as Renata into that Varus Lulu.
Yeah, I mean, Zeri, I still like at least that you're getting an enchanter paired with her. You're not, the only problem that you're probably going to see is that like the push will be on the side of Jack Spectra and the Lulu here, where you're able to continuously shove in. Renata doesn't have the best shove in the world in comparison, so we'll have to see exactly how that ends up affecting the mid lane, because my biggest worry now is that you've got pushing lane for Azir, pushing lane on the bot side here. Heretics can start to set up towards those dragons as well, and one of the big things that we've seen from Heretics is how good they are at playing around these objectives, getting to that objective early, looking for that pick before it. It's one of the big things that got them that win over Astralis, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them to use that bot lane priority to once more set up for those plays.
And of course, they're going to be a little bit cautious now. When you look at the champions put together, Silas Sejuani as well as that Camille, the ability to jump into your face onto what are fairly low mobility champions on the Azir, as well as Varus. Yes, you've got that slide and glide, but it's going to be a big battle around positioning, and I think initiation tools as well. Going to be a little awkward here, Dagda, because both teams have got phenomenal disengage options. So you really have to be on point if you're going to start those fights.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see now how Relevant is going to slide into this, though, because he ends up going for the Camille in the end, and it hasn't been a champion that I kind of expect from him. He only has one game on it on the entirety of last year in his rookie year. He did end up taking a win on that, but I think overall I've kind of come to expect Irrelevant to be that more frontline tank player. So now going with the counter pick in the Cassante, it kind of mixed things up a little bit for SK, where maybe we actually see them playing a little bit heavier towards that top side and trying to see if they can utilize those solo lanes to take over the game instead.
I mean, I think if Marcoon is able to create opportunities for either Irrelevant or Certus, make an impact on that Sejuani, you can absolutely then run all over Team Heretics. On the other hand, you talked a little bit about the waving lanes, and we'll jump onto Rift as we get into game number 1. And welcome to Summoner's Rift. Team Heretics 1-1 taking on SK Gaming's 0-2. I immediately like some of the adaptations that we've seen in the draft yet from SK. Marcoon on that primary engage, and now looking at Irrelevant and Certus and saying to them, you need to step up. The reason I draw attention to that is I think Evie and Ruby have had pretty impressive, games thus far. Team Heretics have, dug deep, played heavy around there, but Ebby with those solo kills, like Kedra was talking about, and I think Ruby on the Cassio and Kassadin really showing his prowess in that solo lane.
Yeah, I think Evie has been absolutely fantastic. This is his third game in the Cassante, and we even heard Kedra mention on the desk, like 2 solo kills both games so far. He's been very strong in that lane and making sure that he can keep control of this on this Cassante. The big question, though, is, as you say, like, what happens with Ruby? Because he hasn't had the strongest of early stages, but has come alive in the later portion of the game.
He really has, and I think quickly highlight a few of those numbers. When you take a look at his forward percentage, 17% on the champions like Cassio. Kassadin does tend to be a little bit pushed in, but I think more importantly, negative goal difference of 14, but then still putting out 777 damage per minute over the course of the game. And the big one for me, 80% kill participation.
Now, the damage is sky high because he is playing things like the Cassiope and the Cassin, right? Late game scalers that do a ton of damage once we get to that later point. But the kill participation is the one that's really impressive to me, and I think it kind of tells the story of how Heretics want to play, because especially when we look at the Astralis game, what they tried to do to a certain extent against Vitality is they will go, okay, Dragon is up, Rift Herald's up, we're going to reset very, very early, and we're going to make sure that we get to this objective first. We get down all the vision, we're going to camp a brush, we're going to try and make one quick pick, and suddenly it's an uneven fight. And this is where we kind of saw them start to snowball those games against Astralis. There's little mistakes here and there, but this is what I expect to see them coming in again against SK, who haven't been as focused on those objectives, or at least getting set up early on those objectives. And I think when you've got, 2 pushing lanes on this bot side for Heretics in both mid and in the AD carry role, it feels like that's going to be their game plan once more.
Yeah, you really got to capitalize on it, but that also means you got to set it up correctly.
Yep.
Have to have the game plan, have to be able to execute on it. I'm going to be playing into Jankos and Ruby on that Maokai and Zia. That's the combo I'm going to keep my eyes on throughout the course of this game. Obviously, we do have a small delay. As soon as I hear any information, I will let you know. But I'll take this brief moment just to remind everybody that we've only got 3 weeks in the regular season, right? 9 games in terms of this round robin. And for a team like SK who are already down 0-2, it starts to get very, very nerve-wracking if you do drop another game against teams that you are most likely expected to be competing with in that 6, 7, 8, 9 spot when you start looking towards the group stage. So just keep that in your mind. New format for this year, a lot more stakes.
And I think as well for a team like SK where there was a lot of talk about them coming into the split as well, it has been unfortunate they haven't quite been able to find their success on the stage. But wait, as you already kind of alluded to, this is a very young squad, not a huge amount of experience when it comes to being in the LEC, so I think it will take them a little bit of time to find their footing. I'm just hoping, as you say, they manage to get themselves into a position where they can actually challenge for those best of 3s, because I think that's where they'll settle in and really find their stride.
And of course, you get all of the ability to adapt and understand your opponents in those BO3s, see how deep both teams' play styles and champion pools are. We jump back into this top lane. Evie once again pushing into Irrelevant. Still sitting with Biscuit and Marcoon. Level 3 gank in the mid lane forces the flash already on Ruby, and that is exactly what you want to see for SK.
Yeah, and just good transitional gank, right? Marcoon doesn't really lose out on too much here. Yes, he burns the flash, but he wanted to move to his bot side anyway, so managing to get a little bit more control there for Certus. And Marcoon could actually look for maybe a wrap around here if he wanted to, as Ruby doesn't have the flash, Certus does have his, so Ruby now may not actually be able to crash this wave as effective as he wants. That could cause issues here for the mid lane of Heretics.
And it's got to be very, very careful without that flash. The kill pressure from the Silas Sejuani. I mean, frankly speaking, even just the solo kill threat that Certus could pose once he gets access to that hijack cannot be understated. Jankos does want to have a small potential reply, but Irrelevant started the recall and is now going to linger.
Yeah, I think Heretics have got a good response though, right? Jack Spectre shoves in bot side. We already talked about them having the push. He immediately recalls for that cull. He wants to try and get to, 2-3 items where this on-hit virus comes alive, but they just let Mercer roam towards mid. He's like, hey, look, if anything goes awry, we'll have an extra body in the way. Maybe we can actually keep Ruby safe. And even Jankos once more, he's fully cleared. He's going to go towards his Raptors, but just hovering in mid-side to make sure that nothing happens to Ruby as he shoves this wave in.
Yeah, that wave was nearly at the tower of Certus' Silas, and Jankos will jump into his jungle. It looks like Marcoon will be clearing out the bottom half of his map. Take a brief moment here, just quickly talk about the early game expectations for both teams, because they both struggled a little, but I think for Heretics, I was quite shocked to see that they were down 1,800 gold at 14 minutes, because it did feel to me like some of their objective fights and team fights in later games were a little bit better than that stat would signify. And right now, Jankos trying to make an early move.
Yeah, we have to see if Jankos should find exit kick here, actually, if he wants to go.
Does go for the engage, but an easy hop over the wall to escape.
Zeri's a fun chap. Yeah. I think the big thing kind of looking at Heretics though is that like we see a huge amount of the time, as Ruby should be able to walk out of this one, is they, at least against Astralis, they had a good early start, but they kind of fumbled the ball a little bit, right? Where they try to go for the Rift Herald play. Okay, Evie TP's away, right as Astralis go to fight them, right? So there's kind of little mistakes that are coming in, and that's where they kind of fell back into, okay, we'll look for picks in the late game. And then against Vitality yesterday, it actually was a relatively okay start. And then the team fight started going the way of Vitality, specifically at that second dragon as well. So I think that's where I want to see Heretic kind of cleaning up around those early objectives where they are all on the same page, they're all going the one direction, and then they can kind of let those individual performers on the team shine.
Yeah, of course, that is something somewhat to be expected. Beginning of the 2023 season, a lot of new players, a lot of new teams, so we've got to iron out some of those coordination and communication issues. Right now, both teams sitting pretty even as Certus has shoved that wave all the way forward. Exit kick, with the help of DOS just a few moments ago, was able to bounce back in that bottom lane. They were pushed under their tower the first few early moments. Now Irrelevant with some backup here from Marcoon. No flash available. Hook shot comes out as well as the engage. Stun comes down. Knock forward.
There we go.
Secured. Evie will be able to find first blood. Now he turns his attention with a 2-level advantage onto Marcoon. Sidestep but gets rooted in place, and Evie and Heretics find 2.
That's 3 for 3 solo kills for Evie. Welcome to the LEC, my friend. That was beautiful.
That was spectacular. If we get a replay of that, I want to take a look at Irrelevant and Marcoon. What could they have done a little bit differently there? But great play out of Evie. We may not get a chance as Certus stepping to the bottom lane. Will miss that hijack, gets it on the second try. Chain of Corruptions that were stolen flies out, instantly cleansed away from. So cleanse and heal used on that threat.
And Marcoon is now trying to make his way down as well, but we're going to hop into this replay. Again, walls are not your friend when you're playing against the Cassante, and I love the way Evie plays this, right? He actually moves slightly over towards the right here, but here's that dive.
Oh man, the action hasn't stopped yet. Flash forward from exit kick, immediate reply. We were talking about the fact that Irrelevant wasn't able to hold down Evie long enough. Now Ruby's been jumped on by Certus after that push back. Dead even on CS in the mid lane, but SKO down 1,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, at least the hijack wasn't available because Certus had just used a bot. Otherwise, Ruby could have been in a very dangerous situation. But now, Jankos moving back towards that bot side, make sure Jack Spectre can't get this recall off. But, I mean, SK, they try to bite back on this bot side of the map, and we're going to get the replay of this top side play with Evie. Look, moving over to the wall, he ends up using that W to push push the Camille just close enough to the wall. The all-out then is able to bring her across, and suddenly then it's a 1v1. And now with the extra Omnivamp, the AD, and also the help of Jankos here, they end up getting Marcoon the kills as well.
I mean, Ebby just stepping up, and this is a little bit scary because SK's composition was obviously kind of banking, hoping on this last pick, Camille, to have some threat, some impact, and into now the 2-0, 1,000 gold up. Ebby Cassante. The threat gets a lot scarier, especially when you consider the fact that he can combo so incredibly well.
And it's actually interesting that we haven't seen as much over in Europe is the things like the Gwen coming out as an answer to the Cassante. Because one of the big things about Cassante is he wants to go for the Iceborne Gauntlet, gives him the slows, gives him that sticking power in fights, but if you end up going for the AP option, he goes towards the Jack Show, not as easy for him to stay attached to people. And that's why we've kind of seen Gwen come up, not only because she does really well against him in lane, but kind of changing up that build path can be an answer. But unfortunately, Irrelevant hasn't found that success here.
I mean, we're going to be playing on the same patch throughout the course of the regular season. So maybe as the day plays out, as well as the next couple of weeks, we may see that picked up and that adaptation come into play. But right now, Irrelevant forced to step back, that wave pushing away from him. So that's going to be a difficult scenario to play with. Certus and Marcoon at least stepping into the river, threatening the Herald. Not going to go for it just yet. That's going to be the hijack on the Emperor's Divide. Ruby's going to use his own one to push them back and stay alive.
Yeah, he was very close. If Certus had gone onto him and actually got that ultimate off, could have been a very different story for Ruby. But once more, he's fine. Just farming up here. Now got the help.
There's the Glacial Prison. At least slow down Jack Spectra. Flashes away from that hijack chain of corruption. Dos steps forward, manages to pull back Jack Spectra. The hostile takeover holds them in place for now, and that's the second kill for SK. They're not done yet. Mercer will be the next target, and kill secured by Marcoon. SK are playing aggressive and forward into Heretics.
And that's what we want to see from SK. This is where we can get to see them come alive. Even look at the bot side. You're going to get plates going across towards the Zeri. And right now, Marcoon is playing like we saw in Excel, where he's very good at snowballing leads and getting advantages for his team. He's highly focused on this bot side, and every time Jankos goes to that top side of the map, Marcoon's making a play on the opposite side.
I mean, it's a tale of two sides. The bottom lane ahead for SK, the top lane ahead for Heretics. Nature's Grot will hold Irrelevant in place for a little while. He's still got access to the Hexic Ultimatum, buys a couple extra seconds with the help of the tower, gets one back, but is taken down by Ruby.
That is huge, though. The fact that you actually got that kill back, it prevents that Rift Herald from going down on that top side as well. So Evie will get the kill, but you're actually getting two plates on that bot side. You won't take that tower on the top end. We're just going to have a quick look at this replay. Mercer and Jack Spectra, a little bit cheeky on the way that they angled here. Should have gone the long way around. Certus with a great flash over the chains of corruption, and that actually sets up DOS here. I mean, so many flashes burn, but beautiful engage at the end there from DOS to guarantee the kill.
It's been really, really nicely done. What do you think the impact of this will be for the next few minutes? Because SK Gaming have clearly got advantages in the middle and the bottom lane, but Ebby is significantly further ahead, 1,500 gold, and that tower is being brutalized. So both teams' strengths in different areas. It means how they move their fed plays around the map will have a gigantic influence.
I think it's so much easier, though, for a Zeri to have an impact in a game rather than a Cassante, right? Because Cassante can kind of isolate one target and try and take them down. As long as that target is not exit kick, you should be in relatively good spots here as SK, because how strong your just front-to-back team fight is. Even the fact you have DOS to try and interrupt Cassante going in. And now Marcoon is just trying to bully Jankos on this bot side because he knows, hey, look, we are winning this bottom half of the map.
Yeah, Evie and Irrelevant once again trading in that minion wave. Irrelevant not going to be able to get that secondary shot of the hook. Minion still helping out, forced to flash away from Evie. Next engage starting out inside the jungle. Jankos is engaged on by Certus. He hijacks the Nature's Grasp and throws it down. Hostile takeover keeps Jankos and Ruby inside the red pit. Marcoon's low, flashes away and stays alive. Exekik gets himself another as now Mercer and Jack Spectra step into the fray. Exekik's map the bailout! He manages to stay alive and escape. A double kill for SK.
The blinking health bars in SK, and they managed to make the play. Hopping over the wall, Marcoon stays up, Exekik's alive, and I mean, Irrelevant might not hold on to his tower for too long, though.
No, he's got a few seconds before his ultimate's available. Evie just trying to get that down. It's so close. It's 1,000 gold lead for SK. They've got themselves that single dragon, but more crucially, Zeri 3-0 and the mythic completed.
I mean, Immortal Shield Bow done for Exekick is going to be crucial in these upcoming fights as well. Already one dragon means that they continue to put pressure on towards this dragon area as well, but just a great engage here from Marcoon. He knows he is pushing bot, has actually got the stalemate in mid so Certus can move across. And then it's just easy for the follow-up. Ruby does a really good job here of trying to get as much damage as possible. Great positioning, so he's actually not under threat. But as soon as that hostile takeover hits, but he's got to go over the wall. And look there, doesn't actually manage to go over because Marcoon hits him with his own Arctic Assault. And now Ruby's stuck in the pit with everyone else.
Something else I didn't notice until the replay. There are so many wards from SK in this bottom quadrant of the jungle. With all the time that Certus and Marcoon have spent roaming down, threatening those dives, they set up the vision to have a very well-informed invade that obviously unlocks the ability for that fight and give them the advantage. 1 minute and 40 seconds until Dragon. I keep looking at the minimaps. Some of those wards are now starting to be cleared out. If SK invest champions towards, which is what it looks like, it may be conceding the top tower.
Yeah, I think you go for it and then you try and immediately go for the plays. I mean, they're even moving Irrelevant down towards this bot side. They want to try and go for a 5v5 and actually punish the fact Evi's on this top side, but Evi does have TP. So this actually won't be a numbers advantage if Evi's able to join them, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a quick TP in as this starts.
Tower is just about half HP. Teleport is available. Does it get channeled? Yes, it does. Prison comes out, insta-cleanse, no flash, and Jack Spectra is down. Evi's completed the TP inside the fray. Here comes Certus as well as Yankos. Dot's forced to bail out for himself, managing to escape for now. And all of a sudden, a couple members are rooted down. Evi jumps in for the connection. I keep waiting for more to follow up. And this time round, SK get the kill and they get away.
Honestly, the TP was a little late from Evi. He needed to get there as soon as that play was starting. If you see members go, just TP. You already got your win on the top side. And now Ruby.
Slowed down. Locked in place by the Hextech ultimatum. Emperor's Divide buys some time, but it's not enough. DOS secures the kill. 1-0-6. SK maintains some form of control.
And 30 seconds to the Dragon. I mean, this is great timing now. You get to reset. Ruby won't be up in time. No TP to get there either. So it means you've got this numbers advantage now that, again, Heretics can't play through. And once more, we're seeing Heretics, you know, the early game not quite going their way. We're going to have to see if they can maybe bring it back with Ruby in the later portion of the game. But right now, this is very much SK in control.
Now we get to see how SK play around those objectives. Starting to move towards this mid-game phase. Tower 1 has already fallen. Looks like this may fall as well. A number of wards from Heretics in the at least mid-lane river area. And with the Dragon up as well, there's a number of players moving around. Irrelevant's got his TP available, so he's going to try and push that top wave. Can jump in if needed. Needs to be quick on that trigger figure. And this is now where we get to see how can Marcoon and SK play around these objectives with a lead.
Yeah, I think once you see Ruby on this top tower, they'll immediately start up. You can see that's exactly what they're going to go for. Once you know that both TPs are burned on Heretics and they can't try and join in, you're going to be completely fine. So now with push in mid, they're totally fine to set this up. You can try and answer with Heretics here to get some control over the Rift Herald, but it looks like they're not even confident enough to go to that, knowing that Irrelevant is kind of sitting around there, seeing if he can pick people off.
I mean, Irrelevant is down 2,000 gold and 30 CS against his opposite number. That is somewhat mirrored in the bottom lane as Exekick is up 1,700 gold. So in terms of the team fights and how that's going to play out, those are the two threats you really need to be aware of and keep an eye on. And that is definitely something that Ebi will try to do, try and use that knockback ability to get rid of one of those threats.
Yeah, the biggest problem though is before you even get to those team fights, how do you try and control the map state, right? Because you're looking at Irrelevant, he's already got one item, he's working up towards the second one. Certus is really strong in a side lane as well, and Ruby just doesn't quite have the damage yet or even want to be in a side lane particularly.
Well, the river was controlled here by Heretics. They've thrown out the ultimate from Yankos, and that's already going to be a kill onto DOS. The bailout not helping. Irrelevant jumps over the wall, holding on to the ultimatum as Marcoon's already fired out that prison. 5 versus 4, and the Sand Soldiers are sent forward, chipping away at Irrelevant's health. Now Certus is the focus, targeted, forced to flash, piercing arrow, and one more tick. Heretics get 2, and they can peel back for that Herald.
And we talked about Heretics, how they like to make these picks happen before the fight kicks off. DOS takes that step too far forward, and suddenly Heretics pull the trigger, get mid-tower, they're going to get the Rift Herald as well, and that gold now is back in favor of Heretics.
I mean, it's just going to be an all-out brawl around the next few objectives. 3 minutes until that Dragon. SK have at least got 2 in their back pocket. But I think one of the things I noticed in that previous fight, just the safety with which Heretics can engage gives them a little bit more time to figure out their angles. Throw down that Nature's Grasp, force SK to scatter, and that's where they're finding their opportunities and punishing.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of SK were a bit slow to get there, right? You can kind of look at, okay, well, Xkick's trying to clear out mid. You've already got Dost who's starting to move into river area where he shouldn't really be without the help of Marcoon. Like, you have very easy to execute engages with Marcoon, even with Dost throwing an ultimate over the top, but and you don't even have to fully commit to the engage, but look where Dost is positioned here, right? You've got Marcoon and Dost as Evi already kind of settling them, separating them. They've come in one angle, but they're not moving as a team. You even have Irrelevant still down on this top or bot side, so by the time he gets into this fight, Dost is already out of the equation. And again, we kind of talked about the ability for Heretics to kite back, reset the fight. Well, they're doing exactly that, so they take it nice and slow. They know that SK have nothing left in the tank for them to actually turn the engage around, and once Certus goes low, great arrow from Jack Spectra to set up the burn from Jankos' Demonic Embrace to finish him.
I mean, SK was stepping into the darkness there. There was so much vision from Heretics in the river, nothing to speak of for SK. They get punished for it. They get punished and they lose their herald, they lose the gold, they lose a little bit of control. But it is still a very, very even game as far as the statistics are concerned in terms of the gold and the itemization. The only small advantage that SK have is 2 of those dragons in their back pocket, and they're starting to push this bottom lane, potentially pushing some vision into the bottom quadrant.
And that's the other advantage that SK have, right? They want to try and set up to keep this vision that they'd already established on the bottom side, which is why you're seeing Marcoon and Dost here. But if you actually look at where Heretics are, they're like, okay, if we can at least try and shove in mid here, get good control over that mid wave, then we can fall back and clear out all that vision. But they don't actually want to try and push too far past river here, just in case there's members of SK lurking in the dark.
Okay, 1.5 minutes to Dragon. Dagda, how do we see this one playing out? It feels to me, with those couple of wards inside that red buff area of Heretics, SK starting to cheat towards that area of the map.
I think SK have just learned from their mistake at Rift Trap, right? Already the minute 20, they're resetting. We usually see kind of 50 seconds is kind of your standard time to reset for these objectives. It means you get back out of the map, you can try and contest with vision, but SK have already got here. They already have their vision established. So now as Heretics, you're running through a field of red wards and they can catch you out.
They can indeed. Jankos has been pulled backwards, manages to get the slam down, chunked out a little from Exakick. Keep in mind as well, we are playing on that Hextech Rift. The reason I called it out with champions like Cassante and Camille, if they take one of those gates, come in from behind, there are more opportunities to consider. 30 seconds on the clock, midwave being pushed. Certus does have TP for this dragon.
And that's the thing, it's not only the map that can give you that access to the backline, it's also just the fact that there's so many wards for SK here that you can have a TP come in from Certus in behind enemy lines, but at the moment has been cleared out, but here we go.
Here's the engage, Hextech Ultimatum has been thrown down. Nature's Grasp buys a little bit of time. SK trying to focus Ebby. Not enough damage to secure the kill. Certus has teleported in, as has Ruby.
That is everything from SK though. I mean, you've already thrown Marcoon's ultimate, Doss's ultimate, Irrelevant has no ultimate as well. So now you're going to be looking at Certus. Can he steal an engage ultimate to set up this fight?
He's got the Nature's Grasp, but it has been stolen from Jankos. Dragon down to 6,000. Ebby chases forward. Certus hijacked ulti thrown. Dragon is now under control of Heretics. SK stepping back, kiting out. Hexgate has been used and Certus joining the rest of the squad. 5,000 hit points on the Dragon. Stepping into the river, looking for that engage.
The thing is though, Heretics have the range advantage and they're happy to use this. They're just poking and whittling down SK and the war of attrition will be won by Heretics.
I mean, I think this is kind of reminiscent of what we've seen from Heretics over the last 2 days. It's their play around the objectives. Their team fights are looking fairly coordinated.
But also just the way they play the map, right? Even in that situation, they had pushed mid. Therefore, midwave gets mid-tier 2. Now they already have that push as well, so they're starting to set up for Baron vision, but they might just pull the trigger on this. SK should be in a position to find this, though.
Do they know? Do they know? SK stepping forward. Baron's down to half. Mercer will spot them out, and Doss pulls him backwards. Ruby caught in the wall. He's taken out. Baron is now down to 2,000. It might have just been gift wrap. Smart fight available. Jankos secure. secures it for Heretics, but he's lost his mid laner. Now Jankos has been chunked out and chased down. Exekick stepping forward, firing all the bursts he can. Mercer's going to be the next target while Evie tries to escape. He turns the damage onto Marcoon, as here comes Certus. Will be able to deal some damage first. Flashes away. Marcoon's taking out Evie. Looks for another. He can find the 1v2. He's going to do it, not just yet. Evie's now going to be the target of Irrelevant. While that's going on, the tower's been taken out from the bot lane.
The new challenger approaches, though. Irrelevant wants to try and get it onto him. Certus looking to keep him in check. The all-out has run off, which means Evie doesn't have the same amount of damage.
Does he win this? Does he win this? Irrelevant has still got his ultimate available, as well as that flash. Chucks it out and should be an easy shutdown. 11 kills to SK. I think crucially, removing the Baron from 3 of the members will be very important, but we are still dead even on gold, and that time, Heretics got punished.
Yeah, that was a big mistake from Heretics. He didn't need to try and force the Baron, and especially Ruby just that little bit too far forward gets caught out. I think he was trying to bait, saying, hey, look, there's no way we're on Baron. I'm the Azir, I'm in mid lane, it's all fine, but ends up taking that step too far, and now Heretics at least should get an answer with bot lane turret, but this was a big win of just a lot of gold going over to SK. You see here, Ruby thinks he's safe with the turret, but Certus, great angle of attack there, failing the flash over the wall for Ruby as well, and even the flash from Certus there to block the dash over the wall from Ruby was really, really nice. And at this stage, it's panic stations for Heretics. They're like, hey, look, can we at least get something? Evie does a great job of getting Marcoon out of the back of the pit with the all-out, but there's just too many members of SK with too much follow-up for Heretics to actually make it out of there alive.
The question is, what does this do for the state of the game? We're now entering the 3-4 item phase. Both teams have got pretty strong scaling, pretty strong team fights, and it may just come down to execution, but just from a compositional standpoint, do you think either squad has the advantage?
I think it's a little bit easier now for Heretics to kind of set up both. Even though you got most of the Barons off, you still have this 5-man or 4-man unit that can set up with Evie in mid lane. You still have a decent front line. You're starting to get Jack Spectra coming online, Gwyntu's Rage Blade completed. You got Nashor's Tooth as well for Ruby. A lot of DPS and consistent damage that will be there. The only thing you've got to worry about, though, Exekick. Infinity Edge now completed, he's 4-0. Exekick is having a really good game, and he needs to be the one that steps up as the carry here.
Well, right now, he's in a position to do so. 4-0-2. Marcoon chases forward, throws out the ulti. It's Nature's Grasp square. Both squads hold in place, but Jankos stepping forward. Emperor's Divide from Ruby buys a little bit of time. He is taken out on the fray, though. Jankos running for his life as Evie has shunked down, forced out, and killed. Irrelevant. Exekick, the man that needs to step up, is doing so. Gets that shield, gets the kills, and now Evie is running for his life. Mercer has escaped, and he takes the Hextech out.
I don't know how Evie managed to take that before he got hit by something, but that was the fight that SK needed, and I love the fact that they immediately spot Exekick has Infinity Edge. This is where he's strong, and they go for that engage, catching people out on Heretics. You see it here, Ruby takes that step forward. They know he has no flash from that last fight, and Marcoon pins him down perfectly. As well here, Exekick just backs away that little bit to make sure that he's going to be safe, no real follow-up. Ruby goes in to try and make the big play, but SK kind of expecting it. Everyone steps away, and from this point forward, Exekick is just free hitting the entire time, and there's nothing that Heretics can do about it.
It is so hard to play those team fights out with all of the zone control and the AoE CC. I mean, you see those Nature's Grasp flying across. I think ultimately more value was gained on the SK's hijacked version, which allowed them to focus down these split up members of Heretics. They do have a small advantage. It's 20 seconds until the next dragon, 2-1, and we are just going to set up for another fight.
And I'm just looking for the stopwatch check. It's only Certus who has one available, so if someone gets caught, they are done for, and Marcoon might be just that. You do see the speed up coming through for Jack Spectra, but they don't want to commit there. Certus overextended a bit of mid as well.
And of course, there's not many summoner spells available really for anybody. I think Certus, any member here that has both available to him. Heretics inside the river as a 5-man stack. Jack Spectra has no flash, has no cleanse, in the middle of a potential SK engage.
SK are everywhere. They're surrounding them. They want to make sure they get on towards this Varus and Azir, but can they do it? Dragon going low.
Doss is going to be engaged on by Evie. Ruby goes forward as well with that sliding glide. Dragon secured by Heretics. It's a fight on multiple fronts. Doss will use the bailout to stay alive a few seconds longer. Irrelevant takes down Jack Spectra, and Certus is hunting Ruby. Evie's down. Ruby is the next target, and Jankos and Mercer running for their lives. They get the Dragon, they lose the fight.
The Hex Gates are coming through though. Exekick once more. He's going for Jankos.
Does he have the damage? Stepping forward with that burst fire over and over. The Ultra Shock Laser not going to be enough, and Jankos lives to fight another day.
Heretics, crucially though, did get the Dragon in between that, so 2 Hex Dragons across. Now, TP from SK towards the top side. They want to make sure they can get something.
No way.
What?
No way!
What?
He manages to take the gate!
Run!
Cue the Benny Hill music. Cue the Benny Hill music. Mercer will finally go down as Irrelevant is having a little bit of fun now on the end. Oh, 25 seconds to Baron. That's a smart call. Do SK set up? They've got a 4,000 gold lead. All of the kills from those 2 big team fights accelerating their itemization.
And especially when you have everyone here for SK up and available, this is where now you can start to have a little bit of problems. Certus is going to reset, so they want to make sure that they can finish off the Zonya's there, as also the Phoenix Konex coming in, and now they want to try and fight back once more against Heretics. Exekick has been playing these fights so well, and now he's got a GA on top of that as well. He can go so hard in this fight.
7-0-5 throughout the course of the game on that Zeri. He's played phenomenally, as the Baron will most likely be secured here. Heretics held in place by that hijacked ultimate. Chain of Corruption slowing down the engage. Irrelevance the target, bailout by some time, but it's Ruby that's got the damage this time around. That is a gigantic shutdown that will go over to Ruby. Gets the 1,000 gold from the kill and the shutdown. 2 Barons removed. And that's all of a sudden SK now playing defensive.
I mean, Ruby. Every time they need him to step up, he is taking over the game. Manages to catch Exekick just barely with a split call coming through from SK. And now, despite the Baron buff, they're the ones sieging.
28 seconds before Exekick is alive. DOS has been engaged on and the tower is disregarded. Ebby playing on that front foot. 20 seconds for Exa, 10 for Irrelevant. I think the inhibitor will be taken out. And once again, a swing in control. These team fights are completely unpredictable.
Evie is a different beast on this Cassante. Every single time he's stepping up, making these quick picks, making these plays, making sure that he can be a nuisance for SK. It will end up netting the inhibitor there for Heretics, but is this? Oh, they're going to try and catch them. Marcoon has no idea. He has the sweeper.
Caught out, held in place. The damage is there and he can do nothing about it. All of a sudden, Marcoon is down. 45-second death timers at 30 minutes on the clock, but there's no major objectives to play for. I think this will slow down any potential Baron push or lane's pressure.
And that's the big one, just making sure that they can't really get valid use out of this Baron. But you can see both of the Maokai ultimates going back and forth. It does lock up Ebby, but he's so incredibly tanky at the moment. Jack Spectre is in a great spot. Irrelevant tries to play that front line, but he's really not the one that can do it. And here, Ruby, great play. Exekick wants to try and dash over the wall, but you can see a bit of a mixed call from SK, right? Exekick was going forward, DOS was setting up for the ultimate, Marcoon is backing away to go over the wall. It's these kind of mixed decisions in the moment that are costing SK.
And that's the thing that we need to see refined. I think when you look at Heretics and how they play around those big objectives, they pull the trigger for the fight quickly and together. When Heretics have started and engaged, they have been punished by SK Gaming. And SK are now in a scenario where they've got a fair advantage as far as gold, but the game state, other than those super minions in the mid lane, is still fairly even.
The thing is, though, it's about summoner spells as well, right? No flash on Ruby, no cleanse on Jack Spectre, and 50 seconds until another dragon fight kicks off. When SK are doing the correct job here of just going, hey, we're going to barrow down mid, we can beat you to the punch, we have the Baron buff. It's Heretics who are going to have to blink, but right now, they're just staring down the base race.
Have we got the base race on our hands with Baron-empowered minions? It looks like Irrelevant is starting to recall. He cancels that one with a couple minions still to work with. SK will take out at least that inhibitor. Recalls from several members of Heretics and SK. Now, with that mid inhibitor secured, 20 seconds on Dragon, they're backing away.
But look where Jankos is. Hold on!
Ruby's gonna get caught out! Emperor's divided by some time, but Certus gets over the wall, knocks them back immediately. Ebby is taken out, Ruby is taken out, and SK, they're gonna look for the win!
Heretics split up! They tried to make the big brain play, but SK read it! You can see where Jankos and Jack Spectre were. They're trying to find the flank. SK said no! They're gonna go for the end!
Oh, this is unbelievable. Jack Spectre needs to pull off a miracle in a 3 versus 5 defense. The super minions are pushing into the base, and this has been a bloodbath throughout. 32 kills in 32 minutes, and it looks like more are coming. Jankos has been jumped on and been focused. Jack Spectre forced to flash away for his life. 2 members of Heretics standing as the minions are still up. They are still reducing their resistances, and the Nexus turrets are out. The champions are down, and SK Gaming take down Heretics.
SK Gaming step up huge here. Absolutely fantastic. That call at the end to call the bluff of Heretics, catch them in their jungle, was so crucial.
Unbelievable end to the game, but chaotic throughout. Skirmish, 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 throw everything at the opponents. And when you look at all those AoE CC abilities going down, whoever was hit by less ended up coming out on top.
Yeah, and I think the big core factor here as well is that you've got this immobile Varus versus Exakick, who's on this area, doing so much work in these fights. And I mean, shout out to SK, they did a really good job of protecting this rookie AD carry, making sure he could step up and actually deal the damage that he needed to. And every single fight, it was this area that was coming out on top.
I really, really like as well Marcoon on that Sejuani. It was something that we wanted to see, leading from the front, setting up those engages, and it worked out throughout the course of the game. Now sitting at 1 and 2, the fact that Heretics also at 1 and 2, they picked up that win against Astralis. Remember, there's only 2 more weeks of this regular season. Every single one of those wins is so crucial.
Yeah, especially a win over a team like Heretics. That people are kind of looking at going, you know, how high is the ceiling for this squad? What can we expect from them? A rough game from Heretics yesterday against Vitality, now again against SK. These wins really will make a big difference as to how these best of threes are going to look.
And of course, what's the answer to Ebby's Cassante, right? Still huge performance, huge laning phase. Unfortunately, wasn't able to pull it out throughout the course of those team fights. But SK, that is crucial. Very big win for them. And I think for Exakick, one of the players that there was a lot of expectations on. He's actually one of the nominees for your player of the game. You can vote at LEC on Twitter. And it is Irrelevant and Certus as the next 2 players. I really like that. I think crucial to acknowledge Marcoon helped set them up.
Yeah, massively so. I think Marcoon had a fantastic game. I think across the board, we saw big step-ups from SK, particularly as you say, the bot lane too. But, I mean, for Heretics, a little bit unfortunate, right? We start to still see just those little mistakes coming back to bite them.
And the scary thing is there's not a lot of time to adapt and to grow throughout the course of the next 2 weeks. So that rounds out their opening week here in winter, 1 and 2 apiece. We'll have to see how they develop and improve. I also want to see how the meta is going to evolve and grow, because we are seeing some different changes. So a few more games today. I'm waiting to see if Law is ready on stage. She is indeed. So let's head over to her for the post-game interview.
Thank you, Trev. Exakick, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking your first game in the LEC. Tell me about the last moments of the game. You had the National, rushing to the base. Tell me what was going through your mind.
I mean, we had Nash, and they didn't, so...
Easy,
it's just
easy.
This.
And they take the portal and then maybe
yeah, I don't know what they are doing. They were a bit griefing, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew like the TP guys would base, because they have TP, right?
Yeah.
And the other would say. But it was just a bit grief from them.
This moment, especially, if I may say respectfully, of course, for Team Heretics.
And then we were just like, just end.
The game was back and forth, though. Like, when did you know you were going to take this one? Even if you had the National, were you sure you could close out the game?
I think when we kill bot 2v2, when you double kill on Zeri, it's just GG, honestly.
GG,
like, this champ
honestly?
is broken. And their bot lane played not too aggressive, I would say. I think they could play not better, but like more aggressive.
More aggressive, okay.
We just took bad fights. Like there was one Drake setup, but that was very bad from us. And apart from that, I think we played good, and the Nash was good. I just wanted to fight a bit, and I got comboed by Ruby, so good job to him. But I think I should have 0 death this game, but it's fine.
It happens. You made it work in the end. And as you said, you guys played well today, a bit aggressive, I feel. And talking to Marcoon before the game, we were talking about what has been going well for you guys on in scrims and why it couldn't translate on stage. So what was different for you today? Tell me about the scrim experience also and how you managed to pull this one today.
I think in scrims we are like way different. I think we don't care because we are at the office, we are chilling, and we play like we always play, we play aggressive. And I think, I mean, I'm talking for myself and probably for the team as well, but on day 1, day 2, we are completely choking. Like, I think everyone that screamed us, they were like probably laughing because we were playing so bad. And I think today we just came in like, okay, we don't care. Just play like in scrims. I think we did it like 50%. I think we can play much better on bot and for everyone. And also like the comms day 1, day 2 were like so like was so boring when it screams like everyone is talking, like everyone is confident. We worry about ourselves and not about our teammates. And just that was the instruction from today from the coaches. Just play your game and be confident.
Yeah, be confident, and especially for you and Dust maybe, and you being one of the rookies in this SK lineup. Tell me about finally being here, but also bringing Dust with you, because you've been playing with him in the LFL as well.
I mean, it feels nice, right? I've been watching this since 2015, like the Fnatic roster. And yeah, it feels nice. I would love to win more, like today, and not lose like day 1, day 2, right? But it's very nice to have Dust with me as well, because we had a good synergy in LDLC and LFL. We won both splits, maybe not EU Masters, but we won both splits, and I just want to show the other bot lanes that we are good and we deserve our spots. And yeah, that's it. I just want to play a good League of Legends.
Play a good League of Legends.
Just like Hans, I think.
Yeah, I was about to say, which bot lane you want to face in particular, but I think
Hans
this
Mickey.
one is Chichu, Hans Mickey.
The best bot lane in EU or Western, like,
All right.
by far.
Next one's on the list. Exakik, merci pour l'interview. Thank
Merci à
you
toi.
so much. And Shox, back to you for more on that game.
Thank you very much. We also have someone else from SK here. Since they didn't win yet this weekend, we need to double up on the guests. We had Markoon also in the pre-game interview, so I guess it's a great follow-up. He already talked to it a little bit, but what in your mind worked better finally on stage?
Well, I think in scrims we realized that even if we fall behind, we're usually very happy still. We're still laughing, and I think we really tried to force this game that we're just staying happy and staying positive, I guess. So I think after I died, I was giggling a bit, and after we int, we realized, we said how we inted, blah blah, and we just move on.
Yeah.
And I think that worked wonders for us this game.
Is it one of those things where, because I saw you on the player cam laughing after you ganked top and died, was it awkward when you were laughing? Did people laugh with you? Was everyone just laughing, or was it just like dead silence afterwards?
I mean, I had to force myself a little bit because I was dying inside after that Cassante one-tapped me, but I don't think it was too awkward. It was just like, yeah, we
Okay,
inted, move on.
Good. Not a fan of Cassante?
Yeah.
No.
No.
This champion is an abomination, and I don't know what Riot is doing.
Well, it's quite strong, yeah.
So it's actually super impressive that you still won the game then, even though the Cassante was also pretty fed, also from the early points in the game. But there was a distinct switch in when you seemed to be able to take over the team fights. What was it in your mind that allowed you to flip the switch?
I think we just had to figure out positioning and team fights a bit. I think we were messing around a bit, especially at the third Drake. We were kind of awkward standing there front to back when we really want to flank. So after that, we realized, oh, we really need to make sure our Silas and Camille are able to get to the back line. And once we figured that out, team fights felt a lot easier.
Yeah, and looking at the draft behind us, Sejuani, Maokai, just met the junglers. Is there a reason why you didn't pick up something like the Lulu earlier on in the draft? I don't know how much impact or voice you have in it, and you went for the Sejuani instead, and then dropped it over to them?
Or
let me think. Maybe I don't want to reveal too much, but
True.
We just think Silas there is a pretty good pick.
Yeah.
And also it's a huge comfort pick for Certus, right? He loves to play Silas, so we just lock it in. Thought it would be good.
Tell me about the sequence where you ended up getting the Baron, but then losing the fight, and then you push into their jungle, and all of a sudden you find Ruby and Jankos. It seemed like a pretty hectic couple of minutes, but luckily it worked out.
Yeah, at the Nash we had the same problem, right? We didn't actually have a flank when we started. They kind of just walked in, and we wanted to finish it. But then we didn't realize that we actually didn't have flanks, so we should disengage. So we kind of went for the fight half, and we lost it. And then we realized that we still had decent tempo on the map, so we just looked for a pick in their bot side, and then they took the portals.
Yeah, I think we're going to see in a second a lot of the early fights around the bot side of the map. And was it one of those things that when you went top, it fell apart, the gank, you got a double kill, Cassante's 2-0. Is it about just transitioning everything to bot side now? Did you say, okay, new game plan, not going top again?
What's this BM replay where Markoon misses his ult?
Did you dirty on the first one?
Yeah, that's rough. But I mean, I think after my bot lane solo kill, I think they 2v2 killed us where out, so we knew Zeri was a bit strong. And yeah, I think after Cassante gets a double kill like that, he's a bit unkillable. So I kind of just told Joel or Relevant in the top lane, hold on, buddy, I'm gonna go bot.
This fight was huge as well.
Yeah.
Landing the ult, landing the Maokai onto their Baron siege. Do you think this was a mistake from them that you capitalized upon by just going 5-man bot, just saying, you know what, we can just engage on them here?
Yeah, I think they had no flashes here on both mid and AD. So once they walked up to the tower, I think we kind of just could go, and we went and looked good.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. I believe we might have your voice comms in just a second, but to set us up for that, in general, you already said it, right? Sometimes positioning, we need to figure out communication as well. Actually, it is ready, so let's listen first, and then we can talk about it.
They're on bot.
Yeah,
we have Nash, we have Nash. Just go mid,
Yes.
Our wave is already hitting.
Push top, maybe push top.
Base race. No,
push top. Base race.
Base race.
Yeah, base race.
I'll need to tank.
Actually, are we fast?
Maybe one guy should base though and buff wave.
I think I base. They're basing.
now.
No, Renata is the one basing.
I don't have
They're basing. Just go to Drake now. Go to Drake.
Go to Drake.
Go to Drake.
Guys,
maybe they didn't all base. Okay, be a bit careful.
Yeah.
Check this.
Only Cassante, check. Oh.
Varus is still there.
Varus is still there, guys. Can we collapse on it?
They're probably here though. Probably the TP is based.
Hey, look here. Look. I want to ult him.
Go.
Nice, guys. Azir flash.
And mid.
Nice, guys. Wave.
Hey, focus.
Guys, focus.
That was a lot calmer than I
What is this?
expected. The last thing you hear is just, what is this? Let's end. I know you couldn't hear that, but you probably can't remember either, but it was very calm. They just portal came in,
yeah,
they were
you
like,
can't hear
look at this, guys.
I think the moment they portaled, we knew they messed up.
It was at this moment they knew.
Yeah.
They screwed up,
But also good, finally, that you got a win on the board. And we were talking about it before we went live. You were saying, this is actually crazy. It goes so fast. If you lose this one, you're 3 games down already, and then you only have 2 weeks and 6 games. It's mental.
Yeah, it's a bit brutal. I mean, if you go 0-3 in the first week, I think it's just looking very rough, right? Because you don't have a lot of scrim days as well to fix the problems that you obviously have because you went 0-3. And 1/3 of the LEC regular season was always just gone.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You have 2/3 left to fix all your problems with less scrim days. So, yeah, I'm really happy that we got a win on the board and don't start 0-3.
And I think it's on the same patch as well. So if you've had a bad read coming into this week, I think next week you're on the same patch, so you're going to have to figure things out again. But when he puts it in perspective with words, it's 1/3 of your split is gone now, and you're 0-3. You need wins now.
Yeah, it's crazy. We were talking earlier today about kind of what the stacked role is, or the most stacked role in EU, and the analysts all said jungle. Do you agree? In terms of like the quality of the players, that is, right?
I'd have to think a bit about the other roles, but probably, yeah. I mean, I think AD in Europe is also pretty good.
Oh, they said not on the list at all.
The reason we said that, because on the list, the role is just so... it's great to just one-shot an enemy carry and just see them rock up to a fight fed and die instantly. And that's Zeri who's just zooming around, one-shotting everyone. Yeah, we didn't really say AD carry. We said mostly jungle support.
Yeah, no, but I think jungle's pretty good. I mean, 2 imports coming from the Asian regions, you know, Malrang and Bo, I think they're both performing very well. So yeah, I would say jungle has gotten pretty strong this year.
Yeah, do you think they're really leveling up or have the ability to level up?
I think they already have leveled up, and I think actually European junglers will probably learn from their playstyle. I mean, I think for me, I was looking at Melvin last year when he was running him out the map, killing everyone. I was looking at that, like, what can I take from that, and trying to learn from it.
All right, final question, Markoen. Completely different environment for you. I know Laura asked it already, but when you kind of look at your goals, not just of course, with the team, you'd want to get to playoffs and you got it as far as possible, but in terms of how you want to grow as a jungler, what would you say is, on your task list?
I mean, I think now that I'm in a bit more less experienced team, I think I have to develop my skills as a leader. I think right now I'm not too confident in my skills as a leader, to be honest. I think I still have some stuff that I need to figure out on how to be, I guess, as calm as possible for your teammates in comms and just really make sure that they are fine in the game as well with a good game plan, and you just make sure that they are comfortable with what you want to do in the game. And I think for me, that's what I want to work on the most, especially in this team.
Okay, cool. Kato, where do you see SK going from here?
Only upwards, hopefully. But it's a very stressful task of like taking that burden of responsibility. You know, because you're quite a young player. You've only been competing a year and a half now in the LEC.
Yeah, it's actually nuts.
To just be the most veteran player on that lineup is just shocking to me. Where it's just you are the only person who can take this mantle because of your role, and you have to learn it now. It just feels a bit stressful.
Stress, dude.
No pressure.
It's especially because last year I'm playing with 4 other players who have like 10x my games in LEC, all of them.
Yeah.
So now, yeah, it's a big switch.
Your bot lane's debuting, Irrelevant came in a little bit last year.
But I like it though, it means that you can really set yourself apart right now this year. So we're looking forward to that. Congratulations to SK. The first win on the board, and after the break, we'll head over to BDS versus XL. Be right back.
moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back, everyone. Time for BDS versus XL. BDS got one win on the board. Yesterday, they won versus SK. XL, however, still chasing their first win. And I gotta say, when we saw the lineup and when we had already checked on the first day, we were all very carefully excited about what this XL lineup could do because of the combination of players, right, Goldberg? So that really hasn't played out so far. Why do you think that is?
Well, first of all, you talk about the first matches they had. One of them, I think, was the biggest question mark they played against would be G2, because they kind of come in with a new roster as well. Yes, it's new veterans. Either way, G2 came out the gate swinging, and XL dropped the game. Yesterday, they were playing against Koi, and I think that's the one where you didn't actually expect them too much to win. Koi already had that pre-built synergy. So I think for XL, the reason why they've looked like they've struggled is because they've played against the top teams of our league so far.
Yes, but what then didn't work out? Because you have to expect that you can show at least something, right?
Exactly, and I think it comes down to some of those team fundamentals that, for example, Koi had in the beginning, right? Objective setup was still a bit struggling. I think they actually did it a bit better in the game against Koi. Granted, they didn't get too much playtime against G2, but I think it's these fundamental in terms of how they interact with each other. We saw it in the team fights as well. We saw it in some of the 2v2s in the bot lane.
Yeah.
There are small dents where it just didn't really work out yet.
Yeah, you know, you talk about the bot lane not exactly going their way a couple of different times in the 2 versus 2. I mean, this was a constant issue for them. At the same time, you're probably playing against the 2 best bot lanes, dare I say. Maybe it's too early with Hans and Mickey, but the way they've been playing has been class so far here. But also, I think, especially in that Koi game, when it came to the draft, they maybe put themselves in a bit of a narrow way to win out their games. There was a lot of single target damage, the Ahri, the Vi, pick potential, not as easy to execute in team fights.
Yeah, but we also walked away from the game yesterday saying they could have won that one, right?
Sure.
It was super close against them. They almost beat the Cassidy in after 16 as well. So it was a tough task cut out for them in that instance. And once again, I want to take it back to what I said. It's the small things. It's about how do we take out these team fights. It's about how do we make a lead in the early game and transition it into the mid to late game. And I think those things will come automatically. I'm not ready to just let this ship kind of sink just yet. It's certainly still above water, and I think it can thrive.
Yeah, expectations, like they were not the favorites heading into those games. They have the names that maybe they could have gotten a win, and that could have been important. But one thing I would like to continue tracking moving forward in terms of early game is what is Xerxes going to look like, right? He was playing the Vi. I don't think he got as active early on as I would have liked to see. I think in the first like 15 minutes, he had like one ult play that actually resulted in something for his team. But especially for Vito coming after a year of playing with Zanzara and just getting spam ganks mid lane all day long, I personally think that's the way to unlock him. And I'd like to see Xerxes take a more proactive approach in the early game.
I would already honestly rather love to see them do what SK just did. Vito had his standout games when he was playing the Silence and he was playing champions that had agency, that let him use the raw mechanical power he had as a player. So having your jungler like Cersei be a more supportive jungler, go on the Maokai, go on the Sejuani, and try and build up a jungle mid duo to actually get advantage or advantages on the rest of the map would be great, because I haven't really seen all too much of Vito just yet.
So you're saying it's not necessarily, from some teams we see that we have the early invades and the early spam gangs and whatever. You just have to cater your plan a little bit more to your strengths, and they're trying to figure out what those are.
Exactly, right? Because we're talking, it's 5 players coming from 5 different teams, a lot of veteran power here as well. Like, they're all going to have different ideas of how to play, but they have to figure that out very quickly. I presented one idea. They might have a completely different read after this weekend, but they're going to have to make it come in quickly because there's only 2 more weeks after this.
Yeah, Markoon was just talking about it. It's so crazy. It goes so fast. A highlight has been Odoamne. We got to stay up in that top lane, but we had a bit of a discussion earlier about how it doesn't always matter. We just saw it. That Cassante was so fed. Do you think that's something they should prioritize?
I think it's something that they're looking to prioritize. Just going off from the first 2 games and how Odoamne has been talking in interviews, he kind of wants to redefine himself a little bit. He doesn't necessarily want to be that weak side anymore. He wants to be the one that wants to take charge for his own, right? And we've seen it in the game so far when he was playing Cassante against Broken Blade, finding 1v1 solo kills, even in isolated scenarios where his team is not helping him. We saw it on the Renekton yesterday too. And I think we are looking at a style of Excel where they want to make it more topside focused. They want to be able to give resources up there. So I am looking at Odo once again today, specifically because he's going up against Adam too. And that's 2 top laners that don't mind actually getting the lead for themselves.
I have zero doubt in my mind that Odoamne is the stronger player coming into this top lane matchup, but I don't think we are in a region where you can 1v9 out of the top lane. Maybe that's an option for some LPL teams, but that is not how we roll here in EMEA. And I just think there has to be someone else stepping up for this team.
Just so I'm interpreting it correctly, is it because the top laners aren't strong enough to get that going, or is it because the teams don't play around their top laner enough to get the win off of the top lane lead?
I think historically EMEA teams are very weak at actually using split push as a win condition, actually threatening inhibitor towers, threatening to break open the game in that way. Apart from again 2019 G2 is the only team that immediately comes to mind as someone that could do that. Yeah, in terms of team fighting, you're playing top lane. You're not playing mid lane or AD carry, the heavy damage dealing roles.
But I actually think we have a meta right now that allows you to try and develop a top lane style if you want to, just because we've seen the Jax as well. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the 1-3-1 that we saw of old. It's kind of outdated playstyle nowadays. It's about maintaining pressure, move around the enemy on the map, and then it's called shifting when you move it down and you can get a man advantage. And that's really good in terms of setting up for the objective. So if you get a top lane ahead, he requires 2 people to answer him on side lane. You TP in then to go for the objectives. Those are the kind of things we want to see from some of the top laners. And we are early in our season, right? It's only the winter split. So if Odo is really adamant and wanting to become the kind of top laner that can rival international competition, I mean, this is a decent start and you can try and build it up. Because to answer your question, I think it goes down to the team thing. Because we've seen them solo kill. We just haven't seen them be able to translate it further.
Yeah, and as you say, you know, even though it is a whole season, right, and you have like the better part of a year, I just don't think any of these players are looking at it like that. Like, it's right. You don't want to fall out of that top 8.
No, you want to win the winter split.
You want to win the winter split immediately. When it comes to BDS, though, let's roll into them. We already mentioned the top lane matchup. I was trying to not trigger people by saying we had a delay, but now they can see the players doing that.
Guys, the players just really wanted to play hacky sack, so I'm sorry we had to accommodate for their comfort.
Also,
can we get some of those too? We can just like throw it around like, it's your point here, you get to talk.
It's a peripheral issue, by the way. Sometimes also players apparently went to the bathroom when, you know, they weren't supposed to.
This is a real thing. As a former referee, half of your job is just making sure they don't leave to go to the bathroom 5 minutes before they have to be on stage. It's very hard.
I'm just saying. Hold your pitchforks at some points. Regardless, though, let's talk a little bit about BDS. When you look at everything, I think also because of the historical precedent of, sadly, BDS not doing very well across 2022. They got 1 win on the board, which I think for them is like golden.
That's already 1/3 of what they did in summer, all right? So this early into it, we're on a good track from the side of BDS. But I think as a team, they have already developed from what we saw last year. Last year was a disaster, and I don't have a better word for it, sadly. And this year, they are actually coming in with pieces that can work. Crowny has been having his shining moments. Even Nuke in the mid lane on the Azir has had his highlights, where I was actually quite surprised that they were able to bring this out. And then Shio, he's a rookie, but despite the level of play that he's up against, it's not necessarily because we've been able to see that. I think from what expectations we had going into BDS, they're matching them and they're setting themselves up to succeed them as well at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know, because at the same time, it's like, who did they beat? It was SK, right?
Yeah, but those are the teams you at least
that's
want
true.
them
No,
to beat,
you
right?
absolutely have to be competing against them. So I'm trying to like take what were like the key takeaways of what worked well. Go
SK
ahead.
won though, so
true.
You know, it's about who's going to be Fnatic.
Sure, they didn't play G2.
Oh my god, we have the reverse move now. Everyone beats everyone, and in the end, Fnatic loses.
No, but okay, so what I was really trying to say after setting that up was, this was a very close game between them and SK. Yeah. A very back and forth. It wasn't like one team got like a huge advantage out of the early game. And what worked for them, I think, was a lot of Nuke in the skirmishes on the roams. That seemed like something that was very up there. But that's something that I'm not sure is easy to replicate, right? On the Akali as a pick. Finding those opportunities. Like, are you going to have a more volatile early game that makes it way harder to play towards top or towards bot in the mid game? That's where things get a little more dicey.
But I also think it's where do we define success for BDS? Because in my opinion, I think if they can make top 8 and build off that going further in, that's the first step for them. That's already a success from what you've achieved in the LEC so far. So that's why I said as well, according to the expectations we had of BDS as a roster, not as a team that's going to win the title, that's why I was so impressed with what they came out with from the beginning, because we have seen some teams struggle with a meta read. And yes, Adam brought out the Olaf, it did not work, but I think that's healthy to have already in your first game, to be like, we can keep this in the bag. Let's not bring it out every time.
Everybody knows he loves it, though, so it's not really a trump card.
Where's the Darius? Lob it in there with everything else.
Yeah.
No, I think for me, like, honestly, I could care less, like, looking at our teams like I could care less if like what the result, like, are they winning, are they losing? Like, I actually don't care if they beat SK or they lost SK yesterday. I'm looking at like what were like the key takeaways from that match, and even in their matches against harder opponents as well. So again, I would just like to put a little focus on Nuke as a player for what he was able to accomplish, and see, is that something they will latch on to in drafts? Because it's very likely teams find something in this first week that works, and they try to keep running that in weeks 2 and 3 to make it top 8. fate.
And in the same vein, if you're BDS and you're coming off a win and you're someone like Nuke who, you know, he is still on that roster and very much built around him in a way, right? You have a Crownie who's very much looking to cement himself again as one of the best ADCs in the league. Hopefully, that's obviously in his aspirations. And you're looking at the other side and you're saying, Patrick, oh, well, you're supposed to be this superstar player. It's not working out. Maybe we target that. Viteo, it's not got to be easy for him. The fact that he hasn't been able to show himself whatsoever in these first 2 games, that stings in your ego. So perhaps that is a window for BDS into this game, and they should definitely approach it from eagle footing. I think it's pretty 50-50 when I look at how these teams have played.
I do wonder like what the ideas that BDS have coming into this game. I mean, really all our teams say it's day 3, right? It's in terms of like your prep coming into the week, yeah, you had all off season, but realistically that Saturday match is what you're thinking of first, right? You're probably thinking maybe a little bit about Sunday. I doubt these teams have thought too much up until last night about what is going on and what their game plan is going to be here. So to me, it would make a lot of sense if they tried to replicate Sunday's performance.
But I also think if there was one thing I wanted to compliment with BDS, it's the fact that they were flexible. You saw the Heimer Jhin bot lane come out in the beginning, didn't really work, into the Caitlyn Thresh lane. And while I think there is some build optimization that could come through from some of the players in terms of how they really level up their game plan from a different point of view.
So nicely. Build optimization.
Exactly. So I gotta be the
So Crownie built a lot of life steal.
Yes, I am talking about a few of them. There was also the Warmugs, not Warmugs, but the Thornmail and the Executioner's Calling on the opposite side, though. But it was just a fun game to watch from that optimization point with the builds. But I think in terms of the champions itself, they bring out, they want to experiment. They want to be aggressive. And I'd rather have a team in the early game come out and just completely die because they overforce than have them completely die because they did nothing.
Yeah, now just to quickly follow up on those builds. Obviously, like the Gnar stuff, the double.
We gotta toss.
No time. Thank the Lord. Let's
go. By the way, thank you to Deft for rating the LEC channel. All the Deft viewers, you're very welcome here. Maybe I hope this is a good game to introduce you to the LEC stream. But it's time for BDS versus XL. I hope over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Sharks. Welcome back to the Caster Desk. I'm Quickshot, joined by Dagda. We're moments away from introducing Team BDS and XL. And as we get ready for the players to walk out, I immediately want to turn to Dagda and ask you, what are the expectations you have for the draft? I think let's start with Team BDS. When I look at their drafts, the Olaf, the Aatrox, the Akali, Jhin, we're seeing, what was it, the Thresh in the bottom lane. A little bit surprising. You may have to hold that thought because the players are walking out. Thank you so much, Berlin and everybody around the world. Gonna come back to Dagda. Team BDS, slightly different style of approach to the draft.
Yeah, I think it has a very clear philosophy though, right? When you look at like, hey, we're gonna go for Jhin, Heimerdinger, we're gonna go for the Caitlyn. We wanna try and have these pushing lanes that can try and push in, keep themselves relatively safe and be fine on their own. Because when you look at Shio in the early stages, he's playing towards the aggressive picks, the Aatrox and the Olaf, for Adam in that top side. He's trying to make sure that he can kind of settle into this top side of the map well, and then he'll start to give his attention down towards Crownie and Labrov.
Of course, for XL, they have lost 2 games already, but almost to G2 and Koi. The Ahri not having the impact we were looking for. What do you want to see from XL adaptation-wise today against BDS?
Yeah, one of the big things for me is that I've noticed XL have just had very low damage compositions, especially yesterday when we saw, okay, Lucian Nami usually goes well, but immediately lost out in the 2v2. Well, then you're only relying on an Ahri to try and carry, or we saw the Syndra that's actually been banned away coming in for XL as well. I want to see something that was paired, alongside a Poke Varus. So I want to see something that can actually be more consistent damage coming from both the mid lane and us the bot side, just giving yourself options to bring it back into the game when they do fall behind.
And I think for XL, I'm also looking at this game to see the players live up to some of the expectations we had for them. I think Anticipation and hope was high for XL to perform this winter, but against G2 and Koi didn't necessarily have the impact they were looking for. And yesterday was a competitive game against Koi. Both of these squads have actually lost to Koi this weekend. Now we need to see what XL and BDS will do on the Rift, as Syndra, Yuumi, Heimer, Ryze, Lucian, and Silas are banned away. Maokai has been one of those high priority picks. Zeri is still open as well. We need to see what direction they're going to go. If BDS continue the trend of playing maybe to comfort in their own style, a little bit away from the meta.
I think it'll be the Maokai that they end up locking in. I think Maokai is incredibly strong. I think Shio's been very, very good at, finding success in stabilizing his lanes when things do go a little bit awry for BDS. I was going to say he played the Sejuani yesterday, but actually surprised to see that they prioritized that. I think you could more than expect XL to be happy to take the Maokai, and I think they were kind of expecting to have that trade coming through here, which is why we're seeing a kind of bit of question marks going across as they try and figure out. But I think, take the Maokai here. You can always go for the Zeri in that bot side if you want as well, and then just look for something like the Yuumi in that third rotation.
Of course, that Zeri will tick the box in my mind for that consistent DPS, something that you're hoping to see from XL. Maokai has been locked in, not a huge surprise, but the question is what comes next. And also, what does Shio want to pair with this Sejuani? I'm going to see some of those AP mages in the middle lane, as Patrick will be locking in the Varus. So if he goes on hit, maybe Dagda will be happy. Depends on the rest of the comp, of course.
Yeah, it definitely depends on the rest of us. That's kind of my biggest worry, is that you need to have something that can provide a little bit more stability here. Seeing the Caitlyn Lux immediate lock-in, though, means we will get the Karma here. Varus Karma has kind of come out as the go-to in a lot of situations, push and answer for Caitlyn Lux. It means he's very, very difficult to actually try and push in that wave, especially when you go for the poke and the lethality style of Varus. So should be totally fine for XL, but I think this does lean then into, what does Video want to try and play in this mid lane? Because his most played last year was the Silas, but he needs to step up as a more kind of consistent damage carry. So maybe something like the Victor that he played last year could be the plan.
Could be very useful, especially with all the CC and zone control available on XL's roster. But exactly like you said, Dagda, Team BDS's kind of identity approach to their first weekend of games. Get that pushing bottom lane, try to shove in. The Thresh was a little bit of an anomaly, and now we've seen the Lux this time around for Lebrov. XL taking their time on this phase 2 ban. Will remove Renekton from the pool. Deny that one from Adam, and Adam's one of those top laners that you kind of know what his pool is, but you don't know when he's going to dip into it.
Yeah, which is nice now for Auto Omni, because he will be able to get the counter pick that I imagine they're going to leave from here on last pick red side. You can go for a bit more of a blind pick here for Video if you want to just go towards the Victor, especially with like the Ryze gone. Chances are Nuke will answer with an Azir, but Jay's going to be the takeaway there. So it looks like maybe Adam's eyeing up something like the Nar pick that XL may just look to ban away here.
Let's find out what happens in this next little moment. For the time being, really, really interesting and slow approach to the draft, because both sides, the priorities being a bit skewed, shall we say. That Sejuani throwing things a little kilter. The Kassadin will be the ban away by XL, closed up by the Nasa, reading into that one for the moment. Asante still up and available. Direction does XL want to go? If they lock in their top lane now, leaving counter pick for Vito in the mid lane, which is one of the players that want to see him have a larger impact on the course of the game. Going to flip around this last second here, Dagda. What do you make of the pace of this so far? Because it does feel very drawn out.
Yeah, I think the big reason was I think XL were expecting the Maokai to go over, and now they're trying to readjust to figure out exactly what the game plan will be. Oh, they're going to go for the Jax though, which I think is definitely a bit of a different look for Auto Omni. We usually think of him going towards, I mean, we saw like the tanks hovered already, but I like the Jax. I think Jax is an incredibly strong spot, especially since the rework. He is just a menace when he actually gets going, and even the fact that you've got that ultimate giving you a bunch of armor and magic resist, if you can hit multiple people, means you can be such a threat. But you talked about the Adam champions that we're immediately going to get.
I mean, exactly. Darius nearly immediately into that Jax. Considering Odo's got over 550 professional games, he's only played Jax twice before. This will be the third time. Both of those were victories. Akali was now locked in for Nuke, and Vito's got to find what does he run into it.
Yeah, I feel like an Azir is a bit of a no-brainer here. It makes it very hard for the Akali to try and play into the team. Also very difficult then for something like a Darius to try and play into it. But there's been whispers of Twisted Fate trying to play in. But again, if you're going to go for this like poke-style Varus in the bot side, you are now heavily reliant on Odo to be that other side of the coin when it comes to the DPS in these team fights.
Unbelievable. So TF now locked in. some pick power available, split push power available. Dagda, how do these two teams win with their respective compositions?
I mean, the big one you're going to be looking at here is going to see, hey, can we actually get Video out of this mid lane to try and play for side lanes? Now, at the moment, it looks pretty good. Akali, not exactly a massive threat when it comes towards push or priority in these early stages. So I think we're going to see Video playing heavily towards Auto Amne, trying to punish Adam. And that has kind of been a lot of the choices that we've seen teams go for when playing up against BDS. We saw Shigenda get this massive lead, thanks to Malran going for a quick gank into the top side as well as Koi. So I imagine it's going to be a case of, hey, keep Adam in check, set our Jax up as that secondary DPS, and then try and go in towards the late game where we're playing side lanes properly, getting down towers, and making the map uncomfortable for BDS.
And the man that's going to be responsible for that will be Vito on that Twisted Fate. What sort of impact will he have on those side lanes? And also, what level of control will we see out of Adam in the top lane? We know he likes to play forward. We know he likes to get in everybody's face. But against a Twisted Fate and a Maokai, that is also an opportunity to be punished. Team BDS taking on XL. Let's load up onto Summoner's Rift. Oh, Dagda, we've got a brawl. Hit him! In the bottom lane. Little bit of a poke back and forth. And this actually is a good start here because I want to focus on these two duo lanes for the moment. Crowny and Lebrov leaning into this heavy push style of play. They are still going to be sticking around. I don't think a big fight will break out. Let's find out as Odo steps forward. Doesn't find the stun, and everybody now will start to disperse. But as I was mentioning, Crowny and Lebrov, they do have shown a penchant for pushing lanes 2 of the 3 games with those duos. They are going to be trying to get some control, but into a Varus Karma, it is going to be very difficult. Both lanes have got exceptional wave clear.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult too. I mean, Karma basically walks up, Qs the lane level 1, and then from that point on, Labrov just really finds it difficult to try and match that push, especially just because the Karma, her Q is up about 2 seconds quicker than Labrov's E is, and also does more consistent damage. You're not even including the fact you've got access to the Mantra Q as well, so it becomes very hard to try and get push in this wave. So already you can see Targamas immediately Qs that wave, and you've already got that push going. The big question for me, though, is kind of looking like, how does this then impact Crowny and Labrov? Because for Shio, he needs to come down and try and break the hold that should be there, but actually, good job here from BDS.
So much damage onto Patrick. Cleanse already used. Crowny will turn the damage around onto Lebrov. He's got that flash available to him. Shio now waiting in the wings. Flashes over under the tower. Patrick gets away. Targama still under threat. Nobody dies just yet. 1, 2, 3 summoner spells used for Exil's bottom lane. Only the one from Lebrov and Crowny.
I mean, that was really well played by Targamas. Doesn't get baited in by Labrov going, hey, you know, maybe you can kill me, you flash after this, because he was aware that chances are Shio was going to go for some sort of weird play. Doesn't quite get the kill, but does give the advantage to BDS. They'll get to crash the wave, they'll get to set up, and that was the big win for Shio on that play.
Is it fair to say that Patrick and Targamas have been bullied a little bit in the opening levels of their previous games, and this time they at least have their lives?
I mean, it definitely has been, right? I mean, they went up against Mickey and Hansama. They immediately ran afoul of the level 1 of the Heimerdinger. They also end up 2v2 killed yesterday by Koi as well, but at the moment at least, they did play that bot lane fairly well. Just unfortunate that they had to give up so much CS thanks to Shio getting involved.
I mean, the reason that I asked that question is the expectations now for Patrick and Targamas. They will need to develop and be able to stand toe-to-toe with those two respective teams. They get away with their lives this time around, but no summoner spells. And they've got to be very, very careful. The light binding will connect. That's a lot of burst damage. Flash forward, first blood. Crowny and Lebrov. Targamas cannot reply back. 1-0 BDS.
And I mean, it looks like the trend is kind of continuing. Targos and Patrick haven't really found a good footing in these bot lane scenarios. Now, obviously going up against G2 and Koi, like two of the best bot lanes that the LEC has to offer, that is going to be a big struggle. But Crowny and Labrov, thanks to Shio, finding that success now against XL's bot lane as well.
And I mean, that's the thing that XL, if you start to see these trends, need to be aware of, need to factor into their gameplay. Odoamne is being shoved in very deep, apprehended backwards, and a lot of damage from Adam.
And now you got both sides of the map losing for XL. We said, hey, look, Patrick is trying to step up to be, you know, a bit more of that damage, has gone for the poke fire. It's not going to have that consistent damage. Now your Jax is getting bullied as well. And I mean, this is just really good play from Labrov and Crowny. Fake the reset, so XL's bot lane thinks they can get the push out. And this is just the power of the Caitlyn looks. The second you land that CC, it's lights out for the enemy AD carry.
Such a great combo. There's minions stepping forward. Clear, easy shot for Labrov. That will give Crowny a 600 gold lead for now. He's already picked up that Ninquiver, returning back to lane. I think for that top lane, a lot of CS secured. The wave has been shoved all the way back to tower. Adam will make his way back up there.
I think the big one here is as well the fact that Adam has actually gotten good control on this top side, despite the fact Shio went for that early level 2 gank bot. Cersei hasn't really got in. Yes, he has a CS advantage, but a CS and a Maokai isn't really going to mean too much. I now need to see Cersei try and actually stabilize both his bot and his top side a little bit to make sure they're good. Odo does have a good CS lead though, able to pick up all those creeps under the tower, so at least focus should be on bot side for XL at the moment.
And of course, both of these respective top laners, different story for the champion picks. Odoamne, this is his 3rd ever Jax out of 550 games. For Adam, on the other side of the rift, there's about 140, 150 odd games. He's got 11 of them with Darius, and he's won 7. It's one of those picks that is a bit of a signature one. He's got himself pentakills with that particular champion, and I think if he's able to be unlocked and get the resets on that Nox and Guillotine, can absolutely take over games. But I do want to keep an eye on the vision. I want to keep an eye on how far he pushes into Odo, because there is a player that does tend to be punished. But for now, this is a game just about bottom lane. Dagda's Labrov has been caught out, knocked backwards. Shio arrives, it's a little bit late. Patrick with a kill.
I'm surprised that that went as well as it did for XL. I was about to praise Shio, right? He got that deep ward, has a ward as well, just to the blast cone there. So they're trying to make sure they can keep those advantages bot side. But Labrov, I mean, you spotted Maokai over the ward. Maybe he was caught up by the water walking Cersei had, but just completely out of position there and punished really well by XL.
Yeah, nicely done. Labrov, he needed that flash away from Targamas during that trade earlier to stay alive, and the fact it's down means he's punished.
And this is what I was talking about, right? Cersei does get spotted, and this is why you can see Shio reacts really well. He's like, cool, I'm going to move up, but you can see the water walking and the speed up off the crab. Seems like he just caught Labrov out of position. There was no need to try and go for this. Like, Shio would have been able to just play safe there, make sure that you're able to push that wave in, but instead gives that advantage across to XL. Then they get Dragon, they get a kill onto Patrick to help him kind of work out the fact that he's a Noon Quiver down. So this is really good now for XL.
Yeah, that kill is very, very important in Patrick's back pocket. It's only a 400 gold difference, despite the fact that that lane has been bullied and pushed back. But I do think Xerxes showing his face down this bottom lane, Shio again, both teams committing to the duos for now, as both Adam and Odo continue to just trade back and forth. They've hit their respective level 6s, as has Vito. So I want to keep an eye on how he plays and how he uses that Destiny, as a potential 2v2 is being set up. Shio's going to get bullied and pushed back just a little bit. I don't think the damage is there. Labrov will join the fray. Prismatic goes out. Xerxes locked in place for the time being. A perfect execution from Nuki gets the kill. There was a solo up top as well, by the way.
I mean, great job by Labrov there to manage to get that one. As you say, Adam getting the solo kill as well. XL, this game is starting to fall apart despite the fact that it wasn't really yours to begin with, to be honest.
No, I mean, the thing is, it's a 600 gold lead for now, but it's more about the control of the lanes. That solo kill, let's see how this one plays out. I'm just going to imagine it's actually Odo that starts it off, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, manages to hop immediately into the queue. I mean, that's not really going to do particularly much as well. Even the flash as well coming through from Odo, but I mean, that's the power of the Darius. And I mean, for Odo, it's a bit unfortunate, right? That wave is pushing out. He kind of has to go for this trade, otherwise Adam can freezily lose a significant amount. But with Xerxes not being able to make his way back up in time to that top side, because he was going for the play mid, it all starts to fall apart. So we're seeing the cracks begin to form, and, you know, forming new cracks as well across the map.
And I think some of the experience there in terms of the matchup is playing into Adam's favor, stepping back, using that decimator at max range. The minion wave now crashing underneath the tower. Xerxes and Vitio making their way up. Nature's Grasp is available. There is no teleport for Nuke. I was pondering if they'd consider the dive. Not going to do so just yet. And instead, set up some vision for Rift Herald. XL starting to fall a little bit behind, but let's not forget the fact that Vitio with that Destiny can have a gigantic impact on any of those side lanes if XL can curate the lane state to gank.
Yeah, I think the big problem though is that like BDS are just like, hey look, you can go and do your Rift Herald right now. With the nerf that we saw to Rift Herald, us just getting plates on bot side is actually going to do wonders for us. Even trying to find timing windows to really work around this Rift Herald is going to be tough because, I mean, Shio's hovering around mid with the push they're consistently getting because of the advantage Crowny has on bot side. Now Labrov is unlocked to try and keep Video in check. So it's no longer just Nuke trying to keep Video down. It's the entire bot side and jungle of BDS making sure this DF can't get onto the map.
And look at the jungle for the time being. Adam's going to clear out that blue buff himself, start off the Grump, and now start to defend the tower. Xerxes is waiting in the wings. Nuke was hovering for a moment or two, looking if anyone will be caught out of position. And Xerxes needs to use this Rift Herald in an advantageous way because XL are now starting to fall behind. The damage gap starting to fall behind. The gold gap, Patrick, as well as Targamas now going to at least take potentially one of those plates.
Yeah, the big win for Xerxes in trying to get that Rift Herald down is that BDS are terrified of this Twisted Fate. You saw him leave just a small bit up towards this top side of the map, but
that's the engage. Patrick has been jumped on. The ultimate thrown out. Rooted in place from Targamas. One step forward and Nuke finds himself another kill. Vitio completes the Destiny and the gate, but it's too late to have an impact. And BDS just find a great roam and a second kill for Nuke.
I mean, Video had just gone for the reset there, thinking he had a bit of time to pick up that Catalyst of Aeons, but unfortunately now again, just that timing window punishing Patrick once more. This is really well orchestrated by BDS. The fact that you got that the Destiny up from Video as well means that he doesn't have that threat on the map, and it's just great timing. I mean, look at where Video is. He's only just got back to lane. He's now going to shove in. He even got Shio there to cover the wave, and Nuke just utilizing that timing so incredibly well to pick himself up a kill on the backside.
I mean, there was no vision in the river or the jungle for XL. They had, it looked to me like no idea that Nuke was even on the way. So he picks up the easy kill, and I want to just double down on what you just said, Dagda. No Destiny for Vitio means no proactive plays for a little while.
And I was just about to praise XL, right? Video leans topside. Immediately you get Labrov, Nuke, Shio all leaning to go and protect Adam. And that's the kind of play you can make to open up space for this Rift Herald. Now that you don't have Destiny, though, that becomes so much more difficult to use that as a threat to find openings on the map for the Rift Herald. And I mean, you can already see, right, halfway through, what lane do you try and put this in? Shio is keeping his lanes in check, and this has been something he's been so good at doing the last 3 days.
Very nicely done. I think for Adam, keep in mind he's not running that teleport, got the Ghost and the Flash. So that does also mean BDS need to be extra diligent with how they move around the map, where, you know, the second dragon has spawned. It looks as though BDS are trying to set up some vision, maybe apply some pressure on that bottom lane tower, could peel back to the dragon. If they wanted to get Adam down, he needs to move early. For now, he's happy in that lane, pushing into Odo and trying to keep him in check.
Yeah, I mean, Shio once more moving in towards this mid lane. Like, if I am a player like Adam or even like Crowny who wants to go for these more push-orientated champions, I want a jungler like Shio. He doesn't care that he's down in CS. His job is, I am going to make sure that I just match wherever the hell this enemy jungler is going, and I'm always going to be there to protect my laners, which opens up Crowny and Labrov to play super aggressive, opens up Adam to go aggressive in the top side as well. Shio knows exactly what his team needs, and he's orchestrating the map beautifully.
I mean, that little exchange there, trading damage on the plates for the chain of corruptions as well as that final spark. Odo's going to be forced to leap away. The damage from Adam already is just shredding through Odo. And now we're going to go again. Just push this bottom lane. Look for this tower. Another plate secured. Force Patrick back. No flash available for him. Nuke and Shio can hop over this wall in just a moment. And look at the minimap. Xerxes now trying to get involved. Steps forward and This is just to keep Odo alive.
How do you get involved in that top side, though?
Man.
I mean, that would be a 2-for-1 special going over to Adam, immediately getting both those kills. And now Shio opened up to go for this. BDS, this is so well played, and they're playing it slow. They're not giving XL the opportunities to get into this. They need to find a way now for Video to actually lean into these sides, try and put band-aids over this bleeding, because at the moment, it's everywhere for XL.
I mean, for the time being, XL don't have a chance to breathe because they are just being shoved in and pressure is being applied everywhere. So this is a great start, the first 13 minutes, leaning in favor of BDS. What is the next step that you want to see them take? That bottom lane tower is nearly going to be taken out. The top lane has been under pressure, but only one plate has been pushed in.
I mean, the fact that they're setting up for these dragons is perfect. Even the fact that you can then start to leverage this into, hey, we're going to take bot. Then as Rift Herald's about to come up in a minute's time, chances are off this bot lane push, tower goes down, rotate Caitlyn top just in time for Rift Herald, start to put pressure onto the top tower, which has already got a decent amount of damage done thanks to Adam. Like, it becomes a very simple to execute game plan with the Caitlyn. And this whole time, right, you can't really pressure the lane state anymore as Video because there's 2 kills and you've got that Hextech Proto Build to complete onto Kali. You step into a lane, she kills you in an instant. Level 11 just hit as well.
I mean, that's going to be terrifying to deal with. The fact that we're on the Hextech Rift again is actually, I think, a small benefit here for BDS because of the fact that Adam doesn't have that teleport, a little bit of extra mobility, the potential to jump in from the back line for either the Darius or the Sejuani. Those are tools that, once again, have to be factored in for XL because they are the ones that are being pushed. They are the ones that are under threat. We're setting up a little bit of vision here for this Rift Herald. We saw it dropped in the middle, got a couple of plates for VTO, but not a gigantic impact. XL once again looking to challenge for this objective.
I think XL are doing the right things here, though. They're already going, okay, if we can get our side lane set up, maybe we can try and make a play, get our vision in river. So as our BDS start to move up towards this objective, maybe we can catch them out. But honestly, if I'm Labrov and Crowny, I don't go over aggressive here. Instead, I just go to lane, push in waves, and fall back to the Rift Herald, where you can then use that presence in topside to clear out all that vision as you see right now, and then force XL back out of this objective contest.
We're looking for some patience here, for some control from BDS. Put your hand on your younger sibling's forehead, hold him back and say, you can't hit me. Use the range to your advantage, use the itemization to your advantage as well. I mean, just compare this for the time being, Kraken Slayer, Zeal, as well as Berserker's Greaves on this Caitlyn. He's going to be able to shred through pretty much anybody at this time. Dagda, it looks like XL are being engaged on inside the river. Cersei's going to go over the wall. Crowny flashes to follow. BDS 4-man stacked. Here comes Nuke. Targamas is run low. The Chain of Corruption holds a few in place. Not going to find that gold card just yet. Rift Herald down to 7,000 and BDS back away. XL win the fight.
I mean, it was just mechanical errors from BDS there, really coming back to bite them. Shio going wide on the ultimate. Labrov going over the wall with Crowny as well, only to find Xerxes come over too. I mean, unfortunately, BDS, it's a swing and a miss, and XL, they get that counter punch really well.
I mean, it is still only a 1,300 gold difference. And I know that is fairly significant because it's all in Crowny's Caitlyn, but XL have been able to stay fairly relevant. They've only lost 1 tower over the course of the 16 minutes of gameplay. And they do still have opportunities to come back into this game, especially when you look at the Varus and the Jax as they continue to build their items.
And I love that this was the exact example of what actually happens when you try to keep your younger sibling away with the hand on the head, because they find some way of getting underneath your hand and then they just swing for the knees. But here we go, Adam.
Oh, the bleed, tick, tick, tick. And Adam once again picking up that solo kill. He really, really understands the damage and when to engage. I mean, he committed the flash for that one and worked out flawlessly.
I mean, it's so annoying to try and play against the good Darius because, as you say, they know exactly the ranges. They know how much damage that bleed's going to do. The guillotine going to do so much work as well as you stack up that passive. But I mean, at least it's something back for BDS. Rift Herald is still in the pocket of XL, and for BDS, I think having Caitlyn now move up towards that top side to try and get down that last third, just to start moving her around the map is probably your best bet. And for XL, it's a case of, hey, can we now, when Destiny comes back up with video, try and interrupt some of these map movements from BDS, catch them as they try to move and transition across the map?
I mean, BDS, I want to see how they play a more open map. Because of the fact they've got this Darius, he's got the Ghost and the Flash, I'm intrigued to see how they utilize the advantage that he's generated in terms of dealing with that Twisted Fate, working with the vision. Right now, we've been in extended laning phase. He's been able to basically bully and beat up Odo, but that ability to pick on a single person does begin to dwindle as the map becomes more open.
And I think as well, if you're XL, you're kind of going, right, we're just going to sack top tower for that exact reason.
Yeah.
Adam can't take top lane, but we've now got Rift Herald in mid, with the TP on Odo, we've got Dragon in 15. XL need to try and force a 5v5 and utilize the fact that you can't play the map as wide as if you're BDF.
I mean, Odo Omne's got that teleport available to him. Patrick and that little siege missed the chain of corruption. Adam, no flash, no ghost, is caught out by the gold card and shut down secured. Odo getting some much needed gold. While that is happening, XL, are they under threat of an engage? I think the answer is yes. That's the Proto Belt forward. Patrick sidesteps one. He's got the cleanse, but no flash. Chunking down, and Nuke gets the kill. Now Xerxes and Odo trying to find another target. As there's another kill on the back end. As all of a sudden, Shio's been jumped on. 3 members of XL. They have punished BDS for starting the fight. They lost 1 and gained 2.
And the problem there was BDS tried to match the roam for 2 topside by XL. If you immediately go on mid lane with Shio's ultimate, with Nuke going that aggressive, you can kind of trade 1-for-1 mid 4 top side, then still be able to threaten the Dragon. But because they lost all that push in mid, they then overextend to make the pick answer in the mid lane, and XL respond beautifully with the TP coming in from Odo Omne.
Really nicely done. The second Dragon secured. Vito's trying to defend this top tower. And I think we're going to be in the situation where if these big team fights happen and BDS are ready, they have the tools to win, but you have to hit these skill shots. It's a second skirmish in a row where there's just been a few things go a little wide and it doesn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, the big one there, Patrick hadn't gone that far underneath third. Nuke probably healthy enough to try and join back in. Targamas, great shot coming through there. But again, I mean, it's the TP coming in from Odo, from BDO here, to make sure that they're then outnumbering BDS once more. So XL, and again, playing the map better. So even though this early game hasn't gone their way, they're now clawing their way bit by bit back in, and getting these Dragons, especially as a team that wants to try and play side lanes, will buy you a good amount of time. It's just a question of how much time do you need when Odo is slightly behind.
Yeah, and of course, for XL, they've lost their first 2 games of Winter. There was a fair amount of hype and excitement around what this roster could do, what the potential was. They're staring down the potential of a 0-3 opening week. BDS, on the other hand, surprising a little bit throughout the course of the games. I think this early game really has stood out. Clear game plan, clear focus. They managed to build those advantages through proactive play, and they are in a position where they're still in the lead, but they cannot concede more Dragons.
And I think that's where a lot of BDS fans are kind of pulling their hair out. It's like, if we could just get the mid-game in order, we could actually be such a massive threat for some of these teams. I mean, XL, packed to the brim with talent, right? But BDS find that way to play at the early game, play through strong lanes, but it's when it gets to objective setups. How do we want to try and play the map? And I think that's what XL are kind of calling them here with this composition is, hey, look, we don't think BDS really understand how they can play map states out correctly, wave states correctly, so we're going to play for a composition that can run amok if you misstep on those wave pressures.
And this is now the time that XL can take over. With the Destiny, with the additional teleport, with the ability to hold a lane with a Karma, Varus, and allow your solo laners to split push, and couple all of that with a significant amount of experience difference, this is the time that I think XL need to try and claw things back, because it's clear that they were beaten up and bullied from the early game, and BDS were able to generate that lead and that advantage. But now they've got the tools, but they do have to use it. I think Vito, level 14, got his rapid fire cannon built now, second item secured. Those Destinies have not been used super successfully or proactively. 1 kill in the top lane. He needs to do a little bit more over the next few minutes as Adam is looking for yet another kill. Xerxes arrives just in time on the minimap. Vito and Targamas were waiting as well, but BDS, they may fancy a shot at Baron.
Yeah, Patrick takes a shot at Labrov though, nearly half health him, so BDS gonna try and make a play. Vito didn't commit the Destiny to bot side, so I think BDS just have to back away from this one. Will do so, and it kind of all comes back to nothing, but I mean, blowing that Destiny on to help Odo Omne is really crucial. So Adam, even if he's not playing, teleport to get into these map states, he's pulling resources from XL that is making this Darius make work on the map happen.
I mean, it's so important. Those cooldown timers for the teleport and the Destiny, BDS need to keep them under control in order to allow Adam to keep pushing ahead. He's 500 gold up, around 50 CS for the time being, and has clearly had the better of Odo throughout the course of this passage of play. With a minute and a half until the next Dragon, XL have already got 2. If they make their way towards that Soul, that can be one of those tools needed.
Yeah, one of the big problems that we're seeing for BDS, though, is that they can't get down this mid lane tower, right? They haven't been able to crack it because you've got the 2 items hit for Patrick. So BDS are kind of stuck in a position where XL can turtle super effectively in underneath their own tower. And now with that minute until Dragon, as you were kind of alluding to, this is where you're seeing, okay, we just set up our position here. We can always face check with Xerxes. We've got great ultimates that can buy space, even buy vision for us with Video. And again, look to see if we can make a quick pick onto someone like Crownie as he's overextended, or even Nuke if he's trying to transition between lanes, like for Video in that top side, who's just unanswered right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 3 towers at 23 minutes. Finally, VTO should be able to secure the second for XL. That mid wave was pushed all the way to the tower. It's now been cleared out after BDS set up some level of vision inside XL's blue buff. Now they're backing out. Adam forced to flash over the wall, stays alive. Final spark has been used as well. Mid wave is now being pushed in. This tower, if it falls, it could unlock a lot for BDS. Cersei holding on to that Nature's Grasp. Teleport coming in from behind. Nuke needs to find a squishy. Needs to find Patrick or VTO. VTO's a little bit split away from the team. Destiny has been used. Gold card primed. Manages to escape. In terms of river control, it feels like BDS could step into that river. XL are a little bit split up. Labrov is being chunked down. That rapid fire cannon doing so much here for VTO. And XL, they've started the Dragon.
Yeah, Cosmic Drive just completed for Video off that last reset, so he hits relatively hard, especially when you're thinking of that Twisted Fate. Even getting the change coming in on the new patch where his blue card and his red card hit harder, and Labrov kind of finding that one off. But XL, they managed to get the Dragon really nicely done there. Playing at the map again. Video threatening top tier 1. Resets come back out now. Got a bit dicey where XL hadn't done their due diligence of clearing out the wards that were placed in behind them, but you're starting to see how XL can play the map to actually get answers to the pressure that BDS are trying to put down.
And I mean, for BDS, they were looking for opportunities. They were trying to force the engage. They were pushing that mid wave into the tower, but it didn't net anything. It wasn't able to force XL to make a misstep and to be punished. So now we're in the scenario where XL 1 Dragon away from the Soul. And for BDS, they haven't actually been able to push past that river really this entire game, despite the strong starts.
But the problem is they don't have any TPs left, right? So if you go off in your lonesome past river, you're on your own. Like, there's no one coming to help you, whereas for Odo Omne, he can TP in to help Video. Video can Destiny in to help his side lanes or even his mid lane. So it becomes very hard for BDS to actually get control to make these plays happen. They needed to try and find ways to force these fights at the Dragons, at the objectives, but they're not getting that opportunity because they're a little bit behind on the pace when it comes to those side lanes.
And of course, not being able to take down those towers earlier to allow a wave to be pushed and built up past the river, draw resources, force Odo back to his inner turret. I think that top tower only fell at like 18, 19 minutes-ish in game. So the fact that XL were able to like defend and turtle and hold on has been huge. Also, every time they stare down one another, the poke from Twisted Fate, Varus, and this Karma is just blowing the HP bars on BDS. So they can't start the engages because they're consistently 30-40% HP down.
It's also, I mean, if Video finds Labrov, he has 7 levels on him.
Yeah.
It is going to absolutely destroy Labrov, and you kind of need Shio and Labrov to be working together to establish that vision, to allow you to set up correctly where you're like, okay, we are safe to push forward here. Well, then that does again draw resources away from Nuke, from Adam, who really need them to actually try and get control. So we're in this weird stalemate right now where BDS, if they can try and play at the map state right and wait until these Dragons, they can find fights, they can find the damage, especially with Infinity Edge just around the corner from Crownie. But if they just allow XL to continuously shove out waves and they're not matching them, that's where it can be a problem.
I mean, you couldn't have 2 more different games. The previous one we just played was all team fights all day, pretty much over any objective. This time round, both teams really unable to get any semblance of deep control. We've pushed up to that first line of towers, and we've fallen back. Cersei has thrown out that Nature's Grasp. Won't be able to catch out at least Labrov, but there's nothing more to follow it up. The Destiny was used by VTO. Odo Omne is pushing on that bottom lane. Teleport available for him. Piercing Arrow comes out, Chain of Corruption was thrown in as well. The tower still stands. BDS have not broken it, have not been able to unlock that movement, whereas XL were able to get that split push.
Look, XL are all about the PvE here, right? That tower didn't stand a chance against Odo Omni. But XL now starting to move over again, get vision around the Baron. Like, this is the way you play it as XL. And look, it is a very slow pace, but this is what works for XL. And unfortunately, BDS, they just can't keep up with how mobile XL are on the map.
No, and not having the tools, not having that additional teleport, and not being able to force XL's hand to come to you or to force those fights. I think we saw an attempt at Baron, we saw the attempt at Dragon, and it just fizzled.
But if you try and make a pick, you've got one cleanse on Video, one cleanse on Patrick. You've also got a Kale's Blessing for Karma. They're just like, no, you don't get to. You never ever get to try and make a pick here as BDS. So maybe when they made it on Dragon now, they can try and make something happen. But honestly, if I'm XL, I like what they're trying to set up here, right? Look where Odo is. I know he's resetting, but if you can double up both these split pushers in one lane, catch someone unaware, especially someone like Nuke, that's where you can actually make really quick plays happen, and you don't actually have to try and contest for Dragon, because although Solo's really nice, a second Dragon going to BDS doesn't really mean the end of the world, and opening up and pushing back BDS is significantly more important. But we may not get that point because Video resetting now, level 18. Looks like XL are going to take the fight.
All right, BDS,
never mind. He cancelled the reset. I take everything back. I'm sorry, we're staying boring.
Not going to happen. I mean, it's just one of these scenarios. You explained it. The way the composition from XL works is what we're seeing on screen. They play it slow, play for the side lanes, get the teleport out of Nuke at some point, and then just use the tools that you have, more. The only thing is, I will say that as XL are playing this one out, they also cannot afford to get caught out around a Dragon or around a Baron. There's Patrick using that cleanse, Ace in the Hole fires out, Xerxes and Shio standing strong on the front lines as the top laners now join. Odo Omni sitting behind the members of BDS, level 16 secured. XL do not need to force this. It's only the second Drake for BDS, but they will look to chase. XL's got the gold card. Vizio throws it out, catches out onto Adam. He's ghosted, looking for the apprehend. Adam misses. Dragon secured, Soul picked up by XL. Patrick is low, he's down, he's taken out by Nuke, who continues to chase onto Xerxes and Targamas. 5 members of BDS looking to kill XL. Vizio's got the gold card and backing away. Soul goes to XL, but BDS get the kill.
I don't know if they're just going to rush Baron as well. Honestly, I think they can. With Patrick dead, no real damage available, but I mean, that was a close one there. BDS, you can see Adam basically forcing 2 people away, but at the end of the day, XL will just about manage to sneak this objective.
Now, of course, BDS have a little bit of time. 17 seconds before Patrick is up. He's still going to make the walk from the fountain. Teleport is available for Odo. Does have a little bit of backup. Xerxes stepping into the river. Destiny's a few seconds away. Crownie's picked up that Infinity Edge to complement the Rapid Fire Cannon and that Kraken Slayer. He's left alone to get a few shots off. He will burn through anybody. Vizio steps forward. All right, Patrick has respawned, making his way forward. The prison thrown out and finds nobody. And the Roots will lock down Shio. The Baron has been stopped. XL have the Soul. And this is crucial as the siege is continuing. Flashes up for Adam, but he's not going to pull the trigger.
I think BDS needs to go immediately after that Dragon fight. Go for the Baron. You don't give time for Video to reset, get his health bar back, for Odo to reposition as well. They were so far out of it. Now XL, they know that they're in a good spot. They're the ones that are turning on towards it. And I mean, BDS, they have to try and push through here.
They have to try. 5,000 hit points on the Baron. Vizio stepping into the river. Adam gets a 2-man apprehend, throws out the decimate. Odo is going golden with that hourglass. Xerxes tries to get one back, a trade of kills. Top laners for top laner. Chase continues as Vizio's chasing onto Nuke on the sidelines. The wildcards won't find him. He dashes over the wall. Waiting to find another proc from the gold card. Labrov is held in place. Xerxes throws the little sapling over the wall, and Labrov stays alive. Nuke now looking for the re-engage. He manages to find one. That's another kill for Crowley. BDS, they're turning this onto XL. 1, 2, 3 kills secured. And all of a sudden, BDS control the game. They control the river. They control the Baron.
And Patrick has to run. BDS can turn over. Can Patrick make some sort of miracle play here? Get a kill, get some damage out. I mean, Shio's so low, and I mean, we've seen from Worlds what these empowered arrows can do from Varus, but it looks like Patrick doesn't even want to go for it.
There's no vision. I don't think he knows how low they are. Instead, takes the tower and backs away. And we're in another scenario where BDS's composition, if it's given time, if it's able to skirmish and fight, it shines. Patrick is likely to be run down here. Nuke is dashing forward, looking for that kill, and he finds it. 6, 1, and 3 on the Akali. And the composition from XL just overchased and didn't find the execution.
I mean, the fact that Patrick gets hit here by this great flash of the pull-in here from the Darius is fantastic. Sets up beautifully for BDS. All that damage coming over the top from the Caitlyn, the Lux as well. And this is where, obviously, XL are like, okay, we can make this happen. Video does go that little bit too far, where now you're separated. I mean, you've got your Maokai clearing wards and River. He's not really in position. Look at where the damage dealer on Patrick is. He's super far away. And this from Crownie, that IE, the fact that got completed right before this fight, he's created this little safety net for himself between all those traps, and Nuke follows up beautifully to help Crownie finish this one off.
And because Lebrov stayed alive so long and every member of XL was focusing on him, Crownie just stood and free-fired. He just became basically the Death Star, just firing at will, burning through XL. So now we've got Soul versus Baron. Cersei throws the ult down. This will push BDS back for a moment or two. The minion wave has been cleared out. And it is a minor advantage here for BDS. Crucially though, 2 minutes until Elder. That cannot go to XL.
And this is where the fact you get Soul is also a double-edged sword for XL, because you still don't have the team fighting squad. That's on the side of BDS. Now you've got this potential game ender that's come into the equation where you have to fight for the Elder, and BDS have the control.
They do indeed. Using that Red Bull Baron power play to push into the base. VTO used the Destiny to shove in the top lane, get something back. And then keep your eyes on Crownie. He's sitting 700 gold bounty, 403, up 3.7k over Patrick. And VTO has still not left that top lane. He's pushing onto the Nexus turret while XL have lost their bottom Nexus turret. The inhibitor turret, the inhibitor will fall as well. And BDS now in control of the Rift. A minute until Elder. They have to reset and get in position to fight.
Yeah, I mean, nice job there from BDO. He was looking, going, look, we can't defend against the Baron push, but waited in the bush to see if anyone from BDS was going to reset. And when he didn't, he just called the bluff. Doesn't get the inhibitor, which does suck a little bit. Would love to have that pressure as this Elder Dragon's about to spawn, but it does mean XL coming out of their base, starting to get that vision down, but they could be separated.
Yeah, it feels that way. Nuke just hit level 18 himself. All that additional burst damage to his name. Crownie sitting with that QSS as well. That could be crucial in case he finds that to be the target of a gold card. With 30 seconds before the Elder. Now the mid lane is being sieged. Odo Amne pushing bottom. Nuke pushing top. He has teleport available, as does Odo. Cersei not pulling the trigger on that ultimate just yet. And it does look like BDS, they've taken another tower, they've backed away. They're playing the map this time around with the fact that Baron helped them so much.
But they're on the wrong side of the map. They need to be over by Elder. The fact that you've managed to push them up towards the top side of XL is a win here. Now they get to move in, but Video has to deal with top side, so it gives momentary respite for BDS to move back into this river and try and reclaim control over this objective.
The thing is, it's so hard. The damage from XL is leaps and bounds behind their opposition. Crownie 2 levels up, an item up as well. Patrick only level 15, 1, 5, and 2. XL in the river, they're inside the Elder Pit.
Big mistake from BDS though. Crownie doesn't get to set up his traps. They needed to hold onto these choke points. XL are now in river.
But the thing is, BDS has forced XL back. Nuke has teleported in behind. Uses the Hourglass, buys some time. She has already used the Prisoner. Nuke forced a flash defensively. Use that ultimate. He's taken the Hex Gate away. The Elder has reset, and XL, they've survived. They've got the TP. They've got a few ultimates. And XL, they're sticking on the Elder. BDS need to pull off a miracle here. If they lose the Elder, they could lose the game. Continuing to siege. Nuke very, very low. Stepping forward. This Elder's taking a long time to go down, Dagda.
The poke is so strong from XL. Nuke is jumped on.
Odoamne stunned him up. He slipped inside the shroud. Dashes over the wall once again. Elder's now inside the pit. Follow the hit points. 4,000. It's slowly reset. Odo goes in once more. Final spot. XL pick it up. XL find the kills. And XL, what do they do with this?
Well, they need to go defend their base. Super minions are going immediately for the Nexus, but XL pull it out of the bag. The poke from Patrick and Video with the rapid fire cannon meant that they were able to hold, but now You're gone back. Video will hold on to one. The creeps will be cleared out, but can Excel end the game? You've still got Crowny, you've still got Adam and Labrov. Keep your eyes on Adam. Flash, Ghost available. He needs to set up his team here to hold on.
He has to find a squishy. He has to deal the damage. Minions have been cleared out from the Nexus of XL. They lost one of those turrets. Inhibitor secured in the middle lane. Crowny sidesteps that piercing arrow. Shot on the straps. Destroys Targamas. Now turns and starts to focus down Odo. He's untouched. He's unstoppable. And it's all of a sudden BDS defending their Nexus. Xerxes, it jumped on the Decimate. Heal is huge. The guillotine interrupted. Patrick dropped as well. Crowny's looking for more as Xerxes and Vito are running for their lives. 50-second death timers. The ace in the hole. Body blocked by Vito. That's a dash forward from Shio. Xerxes gets a small heal from that as Crowny is popped. Crowny is taken down. Now Shio, he's in trouble. He's forced to run away. The Elder Dragon bites hard.
The fact that they nearly turned that with the Elder Dragon says a lot. Nuke, though, wants to go for the end. Look at the size of the wave that's in bot side. If you can get video, they can look for the end, but Nuke doesn't look like he can catch him. Flash is available.
He's got the flash and he's land shot. Not going to be able to do so. Vito steps out of vision. And all of a sudden, we are now once again in a dead even game state. XL unable to get past Crowny.
Crowny was a beast in this fight. Look at the positioning. He's constantly able to threaten on towards Video, threaten on towards Patrick this whole time. And the second Patrick tries to go in, Crowny knows in straight up just damage, he will beat him out regardless of the Elder Dragon. He tears them apart, but this is where it starts to fall apart. This is where you see these new Maokai builds coming in clutch. Demonic Embrace. Look at the damage on Crowny coming through from just all these little saplings coming in. That's what kills Crowny on the backside.
I mean, those wild cards and those sapling tosses destroying the HP bar. Bloodthirster shield had been burned through. And now, okay, Nexus turret drop. Super minions in the bottom lane, super minions in the middle lane. We are 3 minutes from the next Elder. Baron is up. And all of a sudden, the next team fight can determine the game.
And this is where we got to see if BDS can try and step up. I mean, we've obviously had these guys that like Adam and Crowny that have been in the LEC before, but this is where you got to show that this is where you belong. We saw one mistake from Crowny there where he ends up getting caught out by the saplings, but I want to see now against the veteran lineup that Excel are bringing to the table, can BDS show up again at this Baron fight?
I mean, we're 40 minutes into this game, and let's be fair, it has been an interesting one. BDS was an exceptional early game, but unable to get deep into XL's territory meant the split push power and the additional teleport helping XL regain control. We're still in a scenario now where the next fight can end it. Ace in the hole will be used. That's a big chunk of damage on Patrick, and they are backing away to the Baron pits.
Inhibitors respawn on bot side, which is why XL are able to go for this. Now going in blind, though, what can BDS do? Targamas?
Oh, gets to take some damage. Baron is low, and Baron will be secured by XL. BDS have started the fight as Nuke's jumped onto Targamas. He's escaped with his life. Vito caught inside the Raptor camp. He's dropped by Crowny. Baron for one death. All of a sudden, BDS, they smell blood in the water. There's no turrets in mid and bottom lane. They're a little bit split up as Adam is catching the wave and Crowny is catching the inhib.
Nuke is TPing onto this bot wave after the reset. He's going to be able to push in. Crowny outranging a lot of people here. This is where it starts to get dangerous now because both inhibitors being down for that Elder Dragon in 2 minutes is going to make it so difficult for XL to try and compete.
And for XL, the fact they've got those Baron minions will help just a little bit, considering the fact that Vito is still 30 seconds away from spawning. Chain of Corruption forced to be fenced away from him, the Mikhails rather. As all of a sudden, Crowny and Lebrov, the rest of the squad, back out, clear out XL's jungle. They've got one inhibitor. They have that for another 4 minutes. Their inhibitor will respawn in just over a minute, and we may be setting up for another fight around second Elder.
Holding on to that bot inhibitor is huge for XL. It means that they don't have to worry about super creeps pushing in 2 lanes. Now they can just focus on clearing out mid and then walking into that bot side river altogether. BDS on reset though, need to push out top. Right now, I still give the edge to BDS in a straight up fight as long as they can correctly set it up and hit these skill shots, because you just don't really have as much damage on XL as we talked about. You know, this is where you start to see the problems that we talk about XL. Having this poke virus, not having a lot of damage on this TF. Odo is in a good spot now. I feel like this is the guy we need to keep our eyes on for XL. Can he carry this team fight?
Oh man, so many of those questions we have case study evidence throughout the course of this game. BDS have had moments where they've set up well, but I think around the Barons and the Dragons, XL have had their number. However, XL have also made mistakes. They've overchased. They haven't landed the necessary skill shots, and that is what has allowed BDS to come right back into it. 30 seconds on the clock, a number of wards behind the XL lines, but there's no TP available for Nuke.
The fact that XL have actually managed to shove out these waves and get vision control is crucial, though. They've managed to push all those super minions right the way back into the base, so BDS have to go into this blind, and that's exactly what you want as XL with all the lockdown from Video, from Patrick, from Xerxes. It makes it so hard now for BDS to contest. They need to shove mid and move in as a 5-man unit through this river.
I mean, observers, if you can toggle the vision as BDS make their way through their own jungle, look at this. Look at the limited information they've got to work with. Shield, why are you on the top of the map? Why are you away from Elder? BDS, I don't even know if they know what's happening. Are they conceding
it? Yeah.
Are they giving up a second Elder at 43 minutes and investing, banking on the fact that when their backs are against the wall, Crowny may be able to outrange and outdamage everything XL throws at him. This is the Leonidas 300 strat. It has to work for BDS.
It didn't really end well for Leonidas, though, to be perfectly honest, and I'm worried about it for BDS here as well. The poke that you have from Video, from Patrick, the ability to kind of set up underneath these towers, spread yourselves across the map is going to be so crucial here as they look to take these inhibitors. You already see Onoamne TPing back into mid. You got Video who can start to chip away at this inhibitor on top, on mid, and then just draw BDS around the map. This is, I mean, even with the Hex Soul as well, just doing that AoE damage. I think that's the mistake that broke the camel's back here for BDS.
I feel like that was the fight they had to take and they had to win. Keep your eyes on those HP bars where that little white line is. That's where the Elder Dragon's gonna pop up and say, hello. XL trying to chip away. They've got 2 inhibitors secured, looking for the third in the bottom lane. Their own inhibitor will respawn in a minute and a half, but you can also feel the nerves, the tension. XL don't actually want to go head-to-head, front-to-back team fight because of the damage they've got, because of how much work Crowny has done. 6 items in his inventory, no boots available to him. He has to be in a perfect position. Nature's Grasp has been thrown. The inhibitor is now the focus.
Look at where Video is, though, moving in towards this mid lane again, just threatening these flanks all the time. That's 3 inhibitors down for XL. Super minions are going to start streaming into the base, and these Nexus towers are not long to stand.
Crowny's still got his flash, still got his cleanse, stepping forward, trying to find an auto attack. We'll use that 90 caliber net to safety. 1 wave has been cleared out, but 1 Nexus turret is about to fall. Shio throws out the prison. Insta-cleanse from Patrick. Here comes Crowny. He hasn't been able to fire just yet. That's already 1. Shio's dropped. Odo's looking for Adam, who makes it into the fountain. Nuke on the back line, trying to hunt down VTO, and he does not find the kill. All of a sudden, Crowny and Adam, they take down Odo. They've defended the base for now. 4 members of XL alive. 3 members of BDS. The next focus will be the second Nexus turret. Crowny's going to force to 90 caliber away. No flash, no cleanse. Patrick finds the piercing arrow. Crowny's looking for a target. Can't find it just yet. Multiple minions hammering away at the Nexus. And the 4 members of XL will finally close out this game.
It was a hard-fought fight for XL. It took everything and more to get them across the finish line, but they will put that W in the column. That was a tense one.
I am exhausted. What a game. The entirety of it was a game of inches, and you could really see both team compositions doing what they were designed to do. I will say, however, that once we got out of that laning phase, it became a little rough. There's things to review, there's things to learn for both of these squads.
Yeah, huge amount. And I mean, the fact that we saw kind of the early game fall apart a little bit for XL, definitely not setting them up for success coming into the mid game, but I think just really great understanding of how to play the map. And I think that does lend itself to the veterancy that are on the squads. Like, how do we try and use Video in a side lane to draw Nuke up, to buy time for Dragons, to then get these little advantages for ourselves accruing. But I mean, we had 2 Elders, 2 Barons, I mean, everything in this game.
5 inhibitors, the longest game of the year thus far. And I think ultimately some of that experience and understanding of the comp and the rift helping Excel. That passage of play from like 25 minutes to 35. It was slow, it was drawn out, but Excel did not get punished themselves. They overchased once, but they played it, they got the objectives they needed to, and they bought enough time to curate that final win.
Yeah, and it's a bit of heartbreak there for BDS as well on the opposite side, right? A few skill shots go wide, cost them in the end, especially when we're looking towards like second Rift Herald and these kind of things. That could have been their moment to put a stamp on the game, even giving up Elder at the end.
Yeah.
Felt like there was just a few mistakes that really cost them in the end.
Yeah, player of the game nominees at LEC on Twitter, Odo, Xerxes, and Vitio. And with the fact that XL pick up that win, I think we now have 4 or 5 teams at 1 win and 2 losses after week 1. It's interesting because there's only 6 more games. So whoever's going to be in that 9-10 slot does not advance to the group stage.
And that's not exactly what it would be. I mean, especially in this new format, it feels like getting to the best of 3, you really get to show your stuff, show what you're capable of. But, I mean, being knocked out already is not exactly going to be something that you want to find yourself in.
Every game counts. Congratulations to XL. We're going to head on stage where Law is standing by with Vitio.
Thank you, Quickshot. Vitio, thank you for joining me. I don't even know where to start, honestly. Sum up this game for me. If you had to find a word to define what happened this game, which one would it be?
I mean, I think this game shows how bad we are right now. And I think it just shows that we have to improve a lot if we want to do good this year. And I think there is nothing to say. I think we played, I guess, macro fine, but I think we are playing pretty poorly, and then we really need to work on this to get better.
I think it's kind of surprising because when you think of the mix of players built for Excel, the expectations were higher. Does what you've been doing on stage so far match what happened in scrims, or I don't know, is it different? What would you say?
I mean, I think it's obviously different. We play way worse, at least I feel, on stage. But I think there's some issue that we have in streams that we have on stage, and I think it just show. Yeah, I think we have to lot of stuff to work on, but at the same time, I feel like we have a completely new roster. Like nobody played with each other last year compared to most of the team. I think we just have 5 really good players put together, and then we have to work on something right now. I think we need to find a way to fix it. But I mean, I'm still really confident because I believe in every one of my teammates and on myself a lot. And I think we can do a lot of great things if we work hard and we can fix all the issue we have right now.
Yeah, and talking on a personal level, Vitio, I know what you're capable of, and you haven't been able to display this on stage so far. As we said, it's just week 1. You can still bounce back, you can still find each other. But you personally, what has been preventing you from performing to the level we know you?
I mean, I would say there's a lot of bad stuff happening early game, kind of all around the map. And then it's pretty hard, I feel, to really do what I do. And then I feel like I play kind of a different style of champion. It's the first time I play TF in competitive.
Yes.
And I think I want to work on this part too, because I can for sure play like champs like Akali, Sylas, and be really good at it. But I think if I want to be the best mid-laner, I need to be good at everything. And but I think it's hard to really play that great with everything happening bad around the map. And yeah.
Silver linings. I know that you playing Twisted Fate shows that you have faith in your teammates, and it's really nice seeing you playing a new kind of champions on the mid lane. We're gonna have your jungler on the desk in just a few seconds. Anything you can tell me about working with Xerxes, how he is as a jungler, and the synergy between the two of you?
I mean, I would say Xerxes really remembers me of Razork when I played and when I joined the league. I think he's someone really nice outside of the game, and it's really easy to get along together. And it's like there are more. I mean, I feel like there are more people that plays for me, well, like at least in streams, and then I can really play the best I can with this kind of players. And I really enjoy with Xerxes. I think our synergy is pretty bad right now, and but I'm sure that with how he is and how I feel I am, we'll get better. We can improve between each other, and then we will just
have better synergy and be really good together.
Yeah, it's just a matter of synergy, and hopefully you guys can find each other and the rhythm you need in the time you have left. Video, merci beaucoup pour l'interview. I'll let you join the fan meet. And back to you, Shox, with Xerxes on the desk about this game.
Merci beaucoup. Il y a tant de français, hein? But we have Xerxes here and Goldberg. You don't have an in-ear, so you didn't actually hear what he was saying. But Laura asked Fitio about, how it was working with you, and he said that you're very nice and it's cool to work with you and all that, and that he has the faith that your synergy is going to develop as everything goes on. So yeah, that's cool.
That's very nice of him. Yeah, I mean,
do you agree?
No, I mean, I agree. No, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like right now we are. We had a bit of a rough start. Thank God we managed to get over, right?
Yeah.
Like a 0-2 weekend have been very rough. But I feel like we're going to a period where we are still trying to form an identity, because I feel like we're kind of missing that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying comparatively to the other teams, you all came from somewhere else, right? Whereas to other teams, there were also big changes in crucial roles, but not necessarily everyone was changed. There is some existing synergy there, I can imagine, from the past with Odo maybe, but it's a hard puzzle to figure out, right? What do you prioritize in a situation like that when obviously there's a lot to fix?
Well, that's the thing, because like I felt like until this week, we were actually doing really good. And we were kind of like, I guess, getting on the same page. But, like something happened. I can't explain myself. I have no idea.
Okay.
Where just the last week hasn't been that great, to say the least. So, maybe that could have affected our confidence a bit going to this weekend. And to be honest, I don't feel like, our schedule was that easy.
No.
Well, starting with G2, like absolutely murdering us, was not fun. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure getting today's win and being able to practice next week and kind of like know what we really need to work now with the games being played on stage, and we know what we're lacking, what we're bad at. I think we should have like a better idea going to next week.
Yeah, sometimes when you're down in the gutter and things are not working out, what you just really need you need one win. You need like a good thing that can build up things where you can say, right, this is the foundation we built up. And I was actually going to ask you about your foundation as a player as well, because on Astralis, I felt like there was a lot of pressure on you, especially because it was about you finding leads as well. We quite often saw you on the Wukong, Viego at times as well, trying to take agency for yourself. In this roster, it's not necessarily the same situation. We see you today on Maokai as well. You talk about having to develop a kind of team style. Where do you think you fit in this new Excel roster? What do you need to do?
I mean, for me, I feel like my biggest strength as a player has always been being able to adapt to my team, and like I've been always like very open-minded. So in a way, like whatever like I see that we're lacking or we need in this team to function, I am very fast like picking that up. So that's like one of my biggest strengths. So I guess that's what we're like still figuring out, how we want to play, what we want to do.
Yeah, of course. And it's natural. I do have some bad news, I guess, because your next opponents are Mad Lions, Fnatic, and if you could scroll, and Astralis, which is a little bit of a grudge match as well. So it's not
That's not bad.
It's okay.
Fnatic is 0-2, right? Wait, what are they playing today?
Today, they are playing, is it Vitality later on? No, wait,
no, because
hang on. No, who Fnatic are playing later?
Koi?
Koi.
Well,
Yeah, the ones you played yesterday.
Okay, worst case, they will be the same score as us, right?
Yes, that's true.
So it's not that bad.
No, it's okay, for sure. I want to take a look at some highlights from the game, because it was crazy. You were asking us when you stepped on this, you were like, was it boring? And I was like, no, this was super interesting
I don't know,
from
like,
our perspective.
In game, I was like, we are just waiting for objective, and then we take a team fight, and I don't know, like 5 minutes between every Drake. I was getting bored like playing this game, honestly.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what's the approach to the kind of thing? Because obviously you have great setup. Maokai will run them down. Who are you worried about in these team fights? Why did it become so tricky despite your team having good CC with TF Stun, Varus, Maokai? Why was it so difficult?
Why did you didn't finish here?
Wait, do we not finish?
Oh no, this is no, it was the one before where you didn't finish.
Oh
sorry.
yeah, I mean we don't talk about that.
Okay.
That didn't happen. But I mean, like you look at the team comp and you think that it's like it is pretty straightforward, right? You are kind of like a ball. You keep poking, you throw some abilities, you hit, you kill someone, you don't hit, you wait for the cooldowns, right? But I guess like there were some moments in game where like I guess we lost focus or didn't keep. We didn't like track properly, the Akali with the Hex Gates as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the map also like made it a bit more difficult, Like always, the fact that Darius could take the hex gate behind you, you know, like he doesn't have TP, right? So he can like goes behind you. So I think there were like some key moments where like we didn't track properly.
Okay, just the tracking, because when you look at it, actually from an experience perspective, Excel should be better at kind of the setting up for objectives. And I do feel that that showed in a lot of the Dragon fights. Obviously, that's why you ended up with so many, right? Did you feel that when you were playing the game, like, hey, our decision-making is actually a bit more on point because like they just let the final Elder Drake go, for instance, right? And that allowed you to then
I was scared for my life,
You were?
honestly. In those Drakes, I was like, please, man.
Okay, so no.
No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, I feel like the setup is kind of easy because I'm playing Maokai, so my job is just, you know, throw some saplings in every bush that I can possibly see on my screen, right? And I'm gonna have like the whole area around the dragon, like just like mini wars, right? So, you know, the setup is pretty easy and straightforward once we're in the river.
Yeah, it felt like the setup was there. So despite like the facts that, well, your bot lane got 2v2 killed, I think Odo died on top side as well in an instance as well. Despite the, okay, so I'm not sure,
I was just going to say that's like just small details, you know, minor details.
Okay, minor details. Solo kills, who cares about that? But what I was going to say, it felt like despite all of that, you guys were in control of around the objectives. You guys were making a cruise. So I was just curious, is it just like mid to late game where it's just like, we don't know what comms is going wrong? Is that the thing? All of a sudden we just get too stressed out and we just want to finish fast? Like, how do you go from a point where you struggle, you actually cruise and you're in control, and then you lose control?
Well, the way I guess I could see like this weekend, I feel like we were like struggling a lot in the early game. And then we were like kind of able to pick, you know, some small wins in mid game. Like for example, yesterday against Koi, when Odomne got like a double kill on Silent, right? Like I feel like we start the game with like a kind of a big disadvantage when we have like, let's say, a team comp that's supposed to win in the early game, and then we have a harder time than we should in mid game, but we like get small wins, and then we just find a way to throw it, I guess.
Yeah, minor inconvenience, but hopefully less dying in lane probably is gonna help. Right? No, but thank you so much for talking to us, Cersei. Congratulations on your first win. In winter, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's time for G2 versus Astralis and a superstar Telestrator by Kadril and Ender.
Welcome back to the LEC. Now, all you out there, you better buckle up because me and Mark are going to be your tour guides through the wackiness that is the G2 early game. They have looked so good both yesterday and the day before, specifically how Yike has been able to play off bot lane and their early game priority.
It's crazy. They've done it 2 games in a row, one with the Heimerdinger just pushing them back, then one with the Nautilus, I believe it was. They were just threatening dives constantly. And the way that they path down to secure camps or pressure them away or even fake pressure is just insane.
Yeah, it's super awesome. We're going to actually bring up a clip of their early game from yesterday, sort of talk you guys through it, because they do a lot of really cool stuff. You got the play button over there.
So a couple of you at home might have seen this clip a few times around the internet because it was just so good by G2, but we're going to break it down as deep as possible. So Yike's going to start up on the red buff, and he's going to do his camps in the top side to get towards level 3. All the meanwhile, Mickey will try to look for a hook level 1 in this matchup. Look at Reckless. He can't farm. He can't walk up for the creeps. If a hook hits, he's basically dead. So they're trying to stack this wave as much as possible. But what they look for isn't the dive. They bait the dive to look for camps. So if you follow Yike here, he's going to see Razork, push him back, and now watch Mickey. He's going to threaten the dive constantly by showing, and Razork has to stay.
He's just bullying him.
Exactly.
He's bullying him.
So Yike can just take all the camps.
Yeah, Yike can take all the camps, and then also through all this, there's a threat that Yike could still be hanging out down there, right? There's only one ward on the red buff. So throughout this, Yike could still be there, so the bot lane of Fnatic still has to play super, super careful, but he's just getting further and further ahead.
Do you have the circle on?
I got the
Can
circle.
you be with the circle? There's also a ward here. I got the drawing.
You got it.
I got the drawing. There's also a ward here
Teamwork.
placed by Broken Blade to spot out where Razork is. So Fnatic don't actually have information as to where Yike is, but G2 have information as to where Razork is. So that basically means they know he's on top crab. So Yike has that information to work with. Caps is safe, and Razork, sweating, knowing that his bot lane is vulnerable, is running back down. 3v3. Ender, do you fight a Draven level 3 with a Nautilus?
Look, I don't think so. Especially because Rux wasn't even inside him. He wasn't along for the ride. The turnaround comes in. It's just so painful.
I mean, even if this hook doesn't hit Razork and he managed to flash it or get out, it will hit Reckless. Here, Reckless tries to bait with Barrier. Maybe he can trade back, but when those 3 kills come in, it's just a nightmare. Like, they can crash the wave, they can base, and there's such an insane gold lead on the bot lane that they're just going to rinse and repeat.
And actually, can you send us all the way back to the start of the clip? Because there's
All
a
the way
couple
back?
other things.
Okay.
All the way back. Send us.
We're gonna run
time
it back.
travel. We're
Do
back
the
there.
fast forward as
Check
well.
this
I
out.
can
Hit the
fast
pause.
forward.
Hit the pause for me.
Hit the pause?
Because
Okay.
at the start of it all,
I'll pause, I promise.
You got to pause for me,
I'll pause
brother. Okay, rewind. Hit it again. Hit it again.
Okay. No.
No.
Wait. Got it.
There we go. Okay, check out minimap right now.
I'm checking it.
Look, we're scouting the enemy jungler already. Also, these guys down in the bot lane fake a leash. So Hans actually cast Q and then ran down from River, making it look like they started on blue
So
buff.
what have we got? We got fake leash. We got fake pressure into camps. We know where Sejuani is the entirety of the game. Their bot lane is constantly sweating from the top of their forehead, saying they're going to get dove. Razork has to stay around bot the entire game or they're just going to die. And all the meanwhile, while they're being threatened on this dive, Yike's just getting camps.
It's insane. I love it. And it continues, right? The rest of the time, you'll see if Yike wants to make a play somewhere, G2's solo laners will look for an all-in. Like, Caps look for an all-in when Yike is on Raptors. 20 seconds later, Yike is coming around to look for an invade on the enemy jungle.
And I think it's just good to note that this is exponential, right? It starts off bad, but as the game progresses, it gets worse and worse and worse. You know, more waves get stacked up, there's more wave control, there's more camps to take away on the second respawn. So it just gets worse for them. Dragons start falling, you know, towers start falling, heralds up. So G2 just kind of took the snowball and built it up.
The amount that they can like repeat plays like this makes me know it's like, no, this is not like the play they're running of like set up 3 waves and dives. This is a very flexible team that just understands how to play League at a very high level and play off of the wave state, off the lane state, to be able to set up dives and invades.
And I think that's the important thing. It's execution. You know, you can pick these champions and play passive. You can pick these champions and do minute versions of what G2 are doing in a sense, but it's just good teams know how to take drafts, apply plans, execute them to this level, and then just progress the game with the snowball. So just great to see from G2. I think they're looking like the strongest team next to Koi right now in the league. A couple other teams, I think like Mad Lions are dark horses, but up against Astralis, I'm a bit worried for them. Could be their kryptonite.
It's been a problem for them in the past, you know, facing off against these teams. Not quite at the top of the table. But do you have anything else? Because I'm about to just
You're just gonna leave
you right out of here.
You're gonna kick me?
I'm gonna kick you.
I'm gonna kick you over there.
No, I'm going over there
like
first.
Lee Sin.
You can't actually stop me. I want to talk with Shox and Goldborg here.
Nice.
Get out of here. Yeah, you better run.
What does he say?
I don't know. He's gonna go roam.
Okay. To be fair about roaming, because because I'm going to be honest with you guys.
I just roamed here.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I feel like we've been really good at like staying on topic when we had to fill, but I'm literally tired of it. Like, I'm tired of it. So I'm just going to tell you about how fun it is out there right now if you ever want to come to the studio, because there's a lot of new things. There's a 1v1 station. So you can just play versus others, maybe even for a player, for sure. But I just saw a really funny interaction because someone was playing and the guy lost. And then, of course, the winner goes to shake his hand. He's like, oh, like, very BM. Just not at all.
That's the real grudge match.
That is the real grudge match. There's, of course, a shop.
Can we get a camera up there instead?
There's food. BDS comes with like a table and like activities every week, which is really cool. Other teams do that as well. There's a Baron. We're walking around there. You can also take pictures with all these, I think cosplayers made them, but you know, you can have like a Garen sword or whatever.
I've actually got to shout out the BDS booth because I'm sure a lot of you will recognize the name Winter's Ward from Twitch. Like, actually just moderates like every single channel on Twitch. It's crazy. He now works with not Excel, with BDS, sorry, and has been here at the booth. So if you're in the studio, you can come say hi.
Oh, wait. That was Winter's Ward?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Hi. That's awesome. Yeah, to get a little bit on topic, I never know what to do because I always get like half of the reactions that are like, oh, I love when you guys go off topic. And then the other half is like, what, don't you have anything to talk about the game?
So polarizing.
Yeah,
that means we're controversial. That is compelling content.
Gets the people going.
Either you love us or you hate us.
Yeah, we'll see though how far we get. But we said it already, I guess G2, they're doing really well. I think their stock is sky high right now, so we just got to see where it goes. I asked Broken Blade yesterday as well, of like, hey, this is the same way it went in the spring playoffs when you went on that run, but then it all came tumbling down, and he did say they're working on some of those habits, but this could be a trap game.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any way, you were just breaking it down. Everything from G2 comes from that bot lane, so if you're Astralis right now, if there's one man you're counting on who's been showing off so far, it's that guy over there, all right? It's gonna be the Copper, it's gonna be the Dane, the actual AD carry, the actual Dane on Astralis. You can call me biased if you want to. I fell in love with Copper again when I saw how he's playing
really biased.
with that Sire, because it reminded me of his glory days. It reminded me of the days before he went to TSM. And before that, that was also the Kaiser meta. It was the Sire meta. It was where he was actually able to flourish. Now, you have a lot of pressure on you, because I don't think that they're good enough right now to stand up against Hans Summer and Mickey. I think they've been playing absolutely phenomenal, but I think if there's a point where you want to look into this game, you want to pay extra attention to it, it is going to be through that bot lane, because G2, as you so rightfully highlighted with Cadril, they generate their leads through that bot lane that enables them to play the rest of the map. So you need to come through with an option for them down here. You have the rookie of the split in Junghoon. If it's Pyke, if it's Enchanters you want to answer them with, and it's going to be the OG matchup with Copper versus Handhammer. I don't know what it's going to be. I just know that's where we need to have our attention.
I think one thing that you, just after watching 2 games of G2, you almost know you're going to get in the bot lane is going to be some kind of level 1 all-in. Mickey has looked for it both games. Even in the Fnatic game, it didn't end up resulting in anything. He missed the Q, but he was looking for the fight. Was willing to get chunked out massively for it. So I think either in the draft, being very wary of that, potentially even playing to like camp, like play 5 players through bot lane. Not that G2 were camping in those brushes, but that's an option for them, something you could throw into the mix. But on top of that as well, when it comes to the draft, I'm not sure yet if you can play Yuumi versus G2 because of how sick their setup was last game. A large reason why they were able to walk around like they did, set up for the very easy dive where Reckless didn't even touch a minion until the 3rd wave was coming in there, is because he has a Yuumi strapped to his back. Yuumi is completely useless at level 1 against these champions, right? Even if Mickey gets chunked out to 50% at the start of the clip, there's no kill threat. There's nothing they can do. So until a team like proves that they can rock the Yuumi and not get blasted in the early game like that, I don't know. I would be very nervous about doing it.
Oh, I like what I see. It's nice that, you know, it's not working out for the cat. Love cats.
No cat.
Not working out for the cat. This is the draft, by the way, of Astralis versus Mad Lions. We did highlight the fact that Astralis on day 1 at least had early pressure, and I think we're looking at 113 a lot in general. We know he didn't have the best time, of course, in the LFL, but we saw glimpses of what can make him good. And I think in an interview afterwards, someone said, like, it's very feast or famine, right? It can go all very, very well, or it can go to the wayside quickly, which is just the nature of an aggressive jungler.
Yeah, and I think there's ways where it actually goes well for the entirety of the Astralis, which has been that early game. So many times they've actually been able to manage to get leads for themselves.
Twice?
Finn has been able to find solo kills as well, and 113 has been able to find favorable skirmishes. And then you get past like the 8 to 10 minute mark, and then it all starts to crumble. This is a team that gets caught off guard randomly quite a few times. We've seen Deo beat us in of this. We've seen it for 1-1-3 as well. Finn as well has died in a solo lane too. And I feel like the most consistent part about them had been that bot lane. They need to come together with simple game plans as well, because the draft we had earlier as well, it can get a bit wacky. It can be a bit difficult to find that solidification of a good team fight composition.
Everyone's kind of trying to do their own thing,
exactly.
right?
So I would rather see them come together with something easy to execute, just to really get that ball going for once.
I don't see it.
No, it's not the fact that I see it either, but I'm trying to really build it up.
Maybe that's the whole point. If you don't see it, that's when it happens.
But that's when G2 aren't looking at you, right? And then they walk in. Hey, it's happened twice now. Yike has gotten caught out in the early game. Game 1, it was him walking to the enemy jungle, a little bit overextended without Mickey. Game 2, he was just walking down to river, gets blasted there. So, I mean, that's happened. It hasn't been a real issue for G2 because they just converted into kills immediately after both times. But, you know, I'm trying to pull some straws here. I'm trying to find something because G2 don't look like they have many weaknesses right now.
It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy almost, that people are always like, oh, you're talking about G2 so much, but they're playing so well.
Yeah,
like, what are we supposed to
we're
do?
always going to talk about the teams that does the best in the beginning, and that's not because we're a fan of them. It's because they show the most high-level play that gives us more reason to talk about them. What I think is really scary about the current iteration of the G2 that we've seen so far is that they're not winning because Caps is necessarily the highlight player showing off. And that says a lot already, the fact that it's coming through jungler bot. They're not winning because Broken Blade has wacky picks that come through them in the top side. I'd even say Broken Blade had been a weaker part of the G2, but they've all been insanely strong, so it's not even to say he's playing bad. It's just the fact that I think there are definitely points we can attack, but the good of G2 is just too good.
We saw them huddling, meaning we can go over to the casters and see them for their introduction. Medivetti, take it away.
Hello and welcome to Medivetti, time for Game 3 and the final 3 games of Week 1 of the LEC. When we wrap up these next 3 games, we will be a third of the way through the regular season, which is a very rapid change of pace. And we're going to change pace quickly as we get ready for the teams to take to the stage. I do like the unified pose.
Yeah, okay, G2's getting a little creative with it.
Like they were set in chains, but now they're going to break free from them as they get onto their chairs.
Perhaps we'll have to wait and see. We're a moment away from the draft. You can hear the G2 fans once again very vocal in today's game.
Yeah, and for the G2 fans, you have to remember, they remember the pain, right, of last year, of the years before.
Do they?
It was a struggle for them at times, right? It's true. I mean, sometimes you feel as a fan, you hate the team, you love the team.
Right.
You know, I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you.
Yeah.
There's this battle, and now they're back towards this position of love. Maybe they can regain that old glory that they had in years gone by.
Perhaps,
so far, G2 2-0 in their first 2 games. Let's get into the pick fan phase. Lucian removed by G2. Heimerdinger taken away by Astralis. Astralis still looking for their first win here in the LEC Winter Split.
So far, over the weekend, G2 have pretty consistently taken away the Jace when they have been on red side. Let's see if they change things up this time around. Maokai is something that they often like to try and remove from the pool as well, and they're going to do that once again as well. I wonder if that's something that Yike doesn't want to play, or perhaps it's just something that G2 feels a little too strong and they don't want to prioritize it. The Rise being removed as well does limit Cap's roaming potential.
But as they were saying on the desk, Caps hasn't been the linchpin of this team so far, at least not in terms of the KDA, the scoreline at the end. Maybe his comms, etc., playing a big part in how G2 perform, but right now, it's very much Yike and Mickey teaming up in the early game, unleashing Hansama on the maps. And obviously, when Hansama gets 3 kills about 4 minutes into the game, it definitely helps you out a little bit. Yuumi removed now by G2. Astralis still looking for their first win. They have looked to Viego every single game so far for 1-1-3. I wonder if we'll see something a little bit more in the meta from him. And they're going to ban out the Graves finally, so Yike's pool a tiny bit pinched, but I think a single jungle ban isn't going to trouble Yike too much.
I don't think he's going to be concerned about it. What is interesting is that so far, Graves and Viego, the only champions that both these junglers have played so far this season. Sejuani will be picked up by 113.
Alongside the Caitlyn, Caitlyn very strong, has been pick ban priority in all but I believe one game throughout the course of the weekend. Varus was taken first by G2, gives you a pushing bot lane. You can team up with things like the Karma if you really just want to go for the shove, or for someone with a little of CC like a Nautilus if you want to look for that chain of corruption chain.
It's something that G2 I think have a lot of flexibility with. Ooh, Yike going for another carry jungler though. They have a lot of trust in him, and I think it's fair to have that level of trust.
Definitely.
One of the things that I don't like to see with a Kindred is you not invading, playing for those marks, looking to try and gain control over the early game and start to accelerate this Kindred, and I think G2 is the type of team that can definitely do that. I would be a little surprised if they do lock in their support here. Often we do see Mickey hold on to it. Maybe he wants a little bit of priority. Often we have seen things like the Heimerdinger come out early if they're confident they can get that push. But now there's an opportunity here for Astralis to match some of that push, and they'll do just that with the Lux Caitlyn bot side.
There is always the question as to whether Caps just takes the Karma into the mid lane. And you play where we can support Yike, we have aggression down towards the bottom side, or at least push in the form of the Varus, and then we take a bit of AP up towards that top side for Broken Blade. Could still work for them. That Karma doesn't have to go towards bottom lane in that support role. Lux kind of does. We really rarely see mid lane Luxes these days, but I'm not going to put it past Dayor from being able to bring that one out. Azir now taken away by Astralis means they think the Karma's going bot, and I think we both think that too. I was just, pontificating on the possibility of a swap for the Karma. Yeah.
Wow. Really throwing that degree around today, eh, Medic?
Yeah, in my medical school degree, I learned the word pontificating, Betty.
The Jax being banned by G2 is a little surprising. We've so far only seen Broken Blade play the Jax this split. It's pretty much a very well-rounded, safe, blind, topside champion. Cassante is something that is, of course, still up and available as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see Finn head in that direction when we know how powerful the champion is. Even though it actually hasn't had that much success here in the LEC. Not the best win rate, Medic.
Cassante 1-6 right now, I believe.
Yes. Even though it is very strong, it definitely isn't resulting in wins for many teams right now. Let's see if G2 choose to remove that. Instead, if their focus lies elsewhere. That mid pool continues to be pinched. Sylas is looking like a pick right now for G2 that they can definitely go for. Steal away the Sejuani ultimate. Something that's a very big and comfortable pick for G2. The Aurelia ban to me does suggest an Aatrox. Something that Broken Blade is, of course, very comfortable with. Something that he played a lot of last year.
We'll see where they decide to go. Obviously, they can wait for this pick. Could be mid, likely to be top here for Finn. Try and pick something safe up towards that top lane and give Dayor final counter pick towards that mid lane. Yesterday, they were very heavy on the priority of the Syndra, but instead, actually, they will take the Sylas, perhaps seeing the same angle that you saw, Vetty. Astralis don't want to give that one over to Caps.
Okay, so there are a few things G2 could do here. I was going to say that things like Jace are also something Astralis need to be careful of, because you can see G2 already starting to build a pretty decent poke comp, and if you actually then put the Karma in the mid lane, you've got 3 champions that will be, well, building a lot of poke. If you throw in an Ashe,
Karma mid.
it is the Karma mid, so this is what we talked about earlier, the flexibility of the Karma. Remember, the Karma can also go top. They could still lock in something else for mid if they feel like that they want a little bit more AP damage on the lineup. Entirely up to G2 Esports what direction they go. But yeah, Varus Ashe down towards the... Wait a minute.
Ashe mid, Karma top? No.
No.
Zac top is very strong at the moment and does give you that AP damage. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is Zac up towards the top side, Karma in the mid lane, Ashe down towards the bottom side. Gives you that engage. You also have the arrow pick potential. You also have the Karma chase down. Kind of got everything you want here from this G2 composition.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, you have engage, you have pick potential, you've got good poke. A little bit more of the carry focus will be put onto Yike rather than Caps, but this is kind of what we talked about. You want to be able to contest the push down towards the bot side of the map. Varus Ashe is definitely a potent 2v2 that can apply a lot of pressure. What's better than 180 carry? 280 carries, right? On top of that, no.
That's it. I really think this is just a bait, and they're like...
It may very well be a bait.
Zac mid is possible.
Wait, was it last year that we were hearing about the Zac mid?
Yeah, Caps
Wait, didn't we even see it at Worlds?
I think we may have seen it at Worlds. Caps was playing it a lot around the end of last year. He had like 20 games in a row in solo queue with it, but... I mean, it's possible, right? And Zac at the moment is just very strong, especially if you go the demonic build and you just have a lot of damage coming out from him. You can have a quick mosey, perhaps, or I can have a quick mosey at his history, because right now it does look like the Zac is going mid, the Karma's going top, and
that does seem that Caps has locked in the Zac mid.
Okay, sure, man.
Okay. Are they saying that's what we're cooking right now?
Let him cook. Okay. Flubber here has been doing a little bit of chemistry. Cooked up something spicy for the mid lane for us.
Okay. I'm going to do a little bit of research into this because I'll be honest, I have not seen a lot of Zac mid recently. But wow, okay, so G2, we always know them as a team that's not afraid to try something different. Coming into this matchup, expectations are that G2 are the heavy favorites. And when you kind of look at what Astralis have drafted for themselves, like, it's pretty stock standard, nothing too crazy. They have strong power on the bot side of the map. They have lanes that they can play through. They have strong team fighting. Let's see if they can stack up against the powerhouse that is G2 as we get into Game 3.
So Caps has been playing it in solo queue.
Unsurprisingly.
He likes to run Conqueror and then resolve secondary with TP, and he goes, it's a mix of builds. There's Demonic into Jackshow, there's Demonic into Radiant Virtue, there's just Radiant Virtue into Sunfire, so I guess it's quite dependent on whether his team needs some more ability power damage, some AP damage across the lineup. Here we'll see where he decides to go. But what Zac does offer you is a lot of follow-up, especially if Yike wants to invade. The Zac has a very long-range way of joining his teammates in the enemy jungle.
I would say... I'm thinking about the scaling mainly, because whenever you put things like a Karma top, you're funneling all these resources into a support champion.
Yeah.
And there's even, I believe we've been seeing more of a tank Karma top build as well.
Radiant Virtue, and you can also go the Frozen Fist build as well.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the one that Shakurez.
Yep. He's the one, if anyone does use Twitter, Shakurez often gives all information like how much healing reduction is done in a game, and like he'll give you information on stacks, and he's a big Karma advocate, and he's also someone that loves tank Karma. He loves frustrating people with the build. We'll see what direction Broken Blade does go. Will he go heavily supportive, or will he go for a little bit more tankiness? But all this basically means is that Yike and Hans Sama are the primary carries. And it kind of goes back to what Gulborg was talking about on the desk. One of the scary things about this G2 roster is there's like a much lower expectation on Caps to be the carry. He just hasn't been this weekend, right? And let's not forget last year, especially towards the end of the split, Caps was the best performing mid laner. He really only got outdone in the finals against Larsen.
Healing?
Hans Sama and Mickey.
Kobe is so low. Oh my goodness, that was so close. The heal for movement speed, the pot saving Kobe's life. And it was, yeah, as you say, Caps last year only beaten really by Larsen, but it hasn't really been the main focus for G2 so far this split. Hans Sama and Mickey continue to show their dominance down towards the bottom lane.
What's so creative about what G2 have done here is like we talked about the flexibility of the Karma. Not only did G2 leverage that, but they managed to draft themselves a winning bot 2v2, which has been the element of success that they found throughout this weekend, right? We saw it on day 1, day 2, and we're seeing it again. And now, what does Yike do? He leverages the bot lane prio to set up an invade. What's the Sejuani going to do to stop him? Just overall, excellent play from G2 and just great synergy between the bot side and the jungle. And look at mid lane as well. We can see Caps able to actually get the push off so that he can collapse first. Dior sacrificing that wave. But Yike is going to be perfectly safe, able to get away from here. And Dior's forced underneath this tower. Very well played from G2 in the other game.
It's just paint by numbers for them, right? You get the pushing bot lane, you push in, you burn a summoner early on to try and get that trade in, and then all you do is allow Yike to step forward. And it's happened in every single game that we've seen from them. So all credit to Yike, of course, seeing the opportunity to go in. I hear as well that he's shot calling a lot of these decisions. Broken Blade talked a little bit about that yesterday, but Mickey and Hans Sama are doing exactly what they need to do to help out their team. Yike, no flash, of course. Deo is low. They immediately jump to the Yike. They're going to get a stun. They bury him in ice, but he's able to dash away. Deo's so low, he'll go down first. First blood over to Astralis. Caps still on the chase. Another stun coming out, but Caps with the volatile Matter will be able to find his first kill of the game.
And while Caps may not be the carry, he still has the moves, man. When we get the replay up, you have to see what Caps did there. Keeping Yike alive and just buying him enough time for them to turn around that play and secure 2 kills. The idea is good here from Astralis. Focus the squishy member, tunnel onto the lower level member and just try and burst him out. But then watch what Caps does here. He lands his Q onto both, knocks them into the air, and then uses his E to knock them up again. It buys so much time for Yike to get 1 or 2 more autos off, and then the trade of buffs actually goes from the jungler to the mid laner, and then they end up killing each other, and then Caps picks up a kill on the other end. Very well played from the mid jungle from G2, and again, just really good gank initially from Astralis, but a great read from Yike as well to cover the mid, see it, realizing where the wave state was. And now if you kind of look at the bottom of your screen, small gold advantages accruing all across the board in favor of G2.
Not really too surprising with G2 getting 2 kills to 1 as well. About 700 gold in the lead. Looks like it's going to be the demonic first build here for Caps. He's got a blasting wand already, so he'll be building up towards that one as soon as he can. After that, I expect to see a Radiant Virtue coming out from that Zac in the mid lane. The last time we did see Zac mid was at Worlds, Betty. It was Froggy from Saigon Buffalo that brought it out. I think they won with it as well. I remember correctly. Yeah. Worlds feels like a long time ago now.
I just remember that there was a Zac mid, and I remember a lot of people talking about it. It's cool to see it here in Europe. Mickey continuing his poke. We'll get binded up.
Mickey does have flash. Hansama can step forward, but you can't flash away from the light binding into Snap Trap into the 90 caliber net from Corbett.
Yeah, the trap is just so lethal in conjunction with the light binding from Lux. Means an easy kill. 1-1-3 can't really do much here. Like already at 2 stacks, but Astralis looking for a fight.
Trying to get the damage down. Once again, Caps pulls them back, and 1-1-3 just doesn't have an opportunity to move. Caps now on the chase, has used the Let's Bounce. Deo's stolen his away as well. So he tries to escape from this sticky situation. Should be able to walk this one out back towards his tower. But once again, it's trades coming out in favor of the G2 mid jungle duo.
Sticky situation. Really bad. Just had to weave that one in, didn't you?
Yeah, Zac, man.
See how many more Zac runs we'll come up with throughout the game. Yeah, you're going to use this as an opportunity.
Don't put me on the spot.
Oh yeah, all the pressure is on now. I'm curious as to how many flubber references you can get. But regardless,
how much do you remember of that movie?
Don't remember any of it. Now, I'm kind of surprised that Astralis tried to force this fight. They're thinking that Lux gets to collapse first, which means they should have the advantage. But look at Caps here. He's just like, you know what, you two stick together, lands the E, lands the ult, completely splits them up. Meanwhile, Yike is just getting free damage onto 1-1-3. We will have a brief pause. But wow, this Zac mid doing wondrous work. And it just goes to show how, like, you guys, Fnatic's not in the game.
That still works, man. It transcends.
Oh, it does.
It's interdimensional pausing. This pause is actually Fnatic trying to win World Championship in 2026, man. It's just come back in time.
When we do get some more updates as to the cause of the pause, we will share them with you all, of course. But wow, this Zac Kindred, a surprisingly strong mid-jungle duo. You know, often when you think of Zac, he's a champion that when you have a strong laner alongside him, he has great setup that the laner can then look to punish. You know, like Zac Silas can often be really good because Zac gets you that initial setup. But he kind of like, once his skills have been used, that's kind of it. You know what I mean? But then when you pair that up with effectively an AD carry that just gets to sit there and hit for free, especially with the 3-hit passive that a Kindred has, it's just so much damage, especially when you compare it to a Silas Sejuani, which when you think about most mid-jungle matchups, typically this is a great one. Melee mid paired up with a Sejuani easily applies this. Yeah, exactly that. You expect it to be really fast and effective, but the Zac Kindred consistently coming out on top.
I will say the pause was because there was a mouse sensitivity issue for Finn. This is a replay that has paused time. I believe we are going to get back on into the game. And that was actually live. Oh, there we are. Cool, we're back. Welcome back, everyone. 1,000 gold the lead for G2 as they try and get some damage down towards this mid lane. But it's not just that Caps and Yike are working well together. It's every part of the bot side of the map, including mid, has set that up for Yike. Right, you get the push down to bot. He gets that initial invade. 1-1-3 is then on the back foot. He's looking for a play in mid. Yike then reads that, gets the counter gank. Like, it's G2 are very methodical and very intelligent in the way that they are pushing Astralis into positions where Astralis are undermanned or in a difficult position to try and fight back.
And like, credit to Astralis, it's not like they aren't being proactive on the map, right? They are looking for things. The bot lane 2 versus 2 was able to come out ahead in a good pick onto Mickey. And Predator on Jonghoon means that I do expect him to roam around the map a little bit. We did see him try and roam up for that little skirmish, but yesterday we saw 113 and Jonghoon pairing up and looking for plays all across the map. To great effect, really.
We've got some wide there. You just see how much vision Astralis have invested down towards this bottom river as well, Betty. Like 2 control wards, a ward on the dragon, a ward up towards where these Razorbeaks are. They're like, if Yike comes down here, we want to make sure we know exactly where he is. We want to make sure that we know where Caps is as well. And they are actually winning out on that bottom side. First time we've seen a lane go even or slightly ahead with Hansama and Mickey this entire split. It is only 3 games. Looking for Finn, looking for Broken Blade up here towards the top lane. Broken Blade flashes, Finn has to flash away, but Caps will not let him escape. Caps doing his best Robin Williams impression there as he comes in from the side and manages to find the gank. He was in Flubber, by the way. That's where I was coming from. I don't remember any of the movie. That's the entirety of it. A green thing bounces around a lot, you know?
Another great roam from the G2 mid-jungle. I think the idea, once again, very good from Astralis. Finn, I don't want to say that he was necessarily baiting Broken Blade in, but Broken Blade saw a kill avenue there, the ultimate from Dior.
Now Caps does still have the passive here. He's going to split into Unstable Matter, and I'm not really sure 113 and Dale have enough to really do too much more. But they're looking for the prison. Lamb's Respite saves Broken Blade. Caps comes back to life with about 500 HP. Broken Blade looking for the Mantra W. Once again, we see 113 going in, but he just can't get the damage down. Yike surviving, dodging out of vision, and 113 will fall as well. G2 escape. Very much hurt, but without anyone going down, and Astralis licking their wounds are sent back to base.
You can see how close Astralis is every single time. The idea is good, but they just fall short of the execution, and G2 is consistently outplaying them. So far this weekend, it's been very much about the bot side of the map, but today it's about the top side. And again, the idea is good here from Dior, throws the ultimate out, combined with 113, they're able to get this initial pick. But Yike holding onto his ultimate, Astralis a little hesitant to overcommit. They're like, hey, we can get this kill here. The ultimate doesn't connect onto Yike, which means he can get the ultimate through. And then Dior trying to disengage, goes back in, can't get the kill onto Yike. Astralis, 113 then tries to flash over and he cancels his auto attack. Oh, of course he probably loses vision there, you're right, because they don't have a ward in the brush, which means the Yike is able to dash away to safety, and G2 walk away with all 3 alive and walk away with the Herald as well.
So just a brief summary of what's happened so far in this game. 10 minutes in, G2 have got 6 kills to 2. They are 2,500 gold ahead. They got the first Dragon and the first Rift Herald.
And a Kraken Slayer.
And a Kraken Slayer.
10 minutes.
Already complete. So I will say, Caps, I think, completed the Demonic Embrace first, but it's not a Mythic.
Right.
So it doesn't count towards our Mythic tracking.
It's fair enough.
You know?
It's a good point, Medic.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
It really wasn't. It was just pedantic.
No. It was palantropic, one may say.
Deserves his palantropic?
That's the word you said earlier. Yeah. I did school too, yeah. Right, Dragon spawning in less than a minute's time.
Okay, they're looking for Mickey. They can catch him. Lightbind is going to connect. The arrow dodged away by everyone. Well played by Astralis there for a single pick.
Crowd, watch out. The arrow's coming to you. Okay, they're all safe.
Man, they stepped back from it. That was good dodging from Astralis. Yeah, give him some credit.
You know, like, Mickey's had a great weekend so far.
Yeah, he is 0-2 in this game.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to point those errors out. That's our job as casters.
Okay, yeah.
0-2, really underperformance from Mickey.
Disappointing so far, you know?
Like, he's really letting Hansama down, one could say. You know? But I'm sure he'll bounce back. We'll see how he does. You know?
Maybe Ash just isn't his style, you know? He needs to go back to the high midding.
Of course. G2 still in a very commanding position. 2.5k gold is the lead that they find themselves. Broken Blade with a bit of an exchange against Finn. I really think Broken Blade wins this, by the way.
So Finn's going to go in with the World Ender. Broken Blade gets the root down once again, just forces him away. It's actually pretty grotesque.
Has anyone ever had fun playing against Karma Top? Like, seriously, I'm happy to... If someone sits there and tells me, oh, I love playing against Karma Top, then sure, I'm happy to meet you, but I just don't think that that person exists.
People are going to say that now, but we know in our heart of hearts that they're lying, yeah.
It's impossible. This champion is so obnoxious.
Especially since he's going Radiant Virtue here on the Karma, so extra ability haste, extra healing for everyone.
I mean, I would do the same if I saw that my jungler was 3-1-2 and had Kraken Slayer already.
I probably would as well. And you have a Zac with Demonic. Ripto's going to go down here in the mid lane. Dale's using the stolen Let's Bounce to try and keep Caps and Yike away from the tower. Now, Ripto will only get about a plate and a half of this, which means with the Bulwark coming in, that tower's going to stand for the moment. Caps getting chased down. One more auto is enough to get the Icebreaker. The arrow connects, but Dale still able to pick up the kill. Lamb's Respite used as well by Yike to try and keep his mid laner alive, but he just was outside of the range of it.
So a bit over-aggressive there from G2, and they are aptly punished by Astralis, but meanwhile on the bot side of the map, G2 are quick to respond, pushing in these plates, and overall, it is a net positive for G2 because they will get 2 plates in mid. They got another plate in the bot side of the map as well. So while they did get that shutdown onto Caps, and it was a much-needed shutdown for Astralis, overall, G2 find themselves still with a gold lead.
And the thing for G2 is as well, getting that Rift Tower down and taking quite a lot of damage off that tower means it now sits at, say, 300-400 HP. You take that tower and it opens up so much of the map for your team. Finn trying to open up a bit of a lead up towards this top lane. 1,000 gold, currently the advantage for Broken Blade, with 113 coming in as well, and both of them being melee. Broken Blade already propped with that Icebreaker. They'll lock him in place, trying to heal up with the Mantra W, but the healing is just too great. The Radiant Virtue as well, every 3 seconds that's ticking. Broken Blade just has to dodge. He might even get out of this one. Once again, the Mantra W, he gets stunned up, but Radiant Virtue is still ticking, not quite enough to save him. Arrow coming out here as Yike was caught in the enemy jungle. Mickey able to save his jungler for the moment. Hans Summer has flash, Chain of Corruption hits, immediate cleanse by Kobe. Deo dying in the mid lane, Caps almost falling as well. Jonghoon's gonna be able to kill. Get killed by Hans Summer. Demonic Embrace is enough from Caps in the mid lane to get another kill for G2. And even though they lost their top lane, they got a tower and 2 kills on the other side of the map.
It's just it's the same pattern over and over again for Astralis. Every time they find a small positive, G2 just takes something even greater elsewhere on the map. The gold lead extends to 4,000 now. It took them so long to kill Broken Blade that Yike immediately moved into the bottom half of the jungle, looked to try and steal away some camps, and then he was able to find pick after pick. Caps basically getting a solo kill onto Dior, showcasing some of the power of this Zac.
It's full AP Zac, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like he's heading in that direction. Curious as to what he will build next.
Hexagoldenator builds into 4 different items, Betty.
Yes, I'm aware.
It goes, it's Horizon Zero Dawn is what I was going to say there.
No, that's a different thing.
Yeah, Horizon Focus, Rocket Belt, Harvester, and Shadow Flame. I would love a Rocket Belt. Ooh. It's a cool arrow,
Watch out, crowd. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah, they dodged again. Good job.
Do you think that's what Halley's Comet is? just like coming around the Earth every 60 years or so, you know?
Wow, Mickey, really just leaving a phenomenon, a spectacle for his ultimate joy. Thank you, Mickey.
And with the green skin, it's almost like the Aurora Borealis. So you pronounce that
just
one.
keep making up words today, don't you? Interesting. Anyway,
at this time of year,
the Caps looking for an engage.
His last action shot will find his mark. Wait, did he just use the?
He did use the code. He
did.
Finn though, just gonna brush that one off. Will be forced to use the ultimate. We see a number of people from Astralis heading up towards the top side of the map. They want to try and get some of this objective bounty gold off of the Herald, but G2 are saying no. It looks like that we're gathering for a fight. Ultimates are aplenty for G2.
G2 win this fight if it happens, but
I would say so.
Yeah.
Let's see, Astralis though, posturing, looking for it.
Okay, so Hans Summer doesn't have flash, does have the Chain of Corruption. Kobe no cleanse, no flash on him. And Astralis, I think, realized that perhaps they should not fight against a team that is 5,000 gold ahead.
What they are doing is they're trying to cut off the route with which G2 gets back. Flash in from Mickey. I don't know if flash ult makes a difference, but
let's pretend it does.
Let's pretend it does.
Otherwise, all we've done is highlight these
I'm sorry, Mickey. You just...
Someone's got to eat it today, Mickey, and I'm afraid you're the punching bag, my dude.
All I'm going to say is, you know, like, you're making it an easy target that you can't hit.
You know who's not an easy target? Oh, that was good, buddy. That was good.
113 will walk away with his buff, but it looks like that Yike will steal away the rest of the Caps takes away those wolves. Astralis just getting bullied out of the jungle right now. G2 setting up for the Drake, spawning in less than 30 seconds.
And for Astralis, it's a very difficult situation to be in, because you have a bit of pick, you know, a light binding into a glacial prison, you can find 1 or 2 kills here or there, but G2 aren't really giving you that opportunity. All they're doing is moving, you know, 4 players around the map. They keep Broken Blade off to, they keep Broken Blade with Caps and with Yike, and then Mickey and Hans Summer slowly join the fight, and Caps now looking to go in. The arrow connects onto the tank, but 113 not that tanky for not that long, as he is forced back underneath the towers. Deo is trying to get some gold on the other side of the map as the Rift Tower charges in. And it won't take the inhibitor tower down towards this bottom lane. Dragon, though, on the menu as you save any third of the game for G2, only 17 minutes in.
See Mickey very quickly going back to base so he can get back out on the map sooner with his refreshed stock of wards. And G2 will look to secure this Dragon. So overall, really great stuff as we continue to see this development of G2. I think what's crazy is, again, the thing that's most important to recognize, we said at the start of the cast, is like, this bot lane has been incredibly dominant. Yeah. Day 1, we saw the Ashe Heimerdinger. Day 2, we saw the Draven Nautilus come out. Day 3, yes, they were still able to get that push in the bot side. We still saw that same play style of utilizing your Prior to enable Yike to be able to set up these invades. But it's actually all been about Caps, Broken Blade, and Yike on the top side of the map, winning out on the mid jungle 2 versus 2, and just being able to accrue these leads. Another arrow thrown into mid. Good response there from Kovic. Good dodge from Jonghoon as well. We'll be able to walk away unscathed, but the goal difference is not getting any smaller. G2 very close to that soul as well. And just a continued dominant performance. G2 cementing themselves as right now the best performing team here in the LEC.
Oh, definitely. I think a lot of people looked at them coming into the split as a team that should be the best performing team. The question was whether their meta read was good, whether Yike would settle into his position, and I will say the team has played very well around him for these first 3 games. A lot of pressure being put in getting him ahead. Dale looking for Broken Blade down towards this bottom side, but the Mantra W gives you so much damn healing that it's just unkillable. Now they're looking forward with the Radiant Virtue going in as well. Hansama coming in from the side of Caps has already taken down 1. This is a 4v5 where Astralis started the dive underneath the tower. TP away by Finn to escape. Caps still on the chase though, and he's not giving up the ghost of this one for a while. Still has another Elastic Slingshot about to be ready and primed in the chamber. The slow from the Everfrost does not get the stun, and the chase continues. Caps just diving in on his lonesome. Gets another kill, still has his passive, and there's no escape for Astralis.
Astralis wanted to try and set up a dive on the bot tower, and they could not make it work. G2 very quick to punish and find another kill onto the enemy jungle. Baron isn't even alive yet for G2 to contest for, so instead they have their eyes set on more jungle camps. Yike right now sitting at 5 stacks, looking to make it 6.
Been going for the flank.
I don't think
it's going to work. Spotted on vision. Oh, Mickey.
Yes, his ult.
He's got an arrow. Where's it going to go? Where's it going to go? Chucks out a bat. I think it's a bat. Not really sure what the animations
they're waiting for the mark to apply.
There's the mark, there's the arrow, there's Finn locked up, and Yike very happily will take his 7th mark of the game.
Wait, did the mark actually end up proccing?
Well, it says 6 still on the overlay, so I'm going to assume it didn't.
Let me have a quick check. He's at 6. Okay, so it looks like that the mark didn't quite fully proc there, because I saw it like developing underneath.
Maybe it just wasn't quite enough.
Maybe it wasn't quite enough.
You can see it's still over his champion portrait there as well.
Yeah.
If anyone doesn't know, Kindred can mark enemy champions, and then when she kills them, she gets a stack. Your first breakpoint is at 4 stacks, where you get extra range, extra AD, and the more stacks you get throughout the game, the more breakpoints there are, the more range you get, the more AD you get. You get a bunch of really cool things. Basically, you need 4 stacks to really be a champion, and then after that, you become much more of a champion as the game goes on.
What's interesting to note here is Broken Blade uses his Mantra W on Finn, right? So what's going to happen is as Dior loses tower aggro, Finn's actually going to be stuck underneath the tower with tower aggro, which means that he's then forced to disengage as well. So Astralis immediately on the back foot. Really great play there from Broken Blade. And watch this play from Caps. He's going to rocket belt in and then ultimate so that he actually gets a better setup with the ulti. Who would have thought that I'd be talking about Zac mechanics today? Caps really good with the engages, repeatedly using the E. The TP out from Finn. G2 saying they don't care about him, and then the chase does end up coming through. They're going to end up getting a kill onto 113 as well. But overall, great play from G2, and they quickly use this to set up invades on the top side, steal away these camps, and overall gain more and more advantages. So great stuff from G2. Absolutely one-sided dominant affair. Astralis, their best way back into this is if they can find some sort of pick or steal, but it looks like Finn is getting picked once again.
Put the mark on him preemptively for this moment, Vedius. Yike gets his 7th. Now the Baron perhaps on the menu for G2. It is on hit Varus for Hansama, so they do actually take it a lot quicker than if that Varus was just lethality. 90 caliber net trying to get away. Caps was not with the team for this call. Hansama though, still able to snipe out Kobe. Dale trying to retreat, looks to go back in, but can't quite find the chains. And now the chains have been broken free by G2. Caps unstoppable. Only Jonghoon survives. And the sad bee, well, you're going extinct like them, my friend. Jonghoon will go down. An ace for G2, 22 minutes in. And looks like they're going to go for the Baron. Could also just, you know, take a couple of towers.
G2 just looks so dominant. We heard the rumors about their scrims. We heard about how very few teams could really compete, and it was like We're seeing their scrim performance on stage right now. Absolute destruction. And again, there was criticism, like I had criticism for Broken Blade over the last 2 days. I had question marks around, okay, well, Caps hasn't been the shining light, but is that really a problem? And again, we're seeing the level that these guys can bring. Broken Blade and Caps definitely stepping up today with an incredible performance as the bot lane is just kind of providing assistance as G2 dominates their opposition.
I think the only thing we haven't seen is like a Broken Blade carry performance so far. He's obviously playing well this game. He's doing exactly what he needs to do, but we haven't seen Yike constantly playing up towards that top side. Arrow's going to connect as G2 look for the Ocean Soul. Finn trying to get him from the side. Glacial Prison hits onto Yike, but he's able to get away from that one. And Caps is just bodying the back line. He's as strong as he is in TFT. He's such a threat. This Zac unkillable. And once again, he gets another one. Astralis trying to get into the pit, but that's the Ocean Soul. Doesn't really do much for G2, but they don't really need it to. All they had to do was deny it from Astralis. Finn limping towards death once again. Yike on the chase, TP away. You going for it, Yike? You get it? Oh, he went the wrong way. Dashes back, but the TP gets him out.
The TP will, in fact, get him out. Wait, Caps,
Look
bro.
at him,
Bro,
what is this?
He is
He's
BMing
champ.
Astralis right now.
Zac, I just want to
Surely
say,
he can't kill them all, right?
Zac
Surely.
with Ocean Soul is like, it's a night terror
It's a thing,
sort
yeah.
of situation.
Here we go.
Like,
He's rocket belting. He dodges. Looking for a Q.
You wake up in the middle of the night and this thing is sitting on your chest. I can't move. I just can't get away from it. Absolutely traumatic. The arrow hits Kobe.
Here comes Caps.
Slingshot time!
Never mind.
Okay, Caps. I mean, good job, Yike, but you really baited me with that one, my dude. G2.
It was the threat of Zac, one could
exactly,
say.
Yeah. You're playing TFT as well.
Yeah.
So, just an Urgot to round out this comp is great. Yeah.
Oh my god, G2 are just going to take absolutely everything. Caps, of course, does have the TP. He wants to make sure that... Looks like he's going to go back and spend his gold, or is he? Yeah, there it is. Wants to make sure that he's got that full AP build. That's a lot of magic penetration. Let's see how much damage he can do. That's a lot of damage! Caps is going to one-shot the support, and G2 are just making fun of Astralis. They're going to go 3-0 on the weekend.
I think my favorite part of this game is when Caps just shouted, "It's flubbering time," and flubbered all over the videos. Disgusting here from G2, 3-0 on the week. Definitely looking like the top dogs here in the LEC as they round out an undefeated week one. Astralis yet to pick up a win still. A few signs of life yesterday, but none today, you have to feel, as G2 stomp them.
I would love to know the average game time of G2 this weekend, because it feels like we haven't seen a game go above 25 minutes.
How long was that game?
24 minutes 50.
Add that to 27 and then take it like so. Their average game time so far is 27 minutes. That's 54 plus 24 minutes is 70.
It's low.
79, 78.
Okay, so it's sub 30 minutes still.
Yeah, 78 divided by 3.
Damn.
29.
Incredibly dominant performance from G2.
Very quick stuff from G2. Truly looking like the scrim gods that we were all told they would be. Mickey and Kobe there with a little hug as we see G2 go and high-five their fans. Thank you also, G2, for getting us back on schedule with the quick performance. Very generous of you. Astralis, I mean, they had some good performances this weekend. They weren't expected to challenge G2 today, but in their games over the last couple of days, they haven't looked like it was an impossibility for them to pick up wins. We'll see how they can bounce back. Obviously, only the bottom two get knocked out, and they still have 2 more weeks to try and find those winning ways.
Yeah, it was always going to be an uphill battle against G2, but to start the week off, or the split off rather, 0-3 is never a nice place to be. But given that we are only 9 games during the
regular season,
yes, G2 are already very close to securing a top 8 spot, right? I'm not entirely sure what the cutoff point is, but of course, when there's 8 spots...
you have to get to 5 games, and 2 teams have to have lost 5 games, and G2 have to have won 5 games, right? Because then you only have 4 games remaining.
So basically, if you get 5 wins, you're in a pretty good position.
Yeah, if by Sunday next week, G2 have not lost, and there are 2 teams that have gone 0-5, G2 are into our group stage.
Crazy, absolutely crazy.
Yeah. Your player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter, Broken Blade, Yike, and Caps.
Makes sense?
Yeah, 100%. And I think the thing with Broken Blade is he did play well. But I don't think we should reward Karma Tank Top. I'm just going to put it out there. You press focus resolve on someone, you press
Caps
R.
may steal this one,
I think Caps should take it. I'll be honest. We're going to head over to Law, who is standing by with the other POG nominee, Yike.
Hognomini, Yike, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on a dominating
Thank
win
you.
once again. Let's talk about this week for G2, because even before the start of the season, people were feeling that the team was going to be strong. But did you expect to play that well? Personally, but also as a team?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we had big expectations on us, and I feel like we played really well in scrims and in everything, and everyone in the team was confident. So yeah, I feel like we had a good. It was a good week for us.
Yeah, if I may say, I went to see your scrims this week, and I was impressed by the fact that even though you're a rookie within the team and with such a big org, your voice is already so strong, as it's expected from a jungler, of course. But tell me about joining G2, having their trust, and also becoming such a huge member for the team.
Yeah, I mean, as I've said before, like it was really unexpected for me to join G2, and I'm so grateful for joining this team. And yeah, I mean, I do talk in game. Like maybe people see me as a shy guy in game, but I feel like I talk like a good amount, and I feel like the way we do in the team is like really well. Like we all have good synergy together, and it's like going really well.
And it shows, and it shows. And if I may, you say that you didn't expect to join G2, but having you seen play in the LFL, I was expecting to see you in the LEC and to play with such a big org. So tell me about the off-season, G2 reaching out to you, and how did it make you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I guess off-season, I got some good offers, I guess. Like, I had the LEC teams interested in me, and I was, like, interested in all of them. And then I got G2 contacting me, and that was, like, really surprising to me. I didn't expect them to, like, actually have all the focus on me, but in the end, they, like, really wanted me, or they liked me. So I'm really, really, like, happy that they chose me, and yeah.
It is extremely deserved, and especially when we see what you're capable of showcasing on stage so far. As I said, you're a rookie joining the LEC this year. Tell me about the expectations you have for yourself, and what kind of player do you want to become?
Yeah, well, I'm a rookie, and I've probably replaced like one of the best junglers in the West. So it's for sure a lot of pressure on me, and I try every day to do my best and and to like improve every day. And I want to become the best in EU. I want to become the best jungler in the EU and in the world as well.
I don't know if production can show what is happening here, but G2 fans have been crazy throughout the entire weekend in the studio. This is the first time you get to see something like this. How does this make you feel?
Yeah, I
having
mean,
so much support.
We have so many fans, and it feels like incredible. I'm so thankful for every fan that comes here and cheer for us. It feels amazing.
Thanks to the G2 fans. Thank you. I have one last question for you, because Caps is waiting on the other side of the studio with Ender, and they're going to talk about Zach.
Yeah.
When I see the draft here, backstage, we were wondering where Zach was going to end up. Is it going to go mid? Is it going to go top? What was the idea here? Because you knew that they were keeping the last pick for top lane, so did you know already that Caps was going to pick it?
So, yeah, I mean, both me and Caps like to play Zach. Like, I play him a lot in solo queue, and Zach is also, Caps is also a Zach enjoyer, so it's really nice pick for us, I guess, because it's a flex. And yeah, I mean, we were not sure. I mean, we had.
You had Kindred, yeah.
Yeah, I already picked Kindred, so it was, I guess, maybe obvious if some people know Caps that it was going to go mid. So, yeah, I mean.
I guess. Dylan, we have to go Zach once
Dylan's
again. Thank you so much, Yike, for the interview. Congrats on an amazing week with G2. And Ender, back to you with Caps.
Thank you very much, Lore. Oh my God, they're bowing down, praying to Yike. Caps, thank you for joining me over here. We're gonna try and do a little bit of a Zach tutorial for all the new guys out there. But before I ask you anything about the pick, I wanna know, because Froggy played this first at Worlds, and I think that's where it caught on popularity. Had you tried it in solo queue or anything before, or is this inspiration from him?
I mean, I played it I don't know, 30 games or 40 games before Worlds. It was definitely like something I wanted to pull out. We didn't really make it far enough to pull it out, but luckily I can pull it out now instead. And yeah, I'm just happy that the right game came up for it.
I mean, it looked crazy. I want to check out the rune page first and just sort of walk through any choices you make. You're rocking the Conqueror, which pretty standard, I believe, on the Zach pick. But was there anything specific in game you were rocking? And we'll get those runes up here in just a second.
I mean, for sure, like the Conqueror is very strong on him. Like second win and like especially revitalize, because you're always like losing health, and healing is very important. But usually I go for more for like a tanky route. But because the early game went quite well for us, I was thinking that a bit more AP damage was needed, right? So I came in with a bit more of an AP build this time around. Not sure if my coaching staff was happy with that because they were kind of counting on a tank, but you get what you get, you know.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're just like jumping in, trying to one-shot a Lux and a Caitlyn in the back line, so hard to complain with that. I think here, like, you're taking the CDR, makes some sense. No AP down here. That's what we need to remember in solo queue. We're trying to create some solo queue demons on the Zac pick.
Like, you start with the tank build. If everything goes well, then you can always like pivot into a full AP, you know, get as much AP as needed. The problem with AP is that you're very squishy, and especially if you're jumping in, you kind of get super one-shot. But also we had Kindred ult, which helps a lot with getting one-shot, because even if I die, she can like save my passive. And
except that one time. It came in a little bit too late.
Except for once. But the first time around, it kind of was quite clutch. I think Silas even flashed in. So it had a lot of value there.
Yeah, let's actually go ahead and check out a mid lane fight that you took with Yike. He ends up falling, but you get the double kill, kicking things off. And your flash to block the Silas E here is insane. Look at this. What?
Yeah, it was a close one. I was when I thought they would go on us on me initially, right? Because they were trying to gank me, but they were actually like pretty good at turning onto Kindred.
Because they knew Yike didn't have flash, right?
Yeah, Kindred didn't have flash, and also he's just like much squishier. Like if they kill me, they have to go through my passive as well. And when I saw that, I was just like, praying I could save him somehow, right? And luckily, I mean, I guess I didn't actually manage to save him, but I got a double kill, so it's worth Yike's life.
Yeah. It's worth it. Yeah, those long fights, you're spamming W, like no cooldown. The Conqueror's working up too, so that works nicely. And then also, you can just become a jungler when you want as well. So how are you trying to find, we have a top lane gank that you're able to pull off. How are you able to find that controlling the wave as well?
So I mean, I don't remember exactly the setup, but I believe that we were maybe playing for like, I don't know, we were trying to set up Herald or something, and Aatrox and Sejuani tried to kill Karma before we can do that. But luckily I was around the area, so I kind of just like make my way up. And BB kind of made it easy for me because I think he already got his flash and ult and everything. So it was easy cleaning from there.
Yeah, and you just like, the mid waves are coming and you're like, I don't need that. I'm just going, I'm Zac, you know,
I don't need that. Like the thing is, if I don't get enough farm, I can always just go tank, right?
Sure, that's true. But you didn't, you went to AP and then you got a solo kill. So were you finding yourself in positions where you're just trying to like hide in fog of war sometimes to get picks, or like right here, Dayor is just going on to you and you kill him?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, you can have quite good trades with Zac. He's not the best champ at running forward like this. I think it was only mainly because I was quite far ahead. But because you need to pick up the passives. Like, you don't really do as much damage without picking up the passives. And we saw like a lot of passives were flying backwards. So I'm not really that great at running at them. But in this case, it worked out because I had an item. I think he didn't have his mythic yet. So I'm happy that the demonic embrace just burned him down.
Yeah, you just burned him down at the end. That's a 15 KDA on the Zac right there. That's looking a little bit ridiculous.
It's the high DPM Zac as well.
Yeah, 760. Look, all I'm saying is I feel like we might be seeing a lot more Zac in the future. So do you have like one piece of advice or anything you'd give to some solo queue friends out there that are trying to pick it up?
I mean, but definitely like try to play with your jungler, right? You saw a lot of me like growing up with Yike this game because you don't really do that much alone. Like some times you can like win lane and stuff like that, but you can't really kill him. You kind of need your jungler's damage, especially if it's like a strong jungler like Kindred. Always helps out.
Awesome. All right, team up with your jungler and don't build AP until you're already crushing the game. Thanks so much, Caps, for the tips on the Zac. Absolutely smurfed it. And we are going to jump to a quick break before we hop into the rest of the action for the day.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC as we're gearing up for Koi versus Fnatic. Now, before we get into the analysis, we wanted to acknowledge the extended transition times that we've had during the games this weekend. Now, behind the scenes, we've been experiencing peripheral issues relating to a specific model's firmware that is commonly used by our pro players. Unfortunately, we have not been able to find a permanent fix for this firmware, and we need to employ a number of temporary measures as we explore more permanent fixes. We understand and share your frustration, and we're working behind the scenes of each game to get this settled.
Yeah, I think it's just everyone's kind of frustrated. We're frustrated. We want to get the game started as well. And a lot of people keep adding me saying, you know, Pedro, start the game. Guys, I can't do it. I'm trying my best.
We try. We have to like get him away from like going into the game as well.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. That's not happening.
I try to sneak back in there to be a pro again.
Absolutely. But we do have a super exciting game on the docket in front of us, Fnatic versus Koi, for different reasons for both of these teams. First up, Fnatic, 0-2 so far in this. I was going to say super week, but every week's a super week nowadays. From going to a hotly contested game versus Vitality that slipped away from them versus collapsing G2 collapsing versus G2. Rather, it's not been a good look.
It's not. Definitely not from Fnatic. I think a lot more expectations came in from this team in general, but it's not necessarily because they can't get anything rolling. We've seen them being able to do it. We've seen positive things come out from them, specifically in the first game against Vitality, where, well, they throw at the Baron. And let's be real, the G2 game, I don't see a real takeaway from it. That is the kind of game where you have it in scrim and you just go next. Like, you just remake it as soon as possible.
Yeah, but I don't think that's an excuse, though. If
Yeah,
like
of course
happens
not.
to-
I'm saying
Yeah.
it's more like making a measurement of that game alone.
Yeah, I think my read on Fnatic is if you go back to Worlds last year, when Rux played those 2 games and won, he played Leona both those games. And agency for me was the key word. Him and Razork playing Poppy Leona, whatever it may be, just running around the map. Fnatic historically has never been a slow team. It's never been a team where they pick scaling and sit back. Ever since the Bwipo days, the Hilly days, whatever roster it is, they always like to make things happen. And I think this is another roster where they want to make things happen. If they're playing Zeri, Yuumi, there's really nothing they can do in the early stages. You look to Razork, who's playing Sejuani, Azir, mid-jungle. There's no agency really there until post-level 6, and even then you're double AP, right? So I want to see things like the Kindred Rakan. I want to see things that like a Wukong with a Leona next to him. Something where you can actually start going in, buying space for Reckless and Humanoid, and then you can start pushing your advantage.
When we look at their schedule, Vitality, G2, now Koi, then in week 2, BDS, XL, Team Heretic. So you could say that that is, of course, a different caliber of teams going into it, but still you don't want to go into that 0-3. I want to bring, yes?
Yeah, that's the thing, though. Like, we compare them like, oh, Fnatic's schedule, it's so rough. They have to go against all these top teams. Well, it is not... Is Fnatic not supposed to be a top team as well,
exactly.
Right?
It's supposed to be a top team.
Despite you going 0-3, I feel like it's copium saying like, oh, look at our schedule. Of course, we want them to pick it up against the others, but I think expectations are that Fnatic wants to be a top team.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you might think, oh, we're being super harsh on them, but you've heard it, I know, too many times, but they don't have a lot of time. That's just a fact of the matter. And something you guys brought up in Ready Check also makes a lot of sense in terms of bot lane, right? New synergies are being figured out here, but that was such a win condition for them, right? So right now you then need other things to go right for you if you want to get those wins.
I mean, if you look back to the summer split like we talked about in Ready Check, it was Upset and Hylissang who basically carried them across the finish line with Zeri Yuumi, ironically, in the last 3 games of the split into the Super Week, because there was a situation where they weren't making playoffs. They helped them get through, and then they went all the way to the semifinals where they dropped to Rogue, now Koi, right? So it's a rematch of the summer semifinals, and I think that looking at the bot lane specifically on the other side, Trimby to me has been such a standout over the last couple of years with picking out all these crazy picks. He's grown into a player where we saw him quite nervous next to Hans Sama all those years ago. He's grown into a leader, I think, and someone who's so flexible in draft, and you can see the picks here.
Yeah, it's just a contrast as well from the bot lane of Fnatic that just haven't worked just yet to the contrast of Koi, who has come out with, you know, signature picks now with the Kalista Soraka that they brought in last year from playoffs, but also the Ashe and Ezreal. It's the flexibility that we've come to expect from the Koi bot lane as well, and it's just a pressure point that you're gonna have to deal with it, because Trimby and Com is one of the best bot laners in the league, if not the best bot lane as well, maybe rivaled by Handsome and Mickey at the moment.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, you can't really doubt Comp and Trimby. They were just such standouts in the finals, specifically with things like the Kalista Soraka. They were the ones who were meta-defining in those series where teams like Fnatic and G2 couldn't find an answer. And I think Koi still have a lot of their strengths from last year. You know, Malrank still doing crazy Malrank things, Larson still being really safe and showing up in team fights, and their bot lanes just pulling out weird and wonderful picks. Even 2v2 killing as Kalista Soraka against Lucian Nami, which is the strongest bot lane on the patch right now, and just getting leads there. So Shigenda slotting in quite nicely. Their game was quite messy yesterday in terms of closing it out. But I think with the Cassian pick, I didn't really like it much in their draft. It didn't fit very well. They had to give up so much space to excel and wait so long. And I don't think that's something Koi want to do this game.
No, I don't think that's something we're going to see either. But they have hit the ground running holistically. If we look at how they've done in a 2-0 very cleanly. And they were always the regular season kings, right? So
they've dominated every regular season. I think they're probably first or second in almost every split. Always getting through to that upper bracket when it comes to the playoffs, but we're about ready to get into the game.
Well then, at least a little bit of spice in the walk-ins.
We've had
from
one
Shigenda.
person now, Shigenda.
Shigenda yesterday where he just turns his back to the camera.
Yeah. And we need more spice in the walk-ins. You know, in the LPL, they're really giving it some. You know, they come out as 5. They don't even go to their chairs. They just stand there looking at the opposition.
It needs some work, I think.
Yeah, needs it.
But we're gonna do picks and bans here at the analyst desk, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we talked about the bot lane, especially in this pre-game segment. And I think going into the draft as well, it's going to be really curious to see where Fnatic will throw their bans. Because yesterday, when they played against G2, they threw away 3 bot lane bans. They first picked the Yuumi, and instantly the Draven came out and just destroyed it from them. So I'm curious to see where they're going to apply that pressure in the first phase of draft again.
And I feel like Reckless has been leaning more in the last few years to things like Senna, Tristana, Sivir. This has kind of been his bread and butter. Varus now, and Ashe. I haven't seen him, you know, like the old days of Reckless, where he would be willing to play things like Lucian and Caitlyn, these aggressive lanes to try to start pushing advantages. I would love to see that from Reckless, especially in this style of Fnatic, where I think that Wunder has always been the, I won't really carry the game for you, but I can negate the enemy top laner's pressure, I can nullify him.
Yeah, especially
I'm so flexible. And Fnatic's bot lane was their carry last year, so I'd love to see the big step up of just trying to punish the enemy bot lane. I don't think we'll go into the realm of Kalista Draven, but anything that can get the push.
I mean, apparently it does work well, so
yeah,
it's
definitely
been very
does.
successful.
It has been. So anything that can get the push is where I'm looking at. But a lot of champions up right now. We've got Ryze, we've got Maokai. We've still got things like the Zeri that could pair with the Lulu. We'll see what direction Koi wants to go with the first pick.
No Dahmer though.
But I feel like already you can see the bot lanes getting trimmed out. Varus already off the table. Yuumi off the table now as well. The Lucian Nami bot lane. So the further we get into this, the Zeri just takes that higher priority. And especially now with Caitlyn off the table too. Feels like the bot lane is just getting too narrow with all the bans coming through.
Yeah, Ashe, Zeri, near the top. Ryze, of course, just mentioned it as probably one of the strongest mid laners on the patch ever since the Seraphs and Archangels change. Him and Kassadin have been so strong. Maokai is up here. I think that would be a steal for Razork if he wants to go for that. Malrang will probably go towards something like the Sejuani, you have to imagine, or the Vi with Ryze can work really well. There's the Ashe Maokai. Curious what Koi's bot lane is going to be now that Ashe taken away. Do you just go for Zeri Lulu and just say, you know what? We can't really sacrifice going to 4-5, or do you go for something like the jungle?
Yeah, it feels awkward at the beginning just due to the slows of the auto attacks on Ashe, but your scaling is just absolutely insane.
Wow.
And Koi, we've seen them also just go back to the Ashe role, play that weak side, play up towards the top side, and now seeing Malrang on the Sejuani again, Sugenda on a carry champion like the Jax. Last time this happened, Malrang was up in that top side by level 2.
Yeah, I love this from Koi. They know the bot lane is going to be a bad matchup anyway, just go all in on top side. I think something like Gragas here could work for Wunder. If he wants to try to play carry into carry, Fiora is an option. Aatrox is an option. We see that in the LPL. That's normally what they pick into Jax. Jace is a great pick into Jax. Every time he jumps in with the Leap Strike, you can knock him away with the hammer. Let's see how Wunder executes on this Jace. We'll need a little bit of resources, but we were talking about a carry for Fnatic, and there's one locked in already. Need to make sure they can get a good mid laner to help the Roman start shutting down this Ryze, because if Larson can get the top and he falls behind against the Jax Sejuani, it'll be a disaster.
Yeah, for sure. Now it just means you can continue trimming down that bot lane composition if you want to get rid of the Ashe role for comp that he so wanted. You can already see that they want to play lower resources here as well. On the side of Fnatic as well, of course, they are, or on the side of Koi rather, they are potentially looking to trim away that support pool, trim away that mid lane pool as well. But crucial to remember, Jace can still go anywhere, Maokai can still be flexed into support as well, so still open options too.
Yeah, I think what I'd be scared of here is some kind of Kalista lane perhaps. I mean, it's not great into Ashe, but if they want to play something like Ashe Karma on 4, which wouldn't surprise me too much, then I think an all-in lane would be great. Any melee support with Sejuani is just working fantastically. Of course, they can always counterpick support, but I think the only real value you can get out of counterpick support in this draft is like a Tahm Kench on 5 if they do go for that melee support. So we'll see which direction they go in. Syndra is still up, which I think could be a good pick into Koi's champions. Anything, you know, 2 champions dashing in, Ryze short range, start to poke them down. But we'll see what direction they go in. Ashe Karma could work. Leave support and counter with something like Tahm. Fnatic have options, just down to what Koi has as a bot lane blind pick. Last ban is going to be a mid laner. I think it's case of Orianna. I mean, Humanoid's bread and butter. I mean, what was Humanoid known for in the last few years? Orianna and Akali.
Oh, yeah.
That
Victor
was his,
Orianna.
yeah, his favorite champions. Now, this is where the draft will just be the telling signs of what's to come.
Yeah, but I feel like you just slap that Syndra here, like that control mage in the mid lane, set up a good composition. You already have the Maokai, you got good range to play around with the Ashe already, with the Jace too. But Gragas actually coming through here, already telling us, we said earlier, that well, that Jace already was a flex pick, could go up towards the top side, could go into the mid lane, and the same with Gragas support
I'm angry I didn't say it because I thought it.
You thought about it, did you?
Yeah, I was
you should have
like,
said it.
Yeah, I know.
Is it a yeah, it could be a Jace mid, it could be a Gragas support.
maybe.
I think it's more likely something like a Jace mid. but we'll wait for now.
You thinking even Gragas support? Probably wonder, right?
Yeah, it could also be Gragas support. Normally you see things like Gragas support into Alistar, you know, just to stop the combo, but that's really the only matchup. I mean, unless it's with a Yasuo AD carry, it's a bit difficult to just pull off. We'll see. Could also be Ashe support here, and they pick an AD carry on 5 and put the Gragas top, Jace mid, right? There's a lot of options here for Fnatic. There's the Jhin. For Koi, I think a melee support here would pair well. Something like Leona. Rakan seems pretty difficult against Maokai Gragas. Karma works to deny it from the Ashe Karma. That was more of a denial pick. So Fnatic must have something prepared if they were going to be willing to give this Karma over.
At least a curveball. I love it.
Okay, Rakan.
It is going to be Rakan.
Interesting. I think that Rakan pick is actually going to struggle against Maokai Gragas, the lockdown, but they did need some form of engage. It was either denial or engage. And now Fnatic will tell us exactly where everything's going. They have 3-way flexes on certain champions.
Yeah, it's one of those positions with Rakan where if you want straight at them, you're just going to get rooted down immediately by CC. You have to be creative about your pathing. I mean, luckily for Trimby, it is one of his signature picks as well, going from that side. And speaking of signature picks, you highlighted earlier as well, Kajal. Yeah. Reckless on the Sivir, Rox now taking the Ashe support for himself, and the composition is finally starting to complete itself for Fnatic here.
And do you like it, the completed one?
I actually need to take it in a little bit. I wasn't sure where these champions were going before the full draft is coming through, so...
Pedro?
Okay, so my take here is Jace has a lot of poke, Sivir can poke, and so can Ashe. So their siege is good, but I worry for their AP damage. I wonder if Razork is going to go first strike Demonic Embrace Liandry's Maokai to make sure that they have some AP damage. Maybe Wunder's going to go more in the AP realm. But I think they have really good siege. The only thing I'm lacking here is...
This is Humanoid's first time on Jace, by the way.
Yeah, their backline is just really easy to dive onto. If Rakan can get onto that immobile Sivir and Ashe, I think they're going to struggle a lot. But their range is good. I just think Koi's engage is also very good.
But I think the engage is also very conditional. It allows you to play around. It's not completely doomed. You still have the spell shield on the Sivir as well, and you got the range to play around with. So I think it's super doable for Fnatic at the same time as well. Good disengage if they need it as well from the Gragas ult, from the Maokai ult as well.
Yeah,
it's doable, but Koi has been looking pretty good, and they've got some really strong picks.
It's been a long time since we've seen something like Jace mid. We'll see what it can do into the Rise. I mean, I think of Perks with Ivern and G2 at MSI, you know, against Faker, against the Rise. That's the last time I can think of that matchup in my head. Did go slightly Jace favorite. We'll see how Perks can... Perks? Humanoid can shut down Larson.
Humanoid can shut it down. Indeed. We'll see indeed. As said again, super important win needed for Fnatic as we get into this game.
Let's get into the action. Koi versus Fnatic. Koi currently 2-0, Fnatic 0-2. Those scores at the top are incorrect. Hey, I'm Medic, that's Vetty. Been here for a game already. Trimby jumping across here. Humanoid spots him. He's like, okay, we're not going to be able to do anything sneaky here. As they did look to see perhaps if they could get an invade off early. Vetty, I'm going to test you on some stats. We love stats here in the LEC. What do you think Reckless's all-time Sivir win rate is?
64%.
Oh! 62.3%. That's very close. How many games do you think he's played?
47.
77. Oh. He's 48-29 on the champ across the course of his career, and we'll see if he can add another win to that column in this game. I do think I agree with Kajal that although Fnatic have some avenues, their backline's pretty squishy here, quite easy to be targeted. And you were mentioning that you think perhaps Wunder will go full AP Gragas here, but we will say Razork has the first strike and has the red Pokemon, the Charmander, so he's likely to go at least for Demonic Embrace. I have been seeing Demonic Embrace into Radiant Virtue. You can go Demonic Embrace into that Liandry's and be full squishy, full dive bomb Maokai. Just timber your opponents.
Well, that's still a ways away. My main concern for Fnatic is this side lane threat that I think Koi does have. Already a bit of trading down towards the bot side of the map. And as we expect, the heal gets popped. Reckless and Rux.
How'd you get away? How'd you get away from an Ashe slowing you, from a Hail of Blades as well? That's good trading from Rux and Reckless down towards that bottom side. A lot of people look at Ashe as this W spammer, because that's what she is in ARAM, and when you build the Imperial Mandate, she's not that in lane. What you want to do is get the Hail of Blades and get the auto attacks down. It's all about the auto attacks. Who gives a monkeys about your 26-second cooldown W at level 1? Just get those autos in, and that's exactly what Rux did there. Approach velocity for him as well, meaning that he gets that chase potential in that bot lane.
There is the real risk of a dive here. They're going to get information as to where the Sejuani is. One, they're going to prop the phase rush and get away to safety. But you can see the priorities of both junglers here as Malrang pathing up towards the top side of the map, looking to try and get Jigenda in a strong position with the Jax. And we talked about this powerful side lane threat. Wouldn't be surprised to see Larssen, once he gets level 6, start threatening those roams, those dives, especially when Wonder is known for going that typical AP. Does make it a little bit easier to dive, but in the same vein, Wonder, known for outplaying those dives, of course. He's no stranger to being focused in a game, but it definitely looks like in terms of early priority, this bot side will be a focus. And it just pointed out to me that Malrang is actually making his way back towards bot. Remember that the Ashe Hawkshot did come out to get information, and Fnatic expect Malrang to be pathing towards the top side right now.
Malrang always finds a way to gank, and that's exactly what he's doing here. Reckless and Rux did have the push in here. Conf looking for the chase, Malrang going in as well. Flash away, but the Arctic Assault is still there. Rux locked up. One more auto is enough to stun him, and Malrang claims first blood. Razork a little late to the party because does have the flash. Trimby has none of his own. They can look for the chase here onto Comp as well. Flash onto Trimby. He will fall, and now Reckless and Razork looking to trade back on this one. Comp's going to get the root down onto the Maokai, but that tree is well used to roots, and he just leaves.
Ends up being an overall even trade. The supports end up losing their lives. And it ends up being a pretty even trade of summoners as well. You can see here, again, Fnatic completely unaware, not really expecting this. The moment that they see Comp and Trimby looking for an all-in, they realize what's happened. Reckless invests the Ghost fairly early. They're expecting the flash to come out from Rux. He does his best to sidestep there, buys as much time as he possibly can for the Maokai to show up, and this is where Razork, being level 4, knows that he can secure a kill here. Reckless doing what he can to get as much damage down as possible. Has the vision, flash in, root, doesn't give the Rakan an opportunity to get away. And you can see with the Ignite down, Koi is sitting there thinking, hey, maybe we can actually get a kill back here, but Reckless's position made it a little bit more awkward, so it ends up just being a trade of kills. Overall, not too bad for either side, really. It does alleviate some of that pressure from Comp and Trimby, who were struggling in the straight-up 2 versus 2, but Reckless and Rux still able to trade something back even after that early aggression from Koi.
Razork also deciding not to base after getting that kill down towards the bottom side. He's been powering through his jungle. Malrang went back and got the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Extra ability haste for him means that those ganks will be a little bit more effective as the game goes on. For the moment, though, Fnatic should be pretty happy with this start. They haven't given 2 kills over to a Draven, which means that it's going better than it was 24 hours ago.
Case. See Wonder and Jigenda trading a little bit. The wave, if we can have a look at it, observers, you can see how it's a little bit awkward right now for Wonder, but he's not too concerned. He's going to be able to go back to base, TP back in. Actually sticking around right now. What's his plan here? Is he looking to interrupt? Yes, he is. Yeah, actually, with this health advantage that he has, he can actually look to try and push this underneath the tower. Maybe he doesn't have to expend the TP at all. I don't think it's really worth holding the TP, given the TP changes. You know, you may as well just invest it early, make sure you can get back into lane. Given that Jigenda's already TP back into lane, the more damage Wonder can do, the better.
Yeah.
Because, of course, he's going to go back and he's going to replenish everything. Whereas Jigenda, if he wants to try and get that same reset, it's going to be much harder. So there's a lot of mind games going on right now. Wonder wants to try and get the most optimal back that he can while also making life difficult for Jigenda. Nice little trade there from Wonder. Gets the belly bop, gets out of range of the stun. But he's got to be cautious of a potential gank. If we kind of highlight the vision, we can see so much more investment on the top side of Koi. Trimby looking for something. Ooh, nice side
really
steps there from Rux.
Really nicely done. It dances down from the knock-up, then to the side, away from the root from Comp, means that he's able to escape. I believe Malrang was spotted as he went into the river earlier, pinged out a couple of times. And Wonder obviously had to be careful earlier on because Malrang could have been on the top side of the map for a gank. For now, though, they know he's down towards this bottom lane, and Wonder will just be able to back TP back into the lane. Now has double amp tomes and a mana crystal, holding the wave, waiting for his minions to get there so he can freeze it. Makes it a little bit trickier for Jigenda, but Jigenda has, you know, a slight CS lead. With actually a reset coming out from Trimby, he knows that they want to try and break this freeze up towards the top side, so Trimby's going to work his way all the way to the top side as the wave pushes in bot. Comp can just catch that. Not too much of a tricky situation for Comp. He can make sure that his top lane isn't denied too much CS.
Viewers at home will likely notice as well, Wonder's trying to thin this wave out a little bit because on your minimap you'll see Larssen keep moving into the fog of war. He'll do this thing where he'll push the wave and then he'll just move into that top river brush. And Wonder always has to be cautious and scared, like we're going to see it right now. Keep our eyes... Oh, hang on, a bit of a skirmish down on the bot side of the map, but what you're going to see is Larssen push this in and then constantly move into fog of war. Right now, his goal is to keep Humanoid underneath this tower so that he can look to rotate towards the bot side, as Malrang is in a bit of a skirmish right now, but with the arrival of Rux and Reckless, it's not going to result in much.
Knock back. Wonder looking for this, but Trimby's there waiting, snuck into the bush, and Trimby there in time once again. Flash forward from Shigenda is enough for the kill for the top lane.
Catches Wonder completely off guard. He thinks that there's a clean kill there onto Shigenda, and then Trimby is able to punish him, able to sneak his way into the top side. No TP on Wonder, means he's going to lose this whole wave, and it definitely sucks to see for Wonder. Not the worst position overall for Fnatic, but for Koi, really sets up those side laners for success as we move later into the game.
And once again, just really good moves from Trimby. He spent a long time sneaking into this top bush to make sure he wasn't spotted. They saw that Wonder had invested a lot of his health bar in trying to freeze the lane, and as soon as Wonder looks for this fight, Trimby's ready.
If Shigenda had actually gone a slightly different direction, gone closer to Wonder, there was a world where he may have been able to get that kill off, but with Trimby always being in the vicinity, it was going to be difficult. And Wonder, you know, he was so cautious. He was keeping his eye on that mid lane, specifically worried about what Larssen might be doing with that ultimate. But it was Trimby that actually catches him off guard, and Fnatic can't punish on the bot side of the map either. Now Rux has come up to assist with the Herald. The wave has been pushed underneath Shigenda's tower, so he should be forced to catch that, with Wonder offering assistance. And Reckless now making his way up towards mid as well, but Malrang likely to contest.
It's a tad risky because Trimby has hit level 6. The Rift Herald will go down. You can see Koi trying to fight around it. Trimby's now in the mid lane, has that quickness if they want to go in. Rift Herald has been secured by Fnatic, and Malrang will be spotted. He steps forward. Trimby can come in with the quickness here as well. The flash away, the Glacial Prism. There's the Realm Warp as well, and that's 2 quick catches for Koi. 1 down, 2 down. Timber goes the tree, and Koi go 4-1 up.
A clean collapse from Koi as they're able to split up Fnatic, and they're looking for more. They have their eyes on Wonder. They know he has no flash, and the wave is stacking up. But again, look at mid. Larssen is keeping Humanoid underneath his tower. There is no safety coming to help Wonder.
And the map movements from Koi just make it impossible for Fnatic to react effectively. Huge gold lead now for Shigenda in the top lane. It's going to be his 3rd plate. The Demolish Proc will come through. He is about 1,500 or 1,200 gold ahead, and it's just step after step by Koi.
You have to feel like that the morale is hitting Fnatic hard right now. This play was absolutely massive for Koi. You can see how Humanoid and Reckless, they don't really feel like they can offer much in this situation. Comp still able to get involved with the fight thanks to his ultimate. Larssen creating the flank, and then Larssen and Malrang with a very quick and clean engage. Trimby really just making the smart choice of not trying to play for the 2v2 in bot lane, instead getting out on the map and leveraging Rakan's engage and pick potential. They have their eyes on Wonder once again.
Wonder trying to defend underneath this tower, perhaps thinking he could do something, puts the barrel down, but Malrang and Shigenda are on the chase. No mana for the Jax, but he doesn't need it. He doesn't even need a real weapon. Malrang would take the kill. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Fnatic looking to do something with this Rift Herald. They've taken 2 plates off this tower. Just about now, the Rift Herald will only get them about 1.5 plates, so it is gold infused into Reckless's pockets, but a very diluted infusion, it feels.
We're looking at the gold difference, and if you look at the bottom of your screen, while it is Malrang that has all the kills, the gold difference is sitting on Shigenda. Setting up this Jax is going to be very difficult for Fnatic to deal with, because who do you match into him, right? Maybe Humanoid can hold him, but Wonder going for more of the AP build is going to be far too squishy, and this Jax is only going to get stronger as the game continues. Koi putting themselves in a commanding position as Fnatic look to try and get something back on the map.
And a bit of a change of pace for Koi as well. Up until this time, up until this game, this weekend, they've been very good at getting gold leads, but they haven't really relied on kills to do it. They've got 4 kills, 2 deaths across 2 games. This game, 6 kills by the 11-minute mark, and a substantial sum of gold to the good as well, around 3,000. Fnatic obviously have been struggling so far this weekend, but Koi have really put them on the ropes this game.
It's not been an easy schedule for Fnatic, having to go up against the new and improved Vitality, along with G2 and Koi, arguably the 2 strongest teams in the league. But I think it's fair for fans' expectations to be high when we look at Fnatic from last year. Just with the addition of Humanoid and Wonder, those 2 individuals alone were giving Fnatic a lot of power. As Razork kind of found his identity and found his place in the team, it felt like the Fnatic was only going from strength to strength, considering how powerful their bot lane was. By replacing their bot lane, expectations were like, well, Fnatic, you have to have a valid reason to get rid of Upset and Hylissang as a duo. And I think that fans are definitely throwing out question marks right now. Of course, still only the first week, but starting off 0-3 is definitely going to hurt the morale of Fnatic. Let's see if they can bounce back. Of course, scaling is always something that you can rely on when it comes to Reckless and Sivir. He is one of the people that gave birth to the 500 CS Sivir meme, after all. Of course, that will mean that they'll have to slow down the powerhouse that is Koi, the reigning LEC champion.
And it becomes more difficult to slow it down now that top lane's opened up as well. Shigenda has the freedom to walk up towards that second tower. You can get vision in Fnatic's red side jungle. You can move him around the map as well, especially with that Realm Warp. You have the ability to close in very quickly with the entirety of the Koi lineup. You can see Fnatic trying to do that towards this bottom lane. Razork chucking the saplings in, checking for any vision from Koi. Now, Comp and Tribby are trying to defend this. Larssen has just backed. There's double TPs available for Koi, but we're not past 14 minutes, so they're not those enhanced TPs. The tower should be the first target here for Fnatic. They'll be able to take it down. Comp is able to escape the tower, all that they can get so far. Long-range arrow's gonna go in as Malrang starts to go low, and he will be felled by Fnatic. The shutdown going over to Humanoid as he looks for one more. The curtains open, and the encore from Comp is enough. Humanoid able to flash it, though, as Wonder goes low. Realm Warp now joining the fray. You can see Larssen trying to find the flank position. A good couple of spell fluxes here would do a lot of work, but Fnatic actually able to get the tower and get out with a kill.
Okay, so really the most proactive play that Fnatic can make in this situation. They did lose a bit of farm up towards the top side of the map, but Wonder staying isolated in that 1v1 wasn't really going to do Fnatic any favors. Instead, this is Fnatic trying to get something back, trying to force a play, and getting a shutdown onto Humanoid, definitely a positive for Fnatic.
They also got Realm Warp and double TPs out of Koi, so over the next few minutes, Fnatic have a window to play around the fact that they have this teleport advantage. So let's have another look at it as Fnatic set up with all 5 players in this bottom lane.
Looks a little dangerous initially as Wonder does get knocked up, and he is of course pretty squishy, but the chain CC coming out from Fnatic. The team fighting prowess is very real if they can play this front-to-back style. You can see how much utility they actually have and how much damage that they can do. Trimby with a 2-man charm looks good initially, but it's not enough to provide peel for Malrang to get away to safety. Humanoid, you'd think that he'd be dead at this point. Very cleverly, though, uses the hammer to create a little bit of space, and then the flash with Wonder body blocking means that Fnatic can get to safety. And the poke coming out from Humanoid as well means that Fnatic can get away unscathed.
Also, the slow from the sapling there means that Larssen wasn't able to really chase into the fight. As much as Trimby is very charming, if people are already in their animations, you can't charm them out of them, which is what we saw down towards that bottom lane. Humanoid already in, the hammer down. Now Fnatic looking for their second hold of the game. Last time they got it, and then they lost the fight afterwards, and began Koi's march towards a possible victory. And now Fnatic are going to start it again. Just Grasp coming out from Razork, but doesn't really catch on to anyone. Rift held down. There's the eye picked up by Razork. Uses the Twisted Advance to get away from the knockup. Glacial Prism being used as well. Missed time on the belly bot, but still enough from Fnatic to find a kill. And Koi maybe overextending a little bit here. They were contesting that 3v5.
Trimby very confidently walks up to Fnatic and says, hey, Razork, if you want to get this eye, I'm going to punish you for it. But Razork says, you know what? No, I'm going to punish you. Humanoid TP's in from, well, the Tri-Brush and is able to land a lot of damage. Another kill goes into his back pocket and start to be a little bit more confident about this Fnatic squad right now. Only 900 gold down. Again, I think this is just a little overconfidence from Trimby. He gets far too close, sidesteps the ultimate from the Maokai, but the main goal is to keep Malrang at bay. Does just that, the TP comes through, and then just before Razork gets knocked up, he roots Trimby in place. Larssen can't really get into the fight because of a great ultimate from Wonder, keeping Malrang in combat bay. And Jigenda just isn't anywhere near, doesn't have the TP to really set up any kind of flank. And Fnatic, they don't greed, they don't go for more, they just take the kill, they take the herald, and they walk away. Now they can leverage this to try and open up the mid tower and give them a little bit more control when setting it for the Drake, and ideally a little bit more vision into the enemy side jump.
Always important to try and set that up against something like Arise that can very quickly close in with the Realm Warp, and obviously as well the astronauts, the little aliens that Razork chucks out, gives you some of that vision control as well. We saw Larssen being slowed by it in a couple of fights, makes it harder for him to get in there. Fnatic playing well around the middle portion of this game. They were about 2,000, 2,500 gold behind, as you said, now down to only about a K. You can see Humanoid has about a 1.3 thousand gold lead in that mid lane already at 2 items as well. And Larssen has an item complete, but Rod of Ages, you know, you're waiting for it to stack up. We're still 7 minutes away from that clock. So Humanoid, a very powerful chess piece for Fnatic right now.
And I know that Humanoid, obviously, during the regular season, is often given a lot of flack for his performance, but I feel like whenever he goes up against Larssen, we get to see 2 of the best mids in the league go head-to-head. Definitely feels like the Humanoid feels very motivated, as Larssen really has been one of his long-term rivals. Careful, though, as Jigenda and Malrang looking for a pick.
Malrang gets the Glacial Prison off, and there's Trimby with the chase as well. Humanoid did everything he could to dodge away from that, but even with Wonder's TP, it wasn't enough to save the Fnatic mid lane.
Unfortunately for Humanoid, didn't have flash. You can see he was playing pretty safe there. Wasn't trying to overextend or anything, playing as close to his tower as possible, but the moment the Malrang got in range, the Sejuani passive started applying, and then that set up Trimby for the knock-up, and there was nothing that Humanoid could really do. Ends up losing his life. Koi sent the gold lead once again, and now they're threatening a dive onto Wonder.
Wonder is pretty strong with the Everfrost, has the barrel as well, tries to clear out the wave, dodges away from the knockup. Malrang coming in as well. Wonder dodges back, flash forward by Malrang, looking for the stun, will get the 4th auto, and that's everything he needed. Comp takes the kill from long range.
Just these collapses from Koi continue to be good, and Fnatic is being picked apart. They find that pick on the Humanoid, they find another one to Wonder. He does what he can to disengage, but Comp from the long range ultimate, more than enough to secure that kill, and Koi once again firm control of the game. They're going to open up another tower. Fnatic looking to cross map. Meanwhile, gonna have to draw our eyes back to these two AD carries. Of course, Comp considered the best performing AD carry from last split, in a great position. Hang on, Koi looking for a flank.
Wait, have you seen this, Rux? He's just gonna back. Shigenda goes in on the TP. It was like on a control ward, so Fnatic would have been able to see this. Rux flashes over the wall. Shigenda looking for the chase. The arrow goes to absolute Narnia. Misses by a mile. Humanoid flashes away from the stun. Nature's Grasp coming in as well. Shigenda just out of the edge of the Nature's Grasp with the shutdown for Humanoid. His second of the game. A 600-700 gold infusion. I think around that, maybe 500.
Bit of a comedy of errors there, I feel. You can see Rux was in an awkward situation, but he wanted to help out his mid laner, so he flashes over the wall, ends up missing the arrow, pretty much a point-blank range. But then Shigenda thinks, oh, well, with the arrow gone and with my team right behind me, I could re-engage, but that was a mistake, because the second that you engage, Ashe then makes it impossible for you to disengage, meaning that Fnatic find themselves another pick. So really, over the last few minutes, all we've been seeing is both teams kind of trading picks across the map. Small errors from Fnatic, small errors from Koi. At the end of the day, it is Koi that continue to build up their lead. The dangerous part is that Humanoid now sits with 3 kills. Reckless continues to farm with 2 items. Dragon spawns in about 2 minutes time, and Reckless, you can see him taking away these jungle camps, doing what he can to funnel himself greater and greater resources. And they want to try and force Koi into these fights. They want to leverage their range to try and poke out Koi ahead of a fight, the great utility that they do have to set up the 5v5. I think that Koi need to kind of keep doing what they've been doing, finding these picks across the map, trying to play through side lanes a little bit more, finding advantages somewhere and then collapsing with a numbers advantage, rather than looking for this straight up front to back.
Trimby still looking for those flank positions, spotted out on a ward there. The Farsight alteration finds its man. Obviously, Razzle can put down the saplings as well, makes Trimby's job actually really tricky. He can try and play around vision here, but he's spotted once again as he goes forward, gets a ward. Razzle now on the chase, Trimby trying to get away. Shirelli has popped with only a minute on the 3rd Dragon of the game for Fnatic. They'll set up down towards that. Let's see where we are in terms of items. 2 items finished on Reckless. Humanoid in the same position. Larson still stacking up his Seraphs and his Rod of Ages. About 2 minutes away from that. Now Trimby has snuck as sneakily as he can all the way around this top side, but I don't really think Fnatic want to play towards the top side of the map right now.
I like what Koi's doing here, though. They're kind of pincering and creating a collapse onto Fnatic, and this is what we like to see with the composition that they've drafted for themselves. Keep the push in bot, separate Fnatic out. Now Fnatic is forced to play defensive. They can't just brute force control of the mid lane, which then gives Koi access into the river.
Humanoid has no flash. Reckless has flash and spell shield, so I don't think he's the target. You can see Malrang there was looking for something, but they were on a ward across the wall there. Malrang hit with one of the saplings, loses about 500 health just from a single one. Wonder now stepping forward as well. Shigenda trying to come in from the bottom side of it. Fnatic all grouped up in a single place.
But this is a great position for Fnatic. They can keep throwing out their poke, they can leverage their range. Ashe, Sivir, Jace, really good at just consistently harassing it. Then you also have the saplings along with the barrels. There's just a lot of little chip damage that consistently comes out from Fnatic. It slowly tears away at the HP bars of Koi. Comp catching that mid wave, gonna be a little slow to clear that one out. It will be Fnatic 5 members strong to start off the Dragon.
Trimby still looking for the long flank here. Shigenda down to half HP. Nature's Grasp coming out. Trimby can get on the backline here. The arrow's going to go down as well, but Shigenda's already so low. Comp opens up the counters, but the quickness on the backline is too little. Too late for Koi. Wonder and Razork on the chase. Trimby next on the menu. Larson flashes away. And Fnatic find 3. They TP to mid to save the tower, and they'll get the 3rd Dragon of the game.
And Koi was just far too split up. Fnatic used their Fnatic Deathball comp, often synonymous with this team of old. it's just so straightforward and so easy to execute. You have the Sivir ultimate, the Maokai ultimate, the Ashe ultimate. You basically just press R and start the fight, and we're going to get a replay of exactly how they do it. They see Comp in mid lane. There's no way for him to come anywhere near this fight. And so they're saying, what is Koi going to do to stop us? Yes, Trimby is in a good flank position, but he's just used his W. The root comes down, the arrow comes down, the Sivir ultimate is there, the Gragas ultimate is there, the chain CC is relentless. And okay, now the engage comes through from Trimby, but Comp doesn't really offer much value on the back line. Larson can't really follow up. And Koi can't afford to play these front-to-back comps. While Fnatic was playing for that Dragon, Koi should have been looking at what else they can play. Could they maybe trade it for a mid tower? Can they maybe open up the map a little bit more? But Fnatic are firmly back into this game.
It's full Protoss A move, right? You put the Time Warps down, you chase them down, your Colossus are laser beaming everyone, you Stalker, blink forward.
Right now, yeah.
There's like 3 StarCraft 2 fans who still exist in the world who got that reference.
Yeah, there they are. Yeah. They try to StarCraft chant in the shower. Like, no.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Stop that.
Don't do that.
But yeah, Fnatic have been able to bounce back in this game. And they're looking like they're in a great spot. Reckless 1-0-6 right now, working towards that 3rd core item. We're starting to see some of the weaknesses of this Koi draft. They have moved Jigenda off to a side lane, and he's going to try and push that, but Fnatic grouping up as 5. They're going to commit to this tower? No, they're going to say not for now. They're actually looking to threaten a collapse onto Jigenda, and you're going to see this a lot from Fnatic. Their focus is going to be grouping up, staying as a 5, losing the TP here. Definitely not optimal for Koi. They really want to try and leverage their strength in a side lane. By losing the TP, it makes it that much harder to collapse on a flank, look for a pick. Hang on a second, maybe I spoke too soon.
Well, Koi immediately say, humanoids down towards the bottom lane, we had to burn a TP, he's catching the wave, he now has the TP. So at least we get TP for TP trade. I expect them to peel off it, but maybe they're going to stick. Sickle twists, Comp gets stunned, immediately cleanses away, Wonder stepping forward as well, they know it's down to 4,000 HP, Reckless going in with you on the hunt, there's Nature's Grasp as well, Razork needs to get into the pit, it's taken by Razork! He gets in, he smites it away, and Koi pay for their folly! They thought they could sneak it, but they just can't get it quick enough.
Razork literally walked up, smoked it, walked away.
Nothing personal, kid.
Oh my word, he made that look easy. He didn't even have his flash up. We're going to get a slow-mo from the observers, but look at this. Reckless pops the ultimate, Razork does the same. Everything is thrown down onto Comp to try and make him as low as possible, but the focus is the Baron. The smite comes down from Malrang at, 120 HP. Razork walks in, and this is where the calls from Fnatic are. Ow, 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 ow. Let's not fight. Let's just disengage. Let's just walk away with our prize. And now Fnatic get gifted a Baron by Koi.
And now they're in a 3,000 gold lead, Very much flipped the script from the early portion of this game. They're the ones collapsing with that Nature's Grasp. It's such a threat with the arrow as well. Shigenda tried to dash away, but it is knocked back into the waiting arms of Fnatic. Able to escape with his flash for the moment, but with the Baron buff, Fnatic are making a beeline for the top lane, looking for this inhibitor. Comp is still in the mid lane, trying to get what he can, trying to get some CS on this Jhin, but for the moment, Fnatic are in the driver's seat.
Fnatic's Comp, we've said it before, I'll say it again, very straightforward.
It's Koi's Comp.
No, I'm saying Fnatic's Comp is just...
Oh, their composition.
Yeah, their composition.
Not their comp.
No, yeah. God damn it. You're so annoying. Yeah.
There he is.
There's Koi Comp, thank you, observers. Fnatic's Comp is just group up as 5 and fight. Group up 5 and fight. And like they're consistently doing that, right? And now with the Baron buff, it's much harder for Koi to try and cross-map and trade, because with the Baron and with the poke, Fnatic are just going to tear through these towers so much quicker. Fnatic in a great position right now. You can see how the gold has shifted. Yeah, bit of a blunder overall from Koi. This team, they were so good at being able to generate these early leads, not necessarily through kills, but through map control, where they have prio. And they went for a composition that was more about trying to play through size, looking for picks, and to their credit, they did find a number of picks. They were punishing Fnatic on a side lane, but for every pick they found, they then also made a mistake. And this kind of kept Fnatic relevant in the game. The gold gap never got big enough that Koi could just win these fights, and Fnatic leveraged their strength. So when this 3rd dragon rolled around, they were able to find a 5v5. Koi ended up collapsing, and now Fnatic maintain control. They have control over the river. The soul is on the line, and I think Malrang's just going to do his best to see if he can find a steal.
Everyone's flashes, apart from Shigenda's, will be up for this fight. Stopwatch as well on Humanoid. Him getting the kills in the mid game really is what propelled Fnatic back into a strong position here. Comp Needs to be able to join his team again, but once again, he's by himself in that mid lane. Trimby has snuck all the way around here, but there is a tiny little astronaut, a tiny little alien looking for them. Trimby goes for the long way around. Now, Comp can open up with the curtain call, try and corral a Fnatic into a bit of a precarious spot. Trimby spotted by Rux now, and that makes it a lot more tricky for him to get into this fight. Forced away, half his health gone with a shock blast. Dragon, though, can be started. Trimby being chased away by his enemy support, and Fnatic now get back into the pit, get back into the river. Rekkles pops the ultimate as well as they look for that chase, but couldn't quite find too much. Malrang looking for the steal. Fnatic, though, continue on this Dragon. It resets. TP comes out from Shigenda as Fnatic are looking to close this game out here. Curtain call comes in. Larson looking with the realm warp off towards the backline, but Humanoid jumps on him immediately, knocks him away. Trimby gets a good charm out, but Koya 2 split up at the moment. Shigenda forced in, but he's forced out immediately. Rekkles takes one. He's looking for two. He's flashing forward. Make it 3 for Rekkles. Comp and Trimby can only watch as their team is decimated, and Fnatic claim the Mountain Soul.
Koi tried to attack from every angle, but Fnatic stays strong. They will secure themselves the Mountain Soul. They will walk away as the victors of this fight, and Fnatic is looking to not go 0-3 on the week.
Fnatic faithful starting to cheer in the crowds. You feel. We'll have another look at this fight.
And keep your eyes on Larson here, because he's the one that tries to create this flank for Trimby, but then look, the ultimate from Wonder knocks Trimby out, meaning that he doesn't have that access to the backline anymore. It's Larson that's isolated. Humanoid then does a huge amount of damage, and then Trimby goes for that engage into the 5-man room. There's really no follow-up. Shigenda then gets left isolated as Comp is trying to get a pick onto Humanoid, and basically the team fighting from Koi is just all over the place, while Fnatic is staying as a firm 4-man in that narrow choke point, making it very easy for Rekkles to dish out the damage and walk away with a triple kill.
Yeah, Fnatic doing such a good job of protecting Rekkles on that backline, protecting Humanoid when he needs it as well. Something we brought up in the draft was whether or not they could keep their squishy carries safe. Humanoid's in a position where he can keep himself safe in a lot of these fights, and now Rekkles 4-0-6 with 3 items complete is incredibly strong as well.
And we talked about it at the beginning of the game. Would there be enough AP damage? We haven't been keeping up, but look, Razork and Wonder both going for that full AP build that you talked about, Medic, and they do a fair amount of damage themselves. Great barrel.
Comp has to flash away, able to escape with the flash cleanse. Nature's Grasp going to chase them down, though. They'll all line up behind Malrang. A little bit of a conga there for Koi as they manage to dance their way to safety. Fnatic, though, can go towards mid. How long on the Baron? 30 seconds. Resets start to come out.
Waves are a little bit awkward here for Fnatic, but the end of the world, as you rightly said. Their main goal now, push through bot, push out mid, make sure that they can set up vision control around the top side. They may look for a reset so they can replenish the wards. As I say that, you see Rux just got back to base, making sure that he has that vision at his disposal. Razork just going to chuck a couple saplings throughout the jungle, making sure that he has that extra bit of insight, extra bit of vision. Fnatic, though, very clearly setting up for this Baron. Humanoid might try and push out that wave in the top lane, decides against it. Doesn't want to be left isolated. You can see all this vision in the bot side. Fnatic now looking to translate that up to top as they recognize Baron becoming the core objective.
Larson now does have 3 items on this Rise, though. Frozen Heart complete for him. He's very far behind in terms of gold, but Rise and Machine Gun, let's get as a support in this situation, like, okay, I've got Merc Treads, that's kind of all I can do. Let's just build as much health as possible alongside this. Shirelli has Kindle Gem and a Ruby Crystal for him. Baron, I believe, has been started up here by Fnatic. Koi, you had one stolen away from you earlier on. Can you find some sort of avenue to approach this? As Fnatic
stole the blue.
Back away from it. Blue stolen, as you say, by Humanoid. Malrang already half HP. Trimby trying to get in. There's a control ward in the pit, and there's a ward where he's standing. Makes it very difficult for him to navigate this situation.
So Razork can just keep tanking the Baron while Fnatic continue to throw poke out. You can see what Wonder's doing. He's kind of keeping an eye on the flanks. They realize that the worst case scenario is for Trimby to find access onto the backline and then for the core carries of Rekkles and Humanoid to fall. Which means that all Fnatic is doing right now, they're using Razork as the shield, Wonder as the flank protector, and again, he's trying to keep his eyes on where Trimby is. Credit to Trimby, constantly looking for the flanks. And again, look at these saplings here. They're constantly aware of what Trimby is trying to do.
Trimby has no flash, so it's a quickness jump into the pit and hope there's someone standing by the wall if you go in like that. Baron, though, taken now for Fnatic. Objective bounties available for Koi in a couple of seconds' time. But Fnatic now with the Baron, you have to expect will start to close this one out. Can go for a 1-4. Humanoid can side lane a little bit. There's always the threat of Larson realm warping in his teammates and catching someone out. So perhaps Fnatic might just invest everyone towards that singular lane and make sure that they can barrel down probably mid lane in this situation.
Koi's main win condition now is being able to steal away this Elder. And I think Fnatic obviously want to try and end the game before that point. See them right now pushing out top and mid. A 4-1 setup makes sense. You want to try and play through 2 lanes. You can get the push in mid. Then you kind of move through the top side jungle, join up with your top laner. Ultimate onto Comp.
Chase comes in. Humanoid's damage is absurd. The Gale Force away by Comp will keep him alive, but the tower will not survive for long as Fnatic take their 5th of the game. Now they move 3 members up towards this top side to join Gragas, to join Wonder. And there's no tower here, but Fnatic can push in with this cannon wave, and Wonder has TP, so he'll go back, replenish his mana. I wonder if he'll have a full Zhonya's. Nope, still just sitting on the stopwatch and Amp Tome. Oh, there we are. Full Zhonya's complete for him. They're not really synced waves here for Fnatic, though, so they don't really have 2 pressure points. Koi able just to invest all of their resources into defending this 1 lane.
But the problem is that Koi's range is relatively short, which means that hitting this cannon is very difficult. So with 2 cannons now, they are going to chip away. And Koi can't really do much to stop it. The siege continues. Fnatic leveraging their range to break apart the base. They will secure the top tower, now they rotate to mid.
Larsen's gonna die. Like, he's just getting saplings all over the place, man. People who talk about, like, oh, do you want to meet aliens? You know, they're probably extraterrestrial life in the world. Larsen doesn't. Like, he doesn't want to see any more aliens for the rest of this game. Just keeps getting chunked out. That's just from saplings, I believe, the damage that he's taken there as he walked through the jungle. We'll try and push out bot. They kind of sacrificed that top lane inhibitor for...
Yeah, Maokai's a poke champ.
Yeah, he is.
I didn't know this, but he is. Yep. Hang on, look at the damage there from Humanoid. He has his eyes on Comp.
No Gale Force for Comp right now. Fnatic might just be looking for the mid lane as well. Comp forced away, the rest of Koi forced away as well. The arrow dodged by Comp was on the right line if he'd taken the wrong route back towards his base, but Fnatic should be able to get the 2nd inhibitor of the game. Now, Trimpy has gone a very long way round here. It's spotted on a ward, on a sapling, and almost takes a chunk from that accelerated shock blast. Koi, you feel the desperation, you feel the moment of we have to go, we have to go, we have to go, and Shigenda is the first to call it in. Realmore trying to get on the back line as well, but already Nature's Guards comes out, Shigenda's down, Marek 2nd, and they're just bopped! Absolutely demolished in the mid lane. Koi just fed themselves into the meat grinder that is Fnatic, and with a triple to top it off for Humanoid, Fnatic looking for their first win of 2023.
A dominant and much needed win for Fnatic as they roll over Koi, and as you rightly said, Medic, will secure their first win of winter.
Comp's still able to survive at the end, but great performance from Fnatic after falling behind in the early game. He felt perhaps it was just going to be a repeat of yesterday, but they bounced back, fought hard, and found exactly what they needed to get back into that match.
Like, after that initial play from Koi where they killed 2 around the Raptors on the top side, like, I could feel the morale just kind of drop from Fnatic, you know, especially after 2 very difficult days, a game where you should have won against Vitality and then you fell short, a game where you get absolutely stomped from G2, losing to Koi as well, while no easy opponent. You really want that win to kind of keep that morale high and believe that you can contend with the top. But the fact that they were able to kind of collect themselves, realize what their win conditions were, and then basically just play as a 5-man, continue to force team fights, stay as a 5v5, and they were able to execute those fights perfectly. Remember that Wonder was completely shut down, 0-4, 2 levels down after laning phase, yet he still was able to land some incredible barrels in those team fights and really set up his team for success. So huge props to Fnatic, a big win for them, and a much needed one as we move closer to week 2 of the LEC.
It just made it so hard for Koi to ever really find the fight that they wanted in those situations. Trimby was always spotted on vision. He was taking a route through Mordor, through Helm's Deep, through Minas Tirith. Like, he was going all around the map to try and get into the fights and never was able to get there with his whole health bar still intact. Koi's early game continues to impress though. Trimby moving around the map in the early game really set them up for success. They pushed Wonder very far down in lane, but it just wasn't enough for Koi, so they do not go undefeated. It means we'll only have 2 undefeated teams at the end of week 1. G2 plus whoever wins our final game of the day.
That's definitely true, of course. Before we get to that game, we do need to decide our player of the game. You can vote at LEC on Twitter, Razork, Humanoid, or Reckless. All, of course, very good options. And big shout out to Wonder, of course, for being able to bounce back and still offer value in that game, even though he was shut down so aggressively in the early game. Koi, though, I still consider them an incredibly strong team.
Oh, 100%.
I think there are going to be some question marks in terms of how they were able to execute their composition with the lead that they did have. I think on paper, you would expect them to win, but this is kind of where I turn my attention to Razork. His objective focus, creating that Drake win condition, getting to 2, forcing Koi into fighting that 3rd one.
Stealing the Baron as well.
Yeah, exactly right. The Baron steal too. I completely forgot about that. Razork really did come up clutch in this game, and huge credit definitely needs to be given to him.
Definitely. I will say we've had quite a few Baron steals in the LEC so far.
True, yeah. Barons kind of suck in Europe.
Objective control, guys. Let's be a little bit better at how we set up around these situations. But yeah, great play all round by Fnatic as well. You have to remember, like, their schedule this week was probably the hardest schedule of any team to play Vitality, G2, and Koi in your first week. So pick up a win there. Very strong. Puts them up in, the top 4, top 5 perhaps at the end of the split. We'll see how they can continue this run of form, or this single game of form going into next week.
And of course, we do have another banger game coming up next. It will be Mad versus Vitality. You rightly said both 2-0 teams. One of them has to lose. One of them will go undefeated and join G2 at the top of the table. So we're about ready for the interview, getting closer and closer to it. But again, congratulations to Fnatic. Big win for them. And I'm sure Koi will look to bounce back very soon as we get closer and closer to week 2.
A big morale boost for Fnatic as well. Going 0-3 in your first week when you only have 6 more games to play, possibly, is not the best. So being able to pick up a win here is big. We are ready for Law, who's standing by with Razork. Take it away.
Thank you, guys. Razork, thank you also for joining me. Congrats on winning your first game of the Winter Split. You're in contention for Player of the Game here, and they were just talking about the impact you had here this game. Talk me through your role, communication within Fnatic, and why should Twitter vote for you?
Well, I don't know if I deserve the MVP. I think, honestly, playing Maoka is not too hard. You just need to, be 1 minute before Drake or any objective, spam your E in any boost, and, spot the Rakan that's trying to flank. I think our combo's actually pretty good. I think Wunder actually played pretty good, even though he was really behind. I think he actually managed to help the team. And, actually, probably he's not even in the votes, but I will give it to Wunder.
All right, teammate. After all, let's talk about the week for Fnatic. It hasn't been the easiest one, so I want to know what was happening before the split started, and does it match the expectations you had coming into the splits?
Well, I think we have had a rough weekend. I think the first game against Vitality, it was in our hands. We actually threw them, and it felt really bad. The game against G2, I feel it was completely unplayable. We trolled, and then it was really hard to play the game. But actually, with a win against Koi right now, it kind of relieves us a little bit. We go 1-2, and looking forward to play the next week.
When you look at the schedule, you had Vitality, Koi just now, and G2. Not the easiest one, but again, if you aim to be one of the best teams, if not the best team in Europe, you have to beat these teams. What does it say about Fnatic as of now, when you think of the first 2 games, but the fact that you managed to beat Koi this time around?
Yeah, in theory, on paper, it should be easier against other teams. I think Vitality, G2, and Koi, they're probably one of the best teams, the best 3 teams in the LEC right now, top tier. And I think I'm looking forward to actually keep playing with this roster, improving, because right now I feel like we are not really on the same page, and it's it takes time.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You kept most of the team replacing the bot lane. Tell me about playing with Reckless and Rox. Specifically, you met him at Worlds, you got to play with him. He's waiting on the other side of the studio with Shock. So tell me about playing with him and the bot lane as a whole.
With Rox?
Yeah?
Well, I think he's really vocal in game, and he brings a lot of confidence. He's a rookie, but he's 30 years old. This is really old, this guy. But I don't know. I think it feels great to play with him, but I think he's not really comfortable on this meta. I think he likes to play more like the Braum, the Rakan, and you can see him shine really much with it. But if you give him a Yumi, like we did yesterday, it's really hard to see him doing a lot of stuff, right?
We don't like the Yumi anyway. But Razork, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on turning this week around. I wish you the best of luck with Fnatic for the next week. And Shox, back to you on the other side of the studio.
Thank you so much. He's not 30, he's 26, Rux. I just went to check. But yeah, you just heard it there from Razork. He's really excited about playing with you, and you probably agree, Yumi, not something you want to do?
Yeah, we don't like the cat.
You don't like the cat?
No.
Do you like cats in general, or?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Cats or dogs? Dogs.
Dogs.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, all right, cool. Let's take a look at the picks and bans. There's no cats, or dogs, actually, in that one. It seemed unbeatable, your draft at a certain point in the game, even though maybe it wasn't like that from the start. And to us, it was kind of a surprise because, Humanoid did not play Jace before, etc. What, from your perspective, were the most important picks in this draft?
I think the Ashe Maokai together are really good. And I think Jace is a decent pick into Rise as well. So I think when these 3 champs go together and we have tempo and we go first into the river, we start put the saplings, Ashe W comes in with Mandate, and Marek just has to get the combo in, and one guy is out of the fight always.
Yeah, we saw it.
And I think like the Jace picks make sense. It's sort of like an older pick that I remember Humanoid playing in Rise many times before in the past. But then the Sivir comes in at the end. That's also a classic Reckless pick. Is that something he was calling for at the end? Because obviously it's another go button for you guys to find.
Yeah, I think in the end, like it's up to Martin to Reckless to choose what he wants to play, and he said like I think Jhin works perfectly well here. We have like really good like speed comp, like just poke, and my ulti can just disengage if they go into us. So it was really good pick for lane as well. We had just free lane. He was just farming, and then when he gets his items as Sivir, it's GG.
One thing I wanted to ask if there was maybe a conversation about this in draft, because when you lock in the AD mid laner of the Jace, obviously you have Maokai and Gragas on the top side. I think previously Wonder's been playing more tanky Gragas builds, but goes heavy AP. The Maokai build is also the demonic, fairly heavy AP build too. Was that a decision you made because of the AD mid and AD bot side?
I think you don't necessarily need AP top to play this comp. I think Maokai with the full AP build, if you go like the Liandry's and like the demonic build, you can play solo AP Maokai because I think his saplings just do all the damage. So I don't think you need an AP top. But Jax was really good. Gragas was really good this game against Jax. So we have 2 APs, 3 ADs, and that's perfectly fine.
Okay, yeah, it looked like it indeed. You wanted to talk about the Drake specifically? You want to set that up for us?
Yeah, basically the 2 fights around Drake that really went your guys' ways. Obviously, you were able to start stacking them early on, so Koi had to try and fight you there. But you were able to sort of find these engagements, and the Jhin on the enemy side is just not with the team. And again, because of all these insane engage options you have, you're able to find this great fight.
Yeah, I think the moment we saw Jhin on the mid wave and Jax already used his E, I think it's just go time. Sivir just pops ult, I just arrow Maokai ult, and we just go forward, and we don't care about like this Jhin ult, like it's completely useless, so we just go forward, and it's our comp. Like the moment we hit 1 CC and someone dies, everyone is dead.
Yeah, it seemed like it's just like so straightforward, and then it happens again. So is this like literally the second you see Jhin separated from team, it's go, go, go?
Yeah, we play slow, we play with the saplings, and then they are low HP, so the moment someone needs to base or just dies, then it's like really fast fight. We just go forward. Gragas is really good as well. Sivir ulti helps. So we just play it between 2 sides. First very slow and then really fast.
Yeah, it seems like it was a problem of Koi's trying to find these sort of wrapping down underneath Tribrush to approach the Drake as opposed to maybe fighting through mid lane themselves, because they have Jhin there to try and catch the wave, make sure you guys can't sprint it down, but it puts them in a really tough position, I feel like, for the actual team fight.
Yeah, I think if we are first in river, they can never walk in. And I think when you are playing Sejuani and you are not even able to walk into the river, that's a big problem, because Sejuani just wants to go in, and usually she can walk in. So I think it was very hard for them to walk. And I think our comp is just very good at this, as long as we are ahead in tempo.
Yeah, it looked very comfortable, I would say, from all of those fights, and of course a well-needed win. If we take a step back and look at you and now entering into the LEC, it's kind of crazy how everything gone. Of course, you have a lot of experience already, but this is kind of such a step up, right, into the LEC, and then with Reckless as your partner. How would you look back on your first weekend overall in the LEC?
It has been very different from what I'm used to, but I think the Worlds experience helped me a lot. I think I was very nervous at Worlds because I was not even playing solo queue. I was on vacation, literally on the beach. So I went without any solo queue in, I think, 9 days because I've been there. So I played, I think, 3 games of solo queue and scrims with Bin, not even with Upset because he was not there yet. And I was very nervous. And I think the fact that I gained so much confidence there and I could show that I could do some things. Now, this week, I thought I was going to be very nervous, but it actually didn't happen. I was very, very chill, I would say. So, and playing with Reckless also helps because I know I have someone with a lot of experience by my side and I don't need to worry about him. Like, he's just going to do his thing and he's going to do it well.
Yeah.
I do have a follow-up question on the Worlds topic. What's easier, Worlds or the LEC? Because they couldn't even kill you at Worlds.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, I wouldn't say Worlds is harder because I think LEC in this case is much harder. I think the teams that we played this week especially, they are really good teams.
Yeah.
And at Worlds, I mean, it was the play-in. I don't want to, of course, say that the teams were bad because they were not. If they are there, it's because they won something in their region, right? But I think LEC is harder. And I think this week especially, it's much harder.
I believe we also have a voice comm from the Baron Steel, which I already forgot about. It's been a long day, sorry. So I'd love to listen because I'd love to get some insight into the comms.
Be careful. We should set up Nas, by the way.
Jack's TP.
They're doing it, they're doing it.
I have TP.
It's a one-shot, by the way.
It's 10k, it's 10k. It's fine, it's fine.
Can you look to Arrow,
Where's
the
Rakan? We need to
AD
find Rakan.
damage? They will finish it, they will finish it.
Rakan is above us, above us. Go. Oh, Jin no cleanse, Jin no cleanse.
I'm ulting now, I'm ulting now.
Yeah.
Play for fight, play for fight.
Yeah. Rise, no flash, keep in mind.
Got it.
We got it.
I heal you.
Play slow, back.
I'm trying to get out. Get out.
If they overcommit, we fight. Otherwise, don't fight. I think.
I'm out.
Nice team. I miss. I'm doing. I don't have TP. Okay, TP 45. I'll just got top.
I heard a lot, and I think I only heard the loudest person, which is why I could figure out, like, obviously what Razork was going to do. To me, it sounded a little bit messy. I don't know how you experienced it now that you're listening back to it.
He wanted me to arrow the AD damage, as far as I understood.
That was it, yeah.
I arrowed Jin, and he just cleansed, so my job was done there, I feel like.
Well, actually, real question. Your support Ash, after you use arrow, what do you do in a team fight?
You sit back and press W. You don't even auto-attack. You just W, into W, into W. Don't auto-attack, because just in case you get out of position, might as well just use W.
I feel like
No risks.
it's getting into the same category as Yuumi in that regard, right? Yeah,
you
for
could
sure.
say that, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
You have two keys, arrow and W. That's it.
Love it.
E, you use it when it's up. You just close your eyes and throw it somewhere. And then, oh, they're not there. Oh, they are there. That's fine. And then you don't use Q.
Oh, lovely.
I love it.
Something that I would be interested in is when you come into this environment, right? And in terms of stepping into this team, as said, you have a lot of experience, but it's different than, having played in the LEC for 7 years or something like that. And there's so many names on that roster who have done exactly that, who have had great success. How does it work from your perspective, like coming into this group when it comes to like feedback, when it comes to giving each other maybe criticism about the game, and how do you fit into all of that?
In the beginning, I was a bit, I would say I stood back and just watched a bit what my team knows, because they are more experienced than me, right? So I wanted to see how they see the game, how they do things. And I think now, with time, I'm starting to fit in more in the team and do my role, which I was used to, like being kind of a leader in my old teams. So now I'm slowly stepping into that role, but still there is more people here that also have that profile. And I just want to do my best and help the team and just be vocal as well.
Okay, awesome. We're super excited to have you in the league. Obrigada.
Obrigado.
We're going to head over to a quick break, but when we come back, it is an absolute banger. We've had to wait for it for a bit, but it's going to be great. Mad Lions up versus Vitality. We'll be right back.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I won! I did it! I won the LEC! Finally, after all of these years! If it wasn't for my Malzahar in Game 5, I wouldn't be here! But I am! And I won! So screw you to all the haters!
I think it's going to be super fun to play against Mad Lions again because, for one, they have Kazi coming back, my old ADC, and Hillesang, of course. I think they're going to be crazy bot lane. So it's going to be really fun. And in general, just like trying to beat them, my former team, I guess, making sure that I'm better than them, right? And proving that to myself. I don't think there's like much bad blood. Of course, we had like our differences, right? I mean, that's why we parted ways. But I think it's not really like personal. I just want to beat them because I played with them for like 2 years. Of course, we were like really good friends as well, right? So it's just like healthy competition, I guess, right? And even more so with Mad Lions, of course, because this was my only LEC team.
It is the Mad Lions!
I'm a bit attached to them, right? And of course, I want to just beat them and stomp them to the ground.
Kaiser wants to stomp them into the ground, Velius. That's all he said. He didn't say anything nice about them. Yeah, just wants to stomp them into the ground. A lot of storylines in this game, though.
Yeah,
you want to just quickly run through them now? So
okay,
we don't
go
have
on
to
then.
You know,
Run through them all.
Kaiser versus his former team, the 2 Korean import top laners, the old king of the jungle versus maybe the new king of the jungle.
The prince of the jungle, perhaps.
No, because Prince plays bot lane, doesn't he?
Oh my god, I hate you. Yes, there are indeed a lot of interesting narratives we can come to expect from this game, but at the end of the day, what we really care about is the gameplay.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm gonna be honest, Medic. Mad have looked cleaner.
They really have.
Than Vitality have.
Yeah.
You know, you do have to take into consideration the opposition.
True.
They've been going up against, but Vitality, it feels like that in game 1 they kind of snatched that victory away from Fnatic. Game 2 was very back and forth, very tense. While we did see some highlight moments for sure, I feel like that we haven't seen a clean, convincing, dominant game from Vitality as of yet. Whereas Mad, game 1, God,
against SK, they were very clean.
They looked very, very dominant. And then game 2, I think we saw the exact same thing where overall I've just been very impressed. Like Niski's Akali yesterday, you know, like
it was good. Scoreline. There were a couple of foibles, a couple of errors.
But for sure, Elyoya is definitely the player that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. Elyoya versus Bo. Elyoya has been touted as, if not the best, one of the best junglers in the LEC for the last year. The man is incredibly talented, and he's going to be going up against Bo, the up-and-comer, the man who is so far undefeated in major regions. 12-0, I believe, is the scoreline.
12-0 in pro play,
Yep, and it's going to be an interesting jungle matchup because we know that both junglers are willing to be aggressive. They're both very smart about their pathing on the map. And Vitality feeling good. Perks may very well get his first ever 3-0 with Vitality.
It would be impressive if he can. Let's wait for the players to get out onto the stage. Mad Lions versus Vitality. Niski booed as Vitality were coming out there. Already the mental warfare has begun between the two teams. We heard Perks saying yesterday, just type cringe. When he 1v1s, you just type cringe in the chat, it works. For the moment though, both these teams getting ready for our final game of week 1. After this game, we are a third of the way through the regular season of the LEC, a third of the way towards those best of 3 group stages, a third of the way towards the playoffs as well. Only the top 4 teams making it, but that's a long way away. For now, let's focus in on this narrative-filled game.
Let's see what they prioritize in the draft. We've been seeing some interesting stuff throughout the day, a bit of variation in Europe compared to the rest of the world. The bans often stay the same, I will say. Things like Lucian consistently removed from the pool. We often see Caitlyn, Yuumi, Heimerdinger has been a very prominent one. So I don't really expect a huge amount of flexibility there. It's mainly just what the priorities end up being, where we do see a little bit of variation. Let's have a look. Jax being removed, not that surprising when Photon so far has 2 games on the Jax so far this split. The Maokai being taken away, we saw some of the power of Maokai last game. Sejuani also being taken out of the champion pool options. Ryze being focused toward Niski. We know that he's a heavy roam-style mid-lane player. Not really too surprising that teams have pretty consistently banned this champion away from him. And so far in the bans, as we kind of said, nothing too surprising and unexpected coming out from either side.
wonder if we'll see the cat removed from the possibilities of being played. I think it's got through a couple of times today, but always makes the game a little bit more exciting, especially when you have two of the best engaged supports in the league in a game.
True.
I like it when they get to play engaged supports. So far, Hylissang has not really had that option. Thresh and Nami. Kaiser has brought out the Braum and the Leona. There is the Yuumi being taken away from any possibility, and that Lucian Nami an option here for Mad Lions.
I would say it's pretty much guaranteed lock-in.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised if we saw, well, this. This is what would surprise me.
Well, it's happened. Be shocked.
I am
Betty.
surprised.
Yep. Okay.
Let's see what they choose to pair up with this. So far, this split, we've seen Kaiser on Braum, and we've seen him on Leona. And one of my comments was going to be, perhaps they're open to leaving this Lucian Nami open because they have something unique prepared. Maybe they're going to go for something like a Leona or a Rakan or a Thresh themselves. But no, they're actually just going to deny the Nami. Let's see what they choose to pair up with it. And what will Mad Lions bot lane now do? Will we actually get to see... No, don't. Oh, I'm sad. Haley's Rakan is one of my favorite Rakans in the world. He is constantly hyper-aggressive and a very talented player, but instead decided to go for the Lulu. A little bit more of the defensive option. Can still be quite aggressive in the straight-up 2 versus 2, but not quite to the same potency as when compared to the Nami in the bot lane.
And Nami Ezreal still very strong. Neon's Ezreal, we saw it in the first game, I believe, that the Vitality played this split. He's very proficient at the champion. Bo playing his 3rd different champion as well here in Winter. The Vi coming out for him. So far, he's had one supportive in the Sejuani, one aggressive or one carry jungler in the form of Graves, and now Vi a little bit more on the supportive side, I would say, although I have seen some lethality Vi's in solo queue that can one-shot you with Eclipse. Expect.
Personal experience there, buddy.
Yeah, it's not the most fun. You know, you're walking around, you're playing Rakan, and you just get ceased and desisted.
Yep, I have heard of that happening to you specifically.
Yeah.
Renekton being removed from the pool, again, like, it doesn't take much research. You can literally just, look at last champions that these players have played, and oh, look, Renekton's there. Maybe we'll see a Fiora ban too. And then all of the champions that Chasey has played so far this split will have been removed. We're definitely going to see something new from Photon today. The Syndra being taken away from Perkz. For those who don't know, Perkz has played a lot of League of Legends for many years, and Syndra was one of his, favorite champions. Yeah. Even when he was playing AD carry. This was the pick that he brought out against T1 to secure them that Game 5 at MSI. And it's something that worldwide people respect when he gets his hands on it. We know how strong the champion is right now, even though so far in the LEC yet to win a game.
Yeah.
But we're not going to see it win one this time around. Kassadin being taken away from the side of Vitality, which does mean that a lot of mid lane is still up and available. Gwen being removed. Suggest. Let me have a think through some of the top lane champions. Typically, we've been seeing it into a decent amount of Jax. What other champions? Maybe Camille. That'd be a little bit surprising if you wanted to pick that blind.
You have already been surprised once in this draft, so maybe a second surprise
True.
in order.
I'm still thinking about this Jace. I think Jace is still very strong in the current meta. Cassante. Yes, I have heard about Gwen being a good answer into the Cassante. The fact that they would then ban it away makes it very easy for Vitality to go in that direction. Want to remind people, of course, only has 1 win so far in the LEC, 6 losses. So in terms of the win rate, not looking great. But we'll see if Photon can make some magic happen. Even though I think the champion hasn't really done anything wrong.
Yeah,
I feel like
been on the losing side of a lot of battles.
I feel like that the champion itself has been incredibly dominant. We've seen it do some crazy stuff. Mad Lions, though, working ever closer to a pretty much straightforward front-to-back teamfight composition. Their engage isn't the most reliable, but they do still have we're not going to go for the wombo combo with the Orianna, but Victor still offering that same amount of teamfight utility, along with strong wave clear, and overall just a safe champion that scales very well.
Yeah, great zone control as well. Mad Lions in team fights have a lot of areas that you want to avoid. The Mega Gnar ulting you into a wall, the Chaos Storm coming down, the Gravity Field, Lucian just generally, and then obviously Wukong with the Cyclone. Vitality on the other hand, bigger pushing mid, the Azir, something that Perkz is also quite well known for. I think it's Ryze, Azir, and Syndra are the 3, right? And they have a lot of pick potential here and a bit more range, I would say, with the Ezreal down towards that bottom side. But of course, Lucian later on in the game does scale incredibly effectively, especially if you want to grab yourself something like, a rapid fire cannon, dash forward, do a ton of damage with the Light Slinger passive and the Lulu buffing you up as well.
I would say one of Vitality's big strengths is their disengage.
Yeah.
They've got Azir Wall, they've got Nami Ultimate, and basically they've got a lot of range at their disposal. When you look at Mad Lion's compositions, it is on the shorter range side. Not to say that they have no range whatsoever, but it's something that Vitality, if, for example, they gain access to the river first, they can leverage that to chip away at their opposition before they can really find that good fight. So a lot of pressure is going to fall on Elyoya to find those creative engages, find those flanks, those avenues onto the backline, and create a little bit more chaos in the team fight.
It's something Vitality did really well against Heretics yesterday as well. The Sejuani and the Braum just being that front line that you could never work your way through. Jack Spectre on the Callisto was trying to dance around. It's like, well, you just can't get close enough to our carries. They just chip you away. And in the end, Vitality were able to pick up that win yesterday. Both these teams still undefeated. One of them will walk home with a single point in that L column. We'll see who it is and who joins G2 at the top of the table at 3-0 after the first week. Mad Lions versus Vitality to round out week 1.
And we have a pause.
You know what the best thing to say in a pause is, Veddy?
Tell me.
This is not because I was just told by our producer that I have to say this at some point during this game, if possible.
Okay.
Reminder, guys, we'll be back next week on Saturday for week 2 of the LEC. Isn't that exciting?
Yeah, it certainly
Nodders, yeah. Veddy, you going to sing today?
Stop. I just read the chat. And stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. No. People didn't come here to listen to me sing, okay? People came here to watch some League of Legends. I imagine that we're going to get the issue resolved very quickly.
It's just a peripheral issue that we are sorting out right now.
That's a unique one.
Yeah, definitely hasn't happened at all today.
So Niski got into game and then he said, "Photon, why no Jax?" Photon replied, "How?"
I mean, true.
I love watching them. I love reading Photon mainly because it's Perks that told us that he's just been teaching him things to say in chat, and he doesn't always understand the context. And so he's written, "Hello, Professor." Yeah, of course. That. And now Perks is giving context. In Korea, you're famous for your Rakan play.
Yeah.
And then Photon's like, "Yeah, in Korean known." And then Hillisang's like, smiley face.
He also said, "I've been told."
It's very wholesome right now.
I mean, but also, like, if that's not the most, like, swag thing you can say, I know I'm famous. Yeah, of course I know.
Yeah, and now I'm not going to read what was just said in chat. Yeah, overall, very wholesome between the two teams. When I have updates for you guys, of course, we will share it with you. The crowd has been electric, fantastic so far this weekend. Of course, we are in store for another 3 days of LEC action next week, starting Saturday.
3 days every week for the next 5 weeks.
Yeah, a lot of league, a lot of action, and a lot of stakes, Medic. Of course, for both these teams, they're in a great position right now, sitting at 2-0-2-0, which means that they're really setting themselves up to secure a spot in the top 8, where they'll then move on to the group stage, which includes best of 3s.
If you win 2 best of 3s, you are through to our finals. Top 4 teams get through. Obviously, the higher you place in the regular season, the better your seeding is going into groups, which means you might get your pick of the litter for the teams below you. First place gets to pick, second place gets to pick, etc., etc. I think we are hopefully getting back on into the game in a couple of moments' time.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of, you know, poetry.
Okay.
Yeah. When I have a proper update, I'll give it to you guys.
Apparently, we're going to have something in our prompter in a second. So
Okay,
we
cool.
don't just make up all of the updates off the top of our head. We could. Recently, electromagnetic storms have approached Berlin. Unsurprisingly, this messes with Kaiser, who plays on a DDR dance mat. He's also fighting Melania at the same time on a separate PC.
Have you seen those people that play Elden Ring and other games just to like, they just intentionally just make it as convoluted as possible?
The one Cadril showed me today is someone's playing it with an EEG, which is like a brain electron, like it scans your brain waves, how much electricity is in different parts of your brain.
Cadril probably couldn't use that one.
Because it's just everything's firing at once. It's so much.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's totally what I meant.
30 seconds into the game, Kaiser reported issues related to peripherals that prevented him from moving into lane. As we are not yet at a game of record, League officials are remaking the game to permit him to enter lane with the rest of his team.
Yeah, so basically what that means is normally what happens is at level 1, people group as 5 and then they rush through bot lane to try and contest that level 1 ward. Because Kaiser couldn't move, he couldn't go with them. So
it's like my solo queue teammates. One of them's answering the door for a package. His mum just called in for lunch.
So basically, we're remaking the game so that because basically, if they'd shown up as 4 and then there was 5 members of MAD on the other side, that would not have been very good for Vitality. So the game is being remade. So while that happens, you can listen to us.
You don't have to listen to us. We're going to hand it back over to the AD in just a couple of moments' time. In fact, we're going to do it right now.
Bye.
Don't listen to us anymore. Bye.
Thank you. I am prepared because I asked people to ask questions in the case of pause like this. Now, I am going to be selective and look to keep it at least somewhat adjacent to the game.
Because you asked that like a few hours ago,
I
right?
did.
Because I've got Twitch chat right here. I see it all, guys.
All right. One is actually after it says asked. Oh, it's from Mad Lions. Who's the best Belgian on Mad Lions? That would be Niski. Although sometimes I don't know, he like supports France at the World Cup and stuff. It's not very.
That seems sus.
That is super sus. As I look for questions.
Stop falling asleep, guys. No, wake up. Wake up.
Yeah, we can hear you. Let's,
so.
If we can, we'll get the draft up as well if I get to find relevant questions, because I don't want it to go completely...
Yeah, okay, hold on, because
this is a really good one.
Oh, okay, I'll let you do that.
From Joshua. What macro strategies do the analysts think are most effective to split? E.g. Deathball, Teamfight Comp, Poke Comp, Vertical Jungling, Gank Heavy or Farm Heavy Jungling, Hyper Carry, Bruiser Only, Perma Botlane Prio, etc.
It's almost midnight, relax!
I'm sorry.
It's getting close to midnight.
Yeah.
I don't know, I just heard... Okay, now I'm working.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
No.
Macro strategies.
Yeah,
right?
so basically, there is examples, but what macro strategies do the analysts think are most effective to split? I think from what we've seen already, right?
Okay, macro strategies. Well, I think there's like basic fundamentals in League of Legends, like shifts is the easy one. Some pro players have different names for the later game shifts. In Excel and Fnatic, I think they call them demon shifts, which are like full 3-lane shifts.
What's a shift?
So a shift is just when you have like one person top, 4 people mid, they push in mid, move to top and join them on top wave. A demon shift
to the top lane.
Right.
Yeah, a demon shift would be something like, you have like a 1-3-1, the first person pushes out top, moves mid, catches next mid wave, the 3 people move bot and join the one guy on bot. It's like a longer version. This is just like basic fundamentals of League, but I think right now the game is just really Dragon setup focused. First the objective, base timers, 1 minute 30 seconds on Dragon, base, refresh wards, put wards down, base again, come back, make sure you're ready to redrop wards, flanks. I think Dragon fights are the whole game right now.
They are.
Making flanks around Dragon, you have 3 people. Most of the time, it's your jungler and your bot lane hovering around the pit. And then the both solo lanes, like a Cassidy, LeBlanc, whatever it may be, an Aatrox, Cassante, is coming around the side. So I would say that's it. I think if you look back to past iterations of League of Legends, it's very split push orientated.
Yeah.
Season 5, you had champions like Riven, Echo, Hecarim top. The Huni meta.
Season 5.
Throwback. The
Wow.
Hecarim
Where you have like a different strategy of I will push bot lane so hard that 2 people will come and kill me and you're going to rush Nash. And it's called the Huni Baron. So that was a different
I was
way.
going to ask, like, in terms of it being so Dragon focused, etc., and the setups, if the drafts here fit the mark. But
Can we get the drafts
they
up?
disappeared
Get those drafts again.
Can we get the drafts up
we
on
have
the
30
screen?
seconds before I'm going to toss back over to the intros and the games. So,
Okay, we're about to get into the
overall.
game.
Yeah, very close. So
we could just count to 20 together.
sure.
1,
2,
3,
3,
4,
7.
5.
No, that's
9.
not the order,
6,
Cadrol. You sound
7.
like Twitch chat
Okay,
now.
0. Let's get into the game.
Yes!
Now.
Kaiser. But they're not even 5-manning, Vetty.
Oh, they changed the strat apparently.
Nesquik. Or Nisquik. Nisquik. Niski, I think, is actually.
Yeah, I think
it's just Niski, not Nesquik. But anyway, we are into the game. Having a quick look across the board.
I love that Cadrol's solution was How about we just count?
Wasn't that Ender?
What
Ender
was
suggest the
the
counting?
Ender?
Yeah.
Oh man, I just love that that's like where their brains go to, you know. It's hey medic, let's just count.
Yeah, let's do it.
1,
2.
2.
The thing is, though, we're in the game. We don't need to fill time
True,
now.
we
The
don't,
players are
we
going to
don't,
play
we
and we're going to
don't.
watch. Elioya gone for the
Face
blue
me
smite here on the Wukong. Gives you that extra movement speed as you
Oh, hello Niski.
get out of a bush. Niski and Perks trading here in the mid lane. Niski has Corrupting Potion, so he actually wins out on this
Well,
trade. Also, he's Victor.
He also has a shield on his
Yeah.
Q, which is kind of like, he mitigated, I think, what, 2 autos from Perks? And then also, the problem is, when Perks, like, uses W, Niski walks out of range.
Level 1 is in,
Yeah.
not so much of a champion.
Yeah.
Oh, Kazi here, trying to pull this wave. You want all the minions to attack the same minion, if you can, but they couldn't quite get that, and because Kaiser and Neon are here as well, didn't help with a leash. Really just want to try and get that level 2 as quickly as possible, which is what both these bot lanes will be doing. Perk's still trading with Niski. Neither of them have offensive summoners, but Niski's still putting quite a lot of damage down.
Mainly just Niski trying to leverage his health pot advantage. And also he knows that, again, because of the shield on the Q, he can just often win out on a lot of trades. With Airy, he can just keep chipping away at Perks. And the whole goal here is to try and force Perks to TP as early as possible so that then they can look for a potential gank. We know that Elioya does have a habit of playing around mid lane. We'll see if he does actually look for something. Right now he's doing a full bot side clear. Bo mirrors that on the other side. Often what we have seen from, well, a lot of junglers so far this split has been invades. And I was going to mention that Elioya, with a full bot side clear and a pushing bot, he may look to do just that. Niski, this is the other advantage of trading all of your health away. It gives you control over the wave. He's going to get level 3 first. Perks can no longer heal up. And Elioya should feel pretty safe in this invade. He's not winning up on the straight 1v1, but Hylissang is right behind him, which means the Bo is going to be forced out of his jungle, and Elioya can look to steal away some camps. So already off to a really good start from Mads. Elioya looking to chip away at Kaiser. Don't think it's going to result in much.
Kaiser will trade his health for Elioya's. Elioya doesn't have any potions, so Kaiser can always just heal himself up a little bit. Looks like Bo might be going for a mid lane gank here, realizing that Niski had to push forward to try and get any pressure down. Bo, Q, Niski tanks a tower, flash forward.
That was bold. Of all the options Niski had, no, Hilly.
You don't have Ignite, Hylissang. Okay.
Can he kill them
both
both?
of them are low. Here comes Elioya as well. Elioya flashes forward, Decimating Smash is enough. Bo trying to get him under the tower, but Hylissang with the flash shield heal. It's a double for Elioya in the mid lane.
I guess hashtag word from Niski. I mean, he even
burned
gets an
Perks'
assist.
flash, you know?
He even gets an assist off of that, which means that he also gets 25 stacks contributed to his passive. JC and Photon now a bit of dance up in the top lane. But okay, wow. So when we get the replay, Niski has 2 options here. He can keep running up, and then he can choose to like flash away. And of course, there's still the gamble that Bo can collapse on him. But Niski's saying, I have a level advantage. I think that if I do Q, auto, E, that's enough to kill. But the E doesn't land, neither does the auto. But he does get 2 flashes out. So Elioya and Hylissang are saying they don't have any flashes. Bo just tanked the whole minion wave. Bo thinks that with the shield from his passive, he can actually turn this one around. But then flash, shield in from Hylissang means that Elioya gets a double kill.
Good start for Elioya.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. And I mean, who do you praise here? Niski for his brilliant play?
I mean, the thing with what Niski did was he got both the flashes out, which means when Elioya flash Nimbus strikes, he knows that's going to connect.
So it's really a mid diff.
Yeah, it's really a mid diff.
I see.
Also, support diff is mid diff.
True.
Hylissang roamed. Kaiser wasn't able to.
True.
Definitely a mid diff there. A support diff, I guess.
All right. Well, the gold didn't really change that much.
No.
But definitely a big advantage gained for Elioya. He now has his eyes on the top lane.
Photon has no flash, does have the Ghost, has that little ward there as well that will spot Elioya as he goes up towards these Krugs. Photon stops his back. No decision to go for a further extension of the fight. Doesn't want to stay around. Knows, though, that Elioya is in the area.
What I will say is, like, this is what I was really excited about when watching these 2 junglers play, because they're really smart about how they move on the map. And a couple things happened there, right? Hylissang needed to go back to base, reset, same thing for Elioya, which meant that Bo actually got back out onto the map first. Because Elioya started with the bot side clear, it meant that Bo could actually contest these camps, and given that mid wave was pushing in favor of Perks because of the stacked wave, along with the bot bouncing back in their favor, Vitality actually had control over mid and bot, which Elioya's like, I understand this, which means that my best play is actually to cross map, because Photon either overstays and I can get a kill, but if I can't, I can just steal away camps, which means I don't actually end up losing anything. And remember that Bo started on his top side as well, so those camps are going to be refreshed. So just overall, really great awareness from both junglers, recognizing what they can and can't do on the map, making sure that they both stay relatively even and relevant. You can see that indicated on the farm right now. Perks dives in, ults, Bo looking to secure a kill. Niski did, of course, invest that flash earlier on, which means that Vitality equalized the kill score.
Yeah, Perks hitting level 6 first as well. Niski was just starved a little bit of experience earlier on, meant that he wasn't really able to do anything about that. One of the weaknesses of Victor is his very low mobility. You only really get the movement speed from Siphon Power. Kazi still trading onto Kaiser here. Exhaust goes down, heal used as well. Kaiser will flash away, Neon chipped away as well. The Vitality bot lane is forced to recall.
Kazi having the Ignite, of course, means that he was threatening Kaiser, who was, well, it wasn't Kaiser that ended up using the Exhaust, it was, of course, Neon, but still, just goes to show that Lucian is just really strong, especially in the early laning phase. Lulu or Nami both complement him very well. Just set him up for success. So they will force the bot lane of Vitality back, gain a small advantage. Vitality was able to do the exact same thing in the mid lane. Bo and Perks already showcasing that synergy. They were able to shut down Niski once again.
It's interesting to see Kazi's sort of evolution from... It's only 2 games, so it's only 3 games now, but he was so much of a coin flip player. He was very aggressive. We expected lots of action, lots of deaths for him in the bot lane, and often actually he's been left a little bit on an island by Mad Lions throughout the course of the start of Winter Split, yet to die as well, which is something I think most people will be quite shocked at. If you say Kazi is one of the players yet to die after 3 games.
I mean, I think that Kazi as a player has always been very controversial in the eyes of the fans. Let's not forget that he is a back-to-back champion alongside Mad Lions. And I think that like some of the best times that we saw Kazi was internationally. Of course, last year wasn't the best performance for him on Vitality, but a lot of teams were interested in him. Based on the rumors that we were hearing, a lot of teams speculating, fans were like, why? He just didn't look good. But there always had to be something, right? Players had to have seen something that we didn't always get to see on stage from Kazi. And like, if you ever have the opportunity to speak to Kazi, he's a hilarious guy. He loves keeping the atmosphere positive, and mechanically, he's still very good.
Yeah, flash away from Neon. Kaiser, of course, doesn't have flash. Kazi just needs a couple more orders from the Lightslinger to get it. Bo here locked up in the mid lane, and Yoya's going to flash away. Perks still trying to trade the Chaos Storm, ticking away at Bo. Perks flashes in, has one last Emperor to go forward. Meanwhile, Bo's able to kill off Hylissang as well, who went a little bit too deep as they were trying to chase Neon. Neon did fall, so it's a 2 for 2 so far across the course of the trade. Bo going in. He flash predicts the dash from Kazi. Niski flashes forward again, but this one has about as much use as the last. Niski 0-3, Bo and Perks are dominating.
Wow, that very quickly became Vitality favored. That was 4 kills. Yep. They got 2 in mid thanks to Perks, they got 2 on the bot side thanks to Bo, and the mid jungle just coming up clutch for the side of Vitality. The Mad Lions bot lane were decimating Neon and Kaiser, but Bo was able to very quickly turn things around. Now Mad are trying to use this window to get something back out on the map, but it looks like Vitality's not going to give this one away for free.
Yeah, Neon respawned, went to the mid lane to try and push this out. Perks doesn't have TP. Photon is already up here, but he's being pushed out on the top side by Chasey. Looks like Mad Lions will just back away, realizing that perhaps their plan had been foiled or spotted, at least by Vitality. Now Vitality with 5 members on the top side of the map should be able to secure this pretty easily. You can see Perks slowly working his way down towards bottom lane to try and answer the push that is coming out from Kazi.
Good movement there from Perks, making sure that no farm is left wasted. The bot lane from Vitality can just go and catch the mid wave. Perks with TP coming back up in about 5 seconds. Shouldn't really have too much to worry about. He should be able to hold his own in the 1v1 against the Lucian. Let's have a look back at this. So the bot lane from Mad, remember that they burnt the summoners earlier on. They know that they can win this 2 versus 2. The heal comes through from Hylissang. Good flash here from Kazi, forces the flash out from Neon. And Elyoya is saying, hey, we can actually look for this fight onto Perks here. Realizes that Bo is right behind him, decides not to commit to it. The ultimate comes out from Bo as the bot lane is dying. Let's focus on this mid-fight, observers, as Niski's trying to do what he can to keep his jungle alive. Bo gets stunned up, and then he's just forced to disengage, and he sees that Neon is the one in danger. Not much that he can do about it, but he gets them both low as Perks finds a kill, then ults on. Bo kills Hylissang. We have to immediately come back as the action as Bo has locked his eyes on Hylissang.
Range cease and desist from Bo. Hylissang nowhere to go, gets caught out. Kazi pops the culling down, but Perks very happy to tank that.
The mid jungle is just popping off from Vitality this game. This was the Bo that was promised. Extremely aggressive in the early game. The moment he finds a small advantage, he is running away with it, and Perks is happy to follow up. 3-1-4, 100% kill participation. But I'm just so impressed that Vitality was able to turn that small skirmish around. The fact that Perkz can basically find 2 kills. Now we see Photon looking to take down Chasing the top lane.
Chasey has to flash, but Photon should be able to dash forward in a second. He's got that 3rd Q as well. Chasey dodges to the side of it and will be able to escape.
Photon just chilling in the top lane.
Yeah, both of them just chilling in the top lane. No one goes near it.
Korean matchup between Chasey and Photon. Mainly just not the priority this game, as Bo is just dominating the jungle matchup right now. Keep my eyes on what their plan is right now. We know the Dragon is up. Mad brought their bot lane up towards mid. The main reason why you do this is to help you gain priority in the lane. We've already seen how dominant this Lucian can be in the isolated matchup, so it can force them back, gain control. Keep your eyes on Bo. He's hovering around, doesn't have his ultimate up just yet.
Hylissang just ticked over to 6 as well, so it's a good time for Mad Lions to try and do something. You can see Kai's only halfway towards level 6 himself. That ultimate can be very impactful in a fight. Bo's going to put down the Herald. Parzy's going to try and join the rest of Mad Lions.
Very good from Bo. Just creating that point of pressure. If they can't get the Drake, it doesn't matter. They should be able to get a number of plates funneled into Neon. They'll take the exchange. Neon's going to do what he can to get more damage down. And now Mad have to fight their way back into mid lane. They're likely going to have to take the long way round. Bo's going to disengage from that one, which means they're not quite. But regardless, I think that Vitality's more than happy to make that trade. They've extended the gold lead now to 2k, got good value out of the Herald. Meanwhile, you can see Perkz just so much control over the matchup. He's been, well, I say gifted, he's earned a good number of kills, which has put him very far ahead in gold. You can see a 400 gold bounty sitting on his head. I imagine he's got enough gold to get the upgrade. Let's have a look and see if he's actually secured it. There it is, Ludens. 12.5 minutes into the game. Perkz is incredibly strong. I think he has a point to prove. Menek last split, he was someone that was in the MVP conversation. He was someone that was considered one of the best performing mids as Kai's pack gets interrupted. Perkz was a player that only needed one more win, remember, one more, to get into playoffs, and then they lost 5 games in a row.
Yep. It was the 2.5%.
Yes, it was incredibly frustrating for Vitality, and Perkz, you know, he wanted to rebuild, start again, see what he could do with a brand new team around him, and so far at the beginning of the split, it is looking good. And we heard him on PGL talking about how he was worried that they wouldn't be able to perform, they were going to lose. Was it going to be another super week where he started off poorly, but this could be his first ever 3-0 on Vitality for a super week. Of course, we'll have more super weeks.
Yeah, every week is a super week. So.
But still, for Perkz to get that, it's definitely going to fill him with confidence and show us the potential of what this Vitality is capable of.
Also, that shows the synergy between him and Bo. We heard the voice comms yesterday of Perkz calling to finish the Baron, Bo saying no, and Perkz, you know, respecting the call, the team respecting the call. It's always good to see that amount of synergy early on. 3,000 gold now, the lead for Vitality. And although we have been singing Bo's praises this entire game, I will highlight the fact that he decided to rush the Chempunk Chainsword here. We see a lot of Vi's rush this, and against no healing on the enemy team, I'm going to say I think Black Cleaver may have been a better decision here. Haven't done the exact maths, but when you have physical damage coming out from the Ezreal and physical damage coming out from the Cassante, Black Cleaver does give you relatively similar stats and some of that armor reduction as the game goes on.
My understanding of the logic is that just like...
It's a good spike.
Well, originally it was extremely cheap.
Yeah.
So for the value that it gave, it was worth the stats, but then they increased the cost of the item. And I know that topic has still been under debate, but...
It's still a good item. I'm just saying, can you optimize? Is there something slightly more efficient? However, when you're 3-1-4 and your team is dominating, the absolute efficiency of an item doesn't really matter too much. You can just team up alongside that Azir and sweep away anyone that you want.
I mean, hey man, like, if it's Bo, I have full confidence that if he went full Lethality, he could do it. But Elgoya has his eyes on Photon.
Oh, great all out there by Photon. Uses the Unstoppable to dodge away from the Cyclone, escapes the gank up towards the top side. I can only assume that was just perfectly timed by the Cassante in the top lane.
Just the Ghost as well will take him to safety. Overall, Photon is able to dodge away from the first gank that has been thrown his way. Poke's going to use that as a window to get the push. Looking for a fight onto Niski. Won't quite be able to close the gap. Should be able to secure this wave and look for a reset. Does have the TP available now, of course, Unleashed. Does Mad have their eyes on top?
And I think this is a question we had about Mad Lions. They played SK and Astralis so far, and both those games were convincing, but when you put them up against a slightly higher caliber of opposition, would they be able to have those solid early games, get those early leads, and take over the map? Here, Vitality have put up a very strong fight, currently well in the lead, and now Mad Lions have to show us that they can fight from behind with this team fight-orientated composition.
Let's see. they can do it. Neon doing his best. He did struggle a little bit in terms of the isolated 2v2, but farm's still very good. Of course, Ezreal much more of a scaling pick relative to the Lucian. Have my eyes on the Dragon, spawning about a minute's time. Mad Lions right now do have a slightly better position. You can see Hylissang going back to base, going to replenish those wards. TP is available for Chasey, not quite for Photon. I expect him to push out this top wave and then start making his way towards bot side, but maybe they don't want to fight for the Dragon at all. Of course, this Herald is up, and this is the area of the map where Vitality do have a lot more control. I don't think Bo is going to be that scared yet. As he's doing that, should be able to secure this. The big question becomes, will Vitality then look to fight for the next Drake? They can drop this Herald mid once again, secure that tower, create that point of pressure, and then maybe trade mid tower for the Dragon. Instead, they could use the Herald to just guarantee that priority and then use this priority to move down to the bot side river. You notice as well, Elyoya already gained control over the bot wave and then making that trade with the bot tower alongside Niski, waiting for that wave to arrive. Vitality want to keep the pressure going.
Without standing all the way back. Taking its time, charging up here. He's yet to lose any health.
Look at Elyoya.
Niski able to take a tower. Elyoya waiting for that flank position. He goes in. Bo immediately knocks him up. The Cullen come down as well already. Hylissang is just dead. And so is Elyoya. Mad Lions tried to pick a fight, but Vitality were having none of it. Just punched them down. Herc's now sitting 5-1 and 2. Hylissang didn't get a chance to heal, to ult, or to flash in that fight.
Wow, Bo completely shut down Elyoya's engage. The flank looked good, especially with the arrival of Chasey, but it was denied before anything could even start. This will now guarantee Bo the Dragon. Chasey looking for something onto Neon, but unlikely that he'll be able to convert it into anything. And they even secured a top tower. Vitality just dominating Mad Lions, limiting every option they have.
And 5,000 their lead, 17.5 minutes into the game. A lot of that will be sitting on Herc's 2.5k ahead. That mid-jungle duo is just absolutely red. Mad Lions like a book. Bounties coming up for Mad. And every teamfight looks harder than the last.
Yeah, and I didn't even notice Hylissang disappear.
Yeah,
I had my eyes focused on Elyoya because this flank looks so good, and you can see Chasey coming out from the left, but he gets interrupted by Bo. Perks then just kills Hylissang. He then flashes away behind the safety of his jungler, who then basically just solo kills Elyoya. The chain CC coming out from Kaiser as well to assist means that Vitality just stomp all over Mad Lions. And this is one I think coming into this game, I said based on what we've seen from Mad, they look the more convincing coming into this matchup. Vitality have had a lot of shaky performances, but you're right in the context of the matchups. And we did say, like, you do have to take into context of the matchups, what will these teams look like as Mad Lions goes up against an arguably tougher opponent and Vitality maybe an easier one. But Vitality, they look dominant right now.
Clean.
And again, this is the Bo that was promised, the one where expectations were incredibly high. We'll see if he can turn this into a 13-0 streak in major regions. The mid-jungle duo looking incredible right now. Of course, the next major objective, not going to be spawning for a while. With all outer towers secured, Vitality, their main goal now is to try and creep that vision in ever so deeper into the side of Mad's jungle, stealing away camps, denying what they can from Elyoya. Bear in mind, he's only just ticked over to 11, while Bo is comfortably sitting in level 12 right now. And you'll start to see that here. Look, they have the push in the top side, they're looking to get push in mid, and Bo is just going to instantly use that pressure to say that this jungle now belongs to me, and there's nothing you can do about it.
And now that they've opened up that mid-tier 1 and chunked away the tier 2 as well, they can just push in a lot more aggressively. Had a bit of an issue because Kaiser was very slow on developing his warding item. It was only after that previous fight we saw that he was actually able to get wards on it. So now, because he has that extra vision, they can step a little bit deeper and make sure that they leave a lasting effect, that lasting vision line for the team. Mad Lions will try and clear it out just to make sure they can claim their own blue. Vitality seem willing to, forfeit a little bit of ground. They know they're in the driver's seat. They know they don't have to over-force anything. They can just wait out the Ocean Soul if they want, or they can look for picks as Mad Lions try and secure any parts of their own jungle.
This is the shift that Pedro was talking about. Flash in from Bo.
Cease and desist. They're looking to try and kill off Hylissang as quickly as they can. They'll get him, but Bo a little bit deep here. Gets back underneath the tower, but he's tanking it. There's no minions there, and the shutdown goes over to Elyoya. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, there's a trade between the two top laners. Perks goes down as well. Kazi gets the shutdown. Photon losing to Chasey, but the all-out might be enough. Brings down the Intofos, and Photon misses the Q3. Chasey misses the wall-up. Photon still chasing forward. Chasey can't get the damage down. Photon wins it out.
Okay, so Vitality get far too aggressive on the top side of the map and give two big shutdowns down to Kazi and Elyoya. But at the very least, Photon is able to get something back, leveraging the mobility that he has from the Ghost to sidestep all of the abilities of the Gnar and walk away the victor. Deciding not to push out that wave, going to reset instead. means that Vitality at the very least will win something else on the map, but a very risky play from Vitality on the top side that really they didn't need to force.
Yeah, and Kazi now at 1.5k ahead is already at 2 completed items, will be on his way to his 3rd with that shutdown. Corefield's pickaxe and a cloak built for him. It's going to be incredibly strong in this next fight. We'll have a look at it because it is very much a force to try and kill off Hylissang.
Bo is saying we can just one-shot Hylissang. Doesn't quite land the Q. Then the heal comes through to mitigate even more of the damage. Meanwhile, the TP gets interrupted here by Photon. Chasey sees that as an opportunity to force a fight, but then as you rightly said, as Bo tries to disengage, the minions aren't underneath the tower, which means that he has tower aggro. Perks also takes a tower shot, then gets knocked up by Elyoya, making it easy for Kazi to secure that kill. The damage is so close here from Chasey, misses that Q. And then the sidestep for Photon's just making fun of him at this point. Like he's just so fast. Chasey doesn't have the damage, all of his abilities missed, and Photon walks away the victor.
It's hard to do damage when all of your abilities miss.
Yes, quite right.
Mad Lions maybe see a lifeline back into the game. There's still 3,000 gold behind. Photon, no ghost on him, does have the all out. Not all the way through the terrain though, and now he's on the wrong side of the wall. Kazi gets it. 400 gold goes into his back pocket. That Lucian continues to get stronger and stronger. You're just going to call for the Baron here, Mad Lions. Maybe trying to pull Vitality all over the map. TP available for Perks. You can see the pings down on him. True Shot Barrage goes down, and Hylissang only at 500 HP. Bo has the cease and desist. There's the TP. After the tower goes down, Mad Lions will accept it.
Vitality going to start this.
Starts up the Baron once again. Mad, you know it's happening? You got a ward there, you know now. You can see Neon sitting at 5,000 HP on it. Now 4.5. Chasey builds up the Meganar. No flash for him means he can't get in. Bo still keeping it aggro. Can just dash out of the back of the pit, but can also dash forward. Buying time for the reset from Photon. Has that TP. 9 seconds on him. 6. We can count 2. Ready? 4, 3, 2, 1.
Where's the TP going? Right into the midst of the team. Mad tried to turn the pick into a Baron. There's no way he'll get it, right? Surely not.
Elyoya goes in. And they stop it immediately. Elyoya flashes out. The cease and desist coming in. The culling not quite enough. And Bo lands the smite. Vitality for the 2nd time this weekend show that they can stop and start a Baron at will. They kill off the enemy jungler and they get Kazi to boot.
What a beautifully played Baron from Vitality. Even at a numbers disadvantage, the way that they approached the fight, the way that they were able to get that poke down and then basically say, Mad, we're just going to stall this Baron long enough for Photon to come back alive, TP into the fight, and then with our numbers advantage and the fact that he will be full health while you've lost all your HP, it's going to be easy pickings. And like, look at this here. We're only going to see the second half of the fight where Elyoya tries to steal away, but you see all the HP bars from the Mad Lions. So much had been chipped away, and again, they just stop doing damage. They wait for information on where Elyoya is. The ultimate immediately comes down. And the culling from Kazi, not enough to secure it. Very close, though, for the smite secure from Bo. Very well played from Vitality. The damage from Neon.
Takes Hylissang down to half HP. Dragon started as well for Vitality. Will be their 3rd of the game. No soul on the menu yet. Neon, Arcane shifting forward there. Elyoya loses about 1,000 health. It's a very tricky situation for Mad now because when you want to engage and you're getting poked out by an Azir, kept at bay by an Ezreal, it becomes very, very tricky. And as soon as you're low, you know that the Shurima slide can come in, you know that Bo can use the cease and desist, now also has the flash to get onto the back line. With Baron up, guys are very happy with how this game's going so far!
That's why he was laughing. I was wondering where it came from. The ultimate now from Bo.
The chase in with the tidal wave as well. The tsunami maybe spelling the end for the Mad Lions here. Neon putting the damage down. The tower will fall. Photon goes down though. Mad Lions have found 1. Neon flat dashing forward with the arcane shift. Nard into the wall, but Kazi has to dodge the True Shot Barrage. And even though Mad Lions are able to chip away the health bars of Vitality, they're not able to do any meaningful, lasting damage. Vitality might look for the win here, though Kazi, very difficult to deal with. Can dash around, does have 3 items complete as well. Hylissang now joins him. Wild growth a possibility. Elyoya looking for perks. He'll slide his way back to his bodyguards. Hylissang.
Don't do it again! Oh, he does it again! Perks just one-shots him. The KDA is being padded out by Perks. He'll hit 10 kills. And Hylissang hands another one over.
I mean, that was a Shurelia's.
You know what?
That was a play of the day.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Yeah. The first one I'll give him. He wasn't expecting the damage.
Yeah, but the second one, he sprinted into it, man.
The second one, he said...
He literally said, let me go faster towards my death.
You know that meme, I ain't heard no bell? Yeah, well,
I mean, that's unlucky.
I feel like the bell should have been rung right here, Hylissang. He took a lot of damage there. Bo with the immediate follow-up. I think this was a bit of an overcommitment from Neon. He was like, yo, I want to get involved in the action. Photon gets separated from his team a little bit. The focus from Kazi. The damage is good from Kazi. His positioning as well. But then Chasey just gets wiped off the board. Perks is just doing so much damage. There's very little that Mad can really do. They're just popping their wave clear, doing what they can to hold the line. And then we're just waiting for Hylissang to respawn at this point. And here we go. He's just like, guys, guys, we can fight this, we can fight this, we can fight this. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Here we go. Shirelias, engage, engage, engage. Yeah. And Perks is like, yeah.
So something Yamato did say on Euphoria is Hylissang is a player that will see the way you win the game in that moment, and he'll go for the play even if it's suboptimal. He's like, maybe he thought, if I can get a Whimsy down here, if I can stop them from recalling, that's the only way we win this game. So credit to him for the thought. Some discredits for the way it played out.
If you don't love Hilly at his best, wait, if you don't love him at his worst, you can't.
Hilly Flash polymorphed, man! I love you, Hylissang! I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you! Was it after Reckless or Hilly as the all-out comes out? Chasey chased off towards the back, and now 5 members of Vitality quickly surround him. Chasey will flash across the wall and manage to escape, but only delaying the inevitable you have to feel. Super Minions pushing in the bot wave. The Nexus tower falls. The inhibitor tower up towards the top side. The next target for Vitality. An 8,000 gold lead. Vitality still very healthy as they go towards the inhibitor tower. They will take it mid lane. They want to try and clear out. Mad Lions will catch that wave, try and stop the bleeding somewhere, try and put a tourniquet around it. When your leg's being chopped off, the tourniquet doesn't help too much. And Mad Lions are well and truly bleeding.
Vitality, they're just going to disengage. They know the Baron spawns in about a minute's time. Get the resets off. The damage has been done. The siege will end, and Mad will be given a moment of reprieve. But we know that this moment, the dawn arrives. Vitality will be at the gates once more, likely with a Baron buff in tow. The Ocean Soul. Sorry?
Do you know Grond?
No.
It's a meme in the Lord of the Rings fan community. It's just the battering ram they use to break into Minas Tirith. Grond. Big wolf's head.
Yeah, and I imagine that Grond will be Photon this time round. Or perhaps Perks, depending on your perspective. The Magi-is a little late for that one, Perks, but fair enough, I respect it.
It's cost efficient.
He has told me that he's enjoyed reading recently. See how many pages of his book he can get through. Going to catch that bot wave. They don't really care about the top wave. They know that that's going to keep pushing him with the super minions. Again, their priority is actually not the Baron here. It is the Soul. Eljoya looking for an avenue in, but Bo is not going to give it to him. In fact, the collapse is going to come through. Here's the ultimate.
Bo looking to get that E out. Eljoya tries to dash away. Cyclone coming in with the cease and desist into the bubble. He stopwatched that. Bo now dashes back in immediately. Eljoya is just deleted. Next up, Bo continues to chase forward. Perks sliding in as well. Chasey low. Photon dashes in with the Q3, and Niski is rooted for days. Up next is Kazi. Hylissang 2. Only Chasey is chased away, but the True Shot Barrage dash. Photon, how many more dashes you got? Not enough. Perks will take it instead. Vitality in dominant fashion end out the week undefeated and join G2 at the top of the table.
A 3-0 week for Perks' new team. He wanted to keep the expectations low. He wanted to make sure that people didn't overhype this new roster, but can we be hyped now?
I think we can be hyped,
3-0. Yeah. This team is delivering. And how can we not be impressed with this mid-jungle duo? 11-2-6 was the scoreline for Perks. But it really was him and Bo in the early game that was just tearing apart Mad Lions. The fact that they were able to get 4 kills after punishing... Well, I mean, remember that their bot lane just died. And then they were able to convert that into 4 kills was just crazy. Bo and Perks putting on a clinic in this game.
And they died to Eljoya twice earlier on as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, Eljoya was 2-0 to start the game. Couldn't really make it work. They really punished Niski in that mid lane. He was a sitting duck after burning his flash early on. Mad Lions, of course, relatively good week for them as well. You know, sitting at 2-1, a 66% win rate is a good result after week 1. But a lot of things to watch for from this game. Their wins against SK and Astralis perhaps a little bit of a distant memory now.
Photon somewhat overwhelmed with the fist bump, the high five system that is now beginning. But yeah, I mean, huge props to Vitality. Sets us up beautifully for the eventual match between Vitality and G2. No idea when that is, but
it is next Monday.
Oh, a week from today.
Yeah, Vitality G2. Vitality have Astralis and SK before that. So.
I mean, expectations are they can keep this win streak going.
5-0,
right?
5-0.
Yeah,
Ooh.
potentially. We'll have to wait and see.
Maybe go to Miami for that game.
Stop it. But overall, like, really impressive stuff from Vitality. Continue to be impressed with what they're able to showcase.
Yeah,
and their Barons,
cleanest
right now,
Barons in the league.
Outside of G2, who like don't really do any Baron setups.
We don't really have to see them. We don't have the tape
like
for them.
the way in which Vitality have been playing around these Barons has been very, very good, and I have been nothing but impressed. Yeah, this team right now sitting at the top of the table, 3-0 alongside G2. Congratulations to Perks. He's finally overcome the Vitality curse. He will find his first ever 3-0 with Vitality.
The Vitality curse is more of it's a split long mindset. You know, we could get to the end of week 2.
Maybe.
And be like, hey, Vitality curse is back. Bo, Perks, and Kaiser are your player of the game nominees. You can vote for them at LEC on Twitter. I mean,
it's between Bo and Perks. You guys can vote for whoever you want.
I think Kaiser wins it because so many people are voting for Bo and Perks. And Kaiser just takes over.
I don't think that's going to happen.
You know, it's like they've split the vote and Kaiser just sweeps in. Justice for support.
But there we are. That concludes week 1 of the LEC.
Does.
We still do, of course, have PGL where we're going to hear more from the players. We have an interview coming up very soon. But 3 days of action-packed games. We're going to have more next Saturday, of course, starting at 6 p.m. But what a great first week back here at the LEC.
Yeah, it was great to be back, and we're going to hear more from one of our players who is also back in the studio. Kaiser is standing by with Law. Or
Sitting, rather, for this last interview of the week. Kaiser, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking down your former team.
Thank you.
How was it for you actually playing against them and, managing to grab this victory against the Mad Lions?
I mean, it was a game I was looking forward to the most, for sure. I mean, it's my former team, right? Like, for 3 years, I've been knowing these guys, and it's always been fun with them. So just beating them out, proving I'm better, I guess, right? Is super fun. I'm really happy now.
Did it help in the preparation? I mean, of course, players change over the years, even though Karzi rejoined the team. But did it help knowing how the coaching staff sees the game and preps for game when you were prepping against Mad Lions today?
I mean, maybe a bit, but I think Mad Lions kind of changed as well. Like, I don't think they are the same Mad Lions as they used to be, right? For example, you can say Yoya likes carry junglers, right? Yeah. But he played Seoane yesterday, right? To really good. He had a really good game on Seoane, for example, right? So I think they are like kind of a new team, so you couldn't really like guess what they were going to play. Like they would just pick meta, right? Like we just had our draft meeting. We didn't really take anything into account from like previous metas or like previous seasons.
Of course.
But yeah, we had a good read, I think.
And it worked out really well. And I want to say it's especially the objective setups that I appreciate from Vitality right now. And there's a specific replay that I would like to watch with you, if it's possible, the Baron replay. Because when we talked earlier this week about some setups and how especially Bo is shot calling some of the moments, I thought that your Baron setup was really well managed. Maybe we will get to it later. Yeah, this is the one. It took a while, but to talk me through how communication went there, because it felt like you were really patient taking this Baron.
So we knew that because of our superior range, we would just outpoke them. Like they had to kind of go into us, right? The bad thing was that I didn't have any wards left, so it was kind of scary because Wukong might have snuck around, right? Maybe he wanted to try and steal it. So me and Perks just went around, tried to find him, tried to junk him out, right? And we caught him, right? Like they didn't really have that much vision either.
Yeah.
And we just tried to play it slow, like as slow as possible. The Baron cut kind of low, and Bo was not in the pit, so it was kind of scary in a way as well. But I think we had good coordination, what we wanted to do, and we had good patience as well. Yeah.
What was Bo's impact actually in this play and in micromanaging and communicating towards the rest of the team?
I mean, he was screaming that we shouldn't finish Baron.
Yeah,
like when he was out of the pit, right? Like he was ulting Wukong, right? And he was out of the pit, so he basically was just screaming at us, don't hit Nash, don't hit Nash, don't hit Nash. And yeah, that was his impact for sure.
That's actually what I thought. And we will get to listen to the communication from Vitality in the post-game lobby as we will see this replay again. I want to talk about Europe and the whole level we have in Europe right now. Overreactions maybe because we just had 1 week. But what is your gut instinct telling you about what Europe is going to be shaped like?
I mean, the top teams are for sure looking pretty good. I would say, of course, G2. I think everyone talks about them, right? I think they're really good. Like their early games are just crazy. And I think it's going to be a tough match against us. I mean, because we kind of know what they want to do, right? But the question is, can we stop them from doing what they're doing right now? Yeah, I think aside from G2, I think Korea is looking pretty good, right? They lost today, but it happens, right? And yeah, I think we have some pretty strong teams, and I think the level of Europe is for sure looking better right now. We'll see when best of threes, best of fives come, how people are looking, like, because there's more games, right? So maybe people get more exhausted, right? And but yeah, I think it's good practice.
And focusing a bit more on specific roles within Europe right now, I know that the desk was talking about jungle being the most stacked role, support coming second. Would you agree on that?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. I think we have like a lot of strong rookies in AD as well. But I think we will have to see how strong they become, right? Because I don't think 1 week really shows what they can do, right? So we'll see with how AD carry is shaping up. But I think jungle support is for sure the most sacked. Like I don't think we have like any like really bad ones, you know. And I think the top junglers and supports can for sure match up internationally maybe as well.
I agree with you. And one last word, maybe we're going to have Neon on PGL with us a bit later. Anything you want to say to him or about his performance today?
Well, we kind of entered in lane for sure. I think we got kind of carried by our mid jungle. So maybe we have to review some of our gameplay today or like tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, just come back stronger.
All right, we'll see what Neon has to say about this in just a few minutes. Kaiser, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on an amazing week for Vitality so far. We'll see you for week 2. And that's all for us on this side of the stage. We will be back in just a couple minutes for post-game lobby with Shox and Neon. See you soon.
Welcome everybody to the LEC PGL, the third one of the week. The last one is late, but it's gonna be banger. I'm Shox, and I'm joined by Kadril and by Neon, who goes 3-0 with Vitality. Congrats!
Yay, thanks.
That's crazy. Congratulations. Looked. I don't want to say it was easy because it wasn't at all, right? There were a lot of difficult games, but what are you kind of the most proud of what you did as a team in getting that 3-0?
Well, I think I'm very proud of my teammates for being able to play well on stage for the first time and actually communicate properly. We actually had like no misunderstandings this weekend, which is what I like expected, that, you know, maybe my non-English speaking teammates or like not native English speakers would have maybe like nerves on the stage or would, you know, like some issues would pop up, but so far it's only been better. Like actually when we go on stage, they kind of enter the monk zone and you know, they just go ham.
Yeah, I think League is like a language you can kind of communicate in sometimes, you know, where
yeah,
it's like,
definitely. Like League is like a language that like transcends or the language barriers actually.
Yeah.
And you just say fight and everyone knows what to do, right? So that's kind of how we are right now. And I mean, it works. I mean, in my opinion, let's say you have 5 fakers on one team.
Fakers,
yeah, you don't even have to say anything. Like everyone just does their job, and you know you play. So like comms are obviously very useful, but to an extent, your skill can also make up for lack of comms.
It's interesting because Perk said exactly the same thing. Did you each have that point like unconnected to each other and then found out that you actually all agreed on that? Or
I didn't actually watch the Perks one, so I think I just said how
you hear
I
him
feel
enough,
like
right?
it.
Yeah.
I do hear him enough. Actually, he does speak.
How is it having Perks in mid? You know, you press tab, you see one of the greatest all-time mid laners with all this experience in mid lane. Is he like very vocal in reviews, and you just kind of like listen, or do you like give him a little bit of fight back sometimes?
Honestly, a little bit on like I don't know. Like I love playing with Perks because it's just so fucking funny. like actually, I can't. Like this guy is so funny, right? And he's so good at the same time. So I just love playing with him on the same team, right? Like it's super good. And yes, when it comes to game, he has a lot of experience, and I can learn a lot from him. Like you can feel that this guy has been and played against the best teams and the best players, and he has a lot of experience in that regard, right? So he is someone who is actually a really crucial part to making Bo and Photon work because he has the experience to make them succeed.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? You've got one of the biggest prodigy Chinese junglers. You've got one of the prodigy top laners from the LCK Challenger Series. You've got Perks, who's got the wealth of experience. Neon, who had an amazing last split on Misfits, basically like single-handedly carrying some of those games. And then Kaiser, who won 2 titles in a year where a lot of people doubt him. You just put it all together, and
it might be a what would you call that?
Hey, don't do that. Not allowed, okay?
A cocktail for success.
We all know how the last Vitality Super Team went, so let's just call us
We're not doing it.
Well, the last Vitality Super Team went 0-3 in both Super Weeks. And I know this is not a Super Week, but it's kind of a Super Week.
It is.
It feels like a Super Week.
Yeah.
So it's night and day for that in that regard.
I was gonna say actually for you, Neon, because you know, you've been on a couple of teams, and how can I say this like diplomatically to not like shade former teams?
Just say it.
It's not that it's always been the easiest, I feel like, right? You were never really in a position where you easily got to playoffs and then got to show what you could do in the best of 5s. I feel like a lot of the times it's been a struggle, and you, for me, have been a shining light on many of those lineups. Tell me about being in this environment now where, yeah, you tab and everything's going well and you seem to be gelling well and you're getting the wins, like, you know.
Yeah, so many times as a rookie, right? Like you kind of have to come in and you don't instantly get put into like one of the best teams, right? So you kind of have to like redeem yourself. So a lot of the times as a rookie, you're kind of thrown into this fire pit where if you suck too much, you're gone forever. If you suck just a little bit, you might stay and get lucky to eventually like make yourself good enough to compete with the best, right? Which is what I think happened in my case, right? Like at the start of my like LEC career, like I was around and I wasn't really good, but with time I actually learned a lot and I kept learning, and I think now I can finally show what I have, what I've accumulated during those years, and I mean I'm really happy to be where I am right now.
You've been through the gulag, basically.
Yeah, I've been in the fucking gulag.
That was Schalke and Misfits. You've been through it all. Now you're on the Super Team Vitality. How much did you see that was happening around mid? I saw you getting chased through the river while a lot of the fighting was happening. Struggling a little bit in bot this game, but mid jungle was just doing so much work.
Yeah. I didn't actually see exactly what happened in mid lane, but I think there might have been an oopsie from Niski because I heard Perks laugh quite a bit. Perks actually even told us to watch what happened a bit after the game. Like, go back and rewatch it.
Yeah, I
it
think,
was that funny.
I think Niski flash E'd and missed on Victor with the laser try and kill Perks, and then they killed him.
Then he died.
And then I saw Perks' camera, and he was just losing it. So it was probably that.
What were you telling me? Who was chatting? There's something. Chat, ex-teammate chat, something.
Oh, was there chatting?
Wonder, what was it?
Wonder chatting? Oh, the cringe that Photon wrote?
No. You were showing me. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It
was the Sven tweet where he
Sven,
says like, in your pause he messaged Sven on the TR. I don't know if you saw it because Sven tweeted it. He said, "Open up the stream. We're about to do." I can't say the words.
No, we can't
on
say
stream,
the word. You can
but
find
he's
it
going
on
to do certain
Twitter.
things to the team that they're going to be playing against, which is really funny.
Yeah,
so he was
and it
definitely,
happens.
And it,
Specifically to Niski, I think.
11 kills. So.
Yeah, it was crazy. Talking about comms, we actually have some of your voice comms for the Baron. So let's listen.
I'm dead.
Yeah, it's fine. I say
they want to nash. They want to nash. They want to nash.
Yeah, I will go. I will go.
You
can push them, okay? Just poke them.
Wukong no.
We don't have good TP wards.
Yeah,
we have
okay.
to TP fast. I don't have what. Okay, we have what here?
Yeah, I have what. Can you TP now?
Just wait.
Yeah, I know. Can we go?
Wukong no.
Go here.
Yeah,
No. Slowly. I will fight you.
Calm down. Everybody shut up, okay?
Yeah.
Stop talking. They're coming. Don't flip it.
You guys can just win me.
I just wait. I know.
Can just win me. 10 seconds. Just win me. 10 seconds.
It's okay, bro. We wait.
We wait. It's okay. They can't. Yeah. I will engage this way. Okay.
No. I will TP. Just.
Yeah. I will engage. I want to engage this way.
Wait. Wukong behind me.
Yeah, I know. Go find the Wukong. This way. No. Stop. Wukong. Go. Bottom. Stop. Okay. Nice.
We can chase.
Yeah. We can. Go. Nice. Good job.
Nice.
Oh my god. That was a roller coaster. The first 10 seconds was a mess. And then Perks is screaming, shut up. And then people keep talking. And then Bo is just screaming, stop. That was intense. Did it feel intense that moment?
It felt quite intense, right? But I also felt like everyone knew what part they are supposed to play in that specific team fight, right? So even though the comms seemed hectic, like to me in game, I wasn't like stressed out or anything, right?
I was just watching that.
I'm used to this, okay?
Yeah.
So to me, this is like.
Didn't you say it was like the cleanest comms? You barely say anything.
Well, you just spam these like keywords like stop, fight. I go.
Yeah.
To be honest, from like a spectator point of view, watching that, you just lost your top laner. They start Baron, then they peel off because they get chunked. Vi goes in the pit and just sits there tanking it. Wait for TP, turn and get a kill. It looked clean. But then it just sounded a bit, all over the place. But if you hear those keywords, I feel like a lot of times when you're a pro player, you can maybe speak on this as well. It's like when you're playing the game and you say something, you feel like they didn't register it because they're focused. So you say it so many times, like 4 or 5 times, to make sure it registers in their head. And I think that's where the mess comes from.
Yeah, I mean, everyone just wants to get their point across, right?
Yeah.
And even if, like, it's just so important, like some things that you will just keep saying it, right? But you still know, like, you're still on the same wavelength, right? Like before. Like when our top laner dies, we already made a plan, and that was to basically poke them and wait for our TP, right? So even though the comms were really hectic, like from the get-go, like everyone was kind of on the same plan.
And I think it also shows what you said there about Perks, that he, in that moment, he's been in that situation like a million times in super high pressure situations.
Yeah, I mean, you can see him like telling Bo to like shut up and just relax, calm down, don't talk.
I got this.
Yeah, he's like the dad.
Yeah.
Of the team.
It's really cool to see. And I think regardless of course, we don't have an affinity to either team. We just want to see the best League of Legends. But it's fun to see it work, right, K-Droll? It's exciting.
It is really fun because it's a long time coming, all of these, like, I'm not going to say the word, but these teams that should be super that we don't see actually coming to fruition. These excellent teams, they never really pull it off, but I feel like Vitality seems to be working. I think the league as a whole just looks strong. I don't know if you agree with this, but Mad looks strong, Koi looks strong, Vitality looks strong. I think G2 looks incredibly strong. So overall, I think our top teams seem stronger.
Well, compared to last year, I would say so. Yeah, I think the top teams got a little bit stronger because I think we have maybe like a new strong team. Like I think G2 got stronger. I think Koi, not sure yet. Maybe not. I think Vitality is stronger. I think Fnatic is weaker though. Mad Lions, not sure. So it's kind of hard to say because it's also like maybe slightly different meta and a lot of players that are also new. So I think for me it's hard to say just yet whether it's stronger. But
it's interesting though. I mean, you just beat Mad Lions. So I guess it makes sense that you would say that. Fnatic, of course, yeah, we've been talking about that. And we've been talking a lot about bots. I actually asked my analysts to talk about what the most stacked role is in EU and Ready Check. And they said in this order, jungle, support, top.
I disagree a little bit with top.
With yourself?
Well,
no,
that was
top.
yeah.
But
top,
and they even made a joke at Marksman's expense, Neon, saying that.
Yeah, we
not-
did. 80 carry roll.
Yeah.
It's not stacked?
No, not that it's not stacked. The roll is just
not as
stacked. You
as
just go into a
jungle
fighting at one shot now and then, you know what I'm saying?
True. I mean, I kind of don't see like all the names in my head right now, so I can't give you like a proper opinion on that.
I'll tell you. We just go down the thing.
Okay, we're gonna really go down on this
we
segment.
got Hans and Mickey.
Shocks on some
we
spicy
got your
takes.
bot lane. We've got Comp and Trimby. Hillsong and Carsey. I'm going to be tested now because
I like what
actually
you've done
got
there, though.
super-
You've put it together. You said bot lane.
Yeah. Oh shit.
That's 3?
No. Bot lane is better than just Marksman.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think bot lane's got better this year.
Okay.
Yeah. I think bot lane's got better because I think like the lower teams have actually quite decent bot lanes. Like they have, like for example, I think Team BDS has been playing well on bot.
Yeah.
I think SK Gaming has a solid bot lane better than last year. I think Team Heretics also has a decent bot. I think bot lanes overall are stronger in terms of like overall.
Maybe too top heavy. Like.
Yeah, I think the top bot lanes are obviously like way better, but it's not like the bottom part is getting stumped like last year, like that hard. So.
But why did you say Fnatic got worse?
Why did I say Fnatic got worse? I mean, from my experience, I found it harder playing against Upset because I think so far Fnatic also has shown a weakness. They've entered every game and banned 3 bot lane picks every single game, and that just tells you a lot. If this is their game plan coming into the first Super Week, that speaks a lot. And next week, meta is still the same. There's no new patch. I think it's very likely that you're going to expect these 3 bans. So that should make drafting for Fnatic extremely hard because they already told you basically this week that we do not want to play against any of this.
You should join the desk. This is really good.
Yeah, this is really good. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think thinking back when he was on G2, I think there was bot lane bans floating around. I think from what I've seen from Reckless, especially solo queues, he gets like these 3 or 4 champs that he's really comfortable on and he really wants to stick with those champions. And so figuring out the best matchup for them is a way to, I mean, they flex the Ashe until last pick, give him Sivir, they early rotate Varus. I think these is his like, kind of style. If I was to think of Reckless, I wouldn't really see him playing things like Caitlyn or Lucian or Draven or Kalista, these lanes that push or try to all-in. I think any champion that scales well and has good wave clear is like the Reckless champ. So I can see that maybe the meta is not perfect for him. You know, I think you would love a bit more Tristana, a bit more Misfortune, perhaps.
But yeah, we'll see. Let's talk about G2 a little bit, as they are the only other undefeated team in the league. What is it about them that you think makes them one of the strongest teams right now, or what's working particularly well?
Yeah, I think G2 is a really, really tough opponent because not only do they play basically every champ on every role, they're also really, really good at early game, which from scrims and from the games that they've played so far has shown a lot. Like, if these guys get a lead, they will end the game in 20 minutes, right? Because they are really good at early game, right? So, yeah, I think definitely G2 got way stronger this year and is probably the toughest opponent to beat as of right now after this Super Week, after what they've showed us. So, I mean, I think we play them next week.
You do, yeah, on the Monday.
So
Vitality G2.
A Monday game.
Monday,
hopefully at
Vitality
like, maybe at midnight again.
Yeah, that's going to be a banger. Like G2 just looks like their game plan is so clear. It's just all through bot lane by the looks of it. You know, Caps has got his wacky pick today, like the Zac. But I feel like their style has changed so much more from last year, where last year, like Flakkid would just pick Senna, chill, Senna Seraphim, whatever it may be, play a bit topside, and now it's the opposite, you know?
Yeah, well, now it's also really, really bot-centric meta. Like, right now, bot lane is really OP, right? And I thought today G2 had, like, a really good draft because they flexed Karma, like, 3 ways. Like, they flexed Karma to bot in the first 3 picks, and then they flexed Karma to mid, and they flexed Karma and Zac. Like, both could have gone to, like, either lane, I think. So the enemy just couldn't win the game based off draft, I thought.
Yeah, it was quite impressive to see. Let's take a look at the schedule. You said it already, on Monday. We'll have Vitality versus G2, but we'll have another 3 days, so let's take a look. Oh, Koi Heretics is actually on Saturday. That's pretty hype. That's going to be big numbers for the Spanish
Koi
viewership,
Heretics,
I think.
Ibai versus Greg F, that's going to be a big one. You guys up against Astralis, they're struggling, 0-3. I think you guys had a pretty tough week overall. You went against Fnatic. I think that game...
I don't think we had like the toughest we could have gotten because we didn't have Koi and G2.
Yeah.
We had like a middle.
Yeah.
We had like the middle pack teams this week.
Yeah, I agree. Like the Heretics Mad, like Fnatic is kind of like the BA tier kind of thing, whereas Fnatic, I think I had S tiers off the bat, right? So strength of schedule can matter. I mean, a third of your split's gone now in regular season. Not split, a third of the regular season in a sense, right? Before the group stage. Yeah. Top 8's all that matters. I think having 3 wins already, you feel really comfortable.
How do you feel about the format, Neon?
I have to say it's quite strange because I've just finished my 3rd day of playing on Monday. Next week is the same. The week after is the same again. And then it's 3 more weeks. So it definitely feels a bit weird. I can't say I'm used to it. But I think I do like it because I do enjoy actually being here. This year, even more with a team that I really enjoy playing in. So I'm happy that I'll get to play more on stage again. And yeah.
And so you said like, oh, next week and then next week again. You used to have like 9 weeks of that or like 8. At least you get to play best of 3s now, hopefully.
Yeah, it's more like right now you play 3 days and then you have an off day and then you have like 3 days of practice for the next week.
Yeah.
So the stakes are really high and you cannot afford to like joke around in practice. You already need to be like, you just need to be laser focused and do like the maximum you can in these hours. So I like it actually. Like it's more competitive, I feel like.
Yeah, that's the question I was gonna ask. Do you think that this format, having 3 days of scrims and 3 days on stage rather than like 4 days of scrims and 2 days on stage, is better at improving at the game as a team? Do you think like the stage game gives you more value and the scrims are so shortened throughout the week that you have to put more effort into it?
Yeah, I think the shortening of the scrims makes you put more effort into it because since you have 1 less scrim day nowadays, you also scrim more on the days that you scrim. Like before last year, teams would start around like 2 p.m.
Yeah.
And end like at 7 you would
But
be
did
done
you do 5
sometimes.
games?
You would do like 5 games.
Yeah.
But nowadays you start at like 1 and then maybe at 8 because you have like 3 games, pause, 3 games. So it's like 1 game more, but if you try hard these games, you are actually really, really tired at the end of the day. So to me, it's like, how would I put it? The team or like the player with like more mental capacity and mental fitness and whatever will like come out on top because if you don't like take care of yourself, you'll get chunked up.
Yeah. I think that's a good message.
Right.
Take care of yourself,
yeah.
people. Sleep enough, eat healthily, all of that. Before we take our photo, and by the way, we're getting a Polaroid, hopefully, so we can spice it up a little bit, but it hasn't arrived yet. But anyways, for us, for the LEC, that'll be it. We'll be back for 3 more days, of course, next week for the winter splits. So Ready Check will be returning to its new starting time. So Saturdays will start at 5:30 p.m. Sundays and Mondays will start at 5:45 p.m. for a 15-minute Ready Check. More info about that this week, of course. And don't forget, you can also catch week 1 of the LCS. That's going to start on Central European time of 11 p.m. on Thursday and Friday. So let's take a photo.
Selfie, PGL selfie.
I don't know if we ever had a PGL selfie with Neon, actually.
My mic boxes
Maybe
are
not.
falling off. You're a tall man, very handsome as well. I love the hair. Your shirt just electrocuted me. Maybe it's because vitality.
Yeah, Neon was also giving you compliments by your casting.
I know, he's such a kind boy,
Super
isn't he?
nice. Good vibes overall.
Yeah.
Sorry I said that. It's embarrassing. Maybe you don't want people to know that.
That he likes me?
Yeah, maybe. All right. Good vibes. Good night, everyone. And we'll see you next week, Saturday.
Saturday till Monday, man.
Test. Can you hear me when I talk like this, Miha? I am your captain for today.
I've got a thing that I'm making the crowd do, and then we go straight to the player walkouts.
Okay, sick.
So there's not going to be a lot of time for chatting. Oh, hello! Welcome to the caster desk. I'm Quickshot, joined by Dacta. Marku, no flash available. Hook shot comes out as well as the engage. Stun comes down. Knock forward.
Here we go.
Secured. Ebby will be able to find first blood. Now he turns his attention with a 2-level advantage onto Marku. Sidestep but gets rooted in place, and Ebby and Heretics find 2.
By the end of today, there will be something here.
You want to go, bro?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay.
I want to go do some analysis.
I dives this time around, but no summoner spells. And they've got to be very, very careful. The light binding will connect. That's a lot of burst damage. Flash forward, first blood. Crowny and Lebron Targamas cannot reply back. 1-0 BDS.
Yike, no flash, of course. Deo is low. They immediately jump to the Yike. They're going to get the stun. They bury him in ice, but he's able to dash away. Deo so low, he will go down first. First blood over to Astralis. Caps still on the chase. Another stun coming out, but Caps with the volatile matter will be able to find his first kill of the game.
Like already at 2 stacks, but Astralis looking for a fight.
Gotta get the damage down. Once again, Caps pulls them back, and 113 just doesn't have an opportunity.
I can argue. You want to go dive? I will argue Fountain. Don't go in Fountain. I will argue. What? We can't. No, it works. It works. Good. Okay, it doesn't work. Look, go, hands, go! Go!
I think my favorite part of this game is when Caps just shouted, "It's flubbering time," and flubbered all over the Venius. Disgusting here from G2. 3-0 on the week. Though it has been secured by Fnatic, and Marin will be spotted. He steps forward. Trimby can come in with the quickness here as well. The flash away, the Glacial Prism. There's the Realm Warp as well, and that's 2 quick catches for Koi. 1 down, 2 down. Timber goes the tree. Up next is Kazi. Hylissang 2. Only Chasey is chased away. Vitality in dominant fashion end out the week undefeated and join G2 at the top of the table.